Good morning, chat. How are you? Hold on, I need to pull up chatter, you know. Hi, Toast. Hi, Trey Racing. Hi, Des. Hi, Jamie. Hi, Cracks. Hi, Rigor Mortis. Hi, Dingo. Hi, Toast. Hi, Toast Light. Hi, Anthony. Hi, Vanna. Hi, Riley. I think that's all. Helvin, hello. Okay, chat. So, bum 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 bum. Where's the marker? I need to write something up. What's the plan for today's stream? We are mostly going to be doing painting today. Okay, the whiteboard is completely filled with goals. There are goals going up to 10K. 10K is the last number that will have goals. And I got permission from a widow guy. Hi, chat. Good morning. I may have gotten permission for a widow guy to go until Wednesday. The option for me to continue this streamathon going 3 extra days is on the table, chat. 7K, extend 12 hours. I need to change this. 7K, extend 12 hours. If we get to 8K, you get a week of streams at a later date. 9K, extend for another 12 hours. This will be the last extension and will bring us to Wednesday. Then, obviously at 10K, we have solo bikini stream, and that will be at the new place. Cozy Cute Raya today? Yes! We will be cozy painting stream today, chat. Let me go ahead and change this. Extend stream 12 hours at 7,000. Who's the little guy? The little guy is Daxton. Daxton is a widow guy. This is known. I believe there is a command for it. Is it exclamation point widow guy? Or, wait, no, I think it's exclamation point Daxton. Oh, it is excellent. It did it. All right, chat. Welcome to the fourth day. It's supposed to only be 3 days. We are on the first extension. We are on the first extension today, chat. I haven't eaten yet, so I'm gonna eat. But I did go to the grocery store. I went to the grocery store and got groceries and came home and put them away. And now I'm here going live. And then after I'm done eating, we'll set up the painting stream to paint. How does that sound today, chat? Day 4 of the streamathon. Yeah, you guys might get a 5. No, you guys could get up to a 6-day subathon. I am staying within Texas, Foxy Princess. I am staying within Texas. My brows still look good from yesterday. People, the brows chat. But my current lease is up, so I have to go somewhere else. Or it is coming up. I played Arkham Shadows on my quest last night for like 2 hours. It was really fun. That's the Batman game, question mark? I think. VR game, yeah. That's really cool. I hope, well, you said you had fun. I hope you continue to have fun with your new headset. EP, I'm just waking up and I haven't had caffeine yet. Also, my throat still hurts a little bit, but that's fine. Chat. I bought something at HEB today. More writing? Potentially, chat. Potentially. What are those for? They're for Ride on Thigh streams if for the next time I decide to do one. Basically chat will be able to choose their own color and they're washable markers, so I refresh. That sucks that it happened like right at the beginning of stream. Internet goof? I guess so. It's happened like once per stream so far. But yeah, I have these washable markers, so next time we do a write on body stream, y'all will be able to choose what color you want your name to be in. It happened again. Hi, Elbin. Mm-hmm. What caffeine do you prefer? Most of the time I'd say I drink Gamer Steps. One, because it's good, and two, because it's the most abundant thing I have. But in terms of like traditional like drinks, I guess Red Bull's my favorite. Okay, we're on the same page. In terms of Red Bull or Gamer Steps? Yes and no, Hellbent. In terms of the original Red Bull flavor, I think Red Bull Zero tastes more like original Red Bull, aka better than the sugar-free Red Bull, which is also zero sugar. So between the Red Bull Zero and Red Bull sugar-free, zero sugar is better and tastes more like original Red Bull. I personally am not a huge fan of original Red Bull. I will drink it. Like I don't think it's gross or anything, but like it's not my favorite flavor. I really like the watermelon Red Bulls. I really like the blueberry Red Bulls. The new white peach Red Bulls are pretty good. The purple grapefruit Red Bulls are really good. There was a winter berry flavor that was really yummy. They've made a lot of really, really yummy flavors. Dewberry's okay. My router, hold on. I don't know what's going on with this, but I think a reset would help, so... Man. Hello, Dad. I refreshed my modem, which I'm hoping will make it go away. It's also a Monday, so who knows? Maybe people are just working on internet lines nearby or something. So, chat, are y'all seeing the stream? Are we here? Are we back? Yep. There we go. I promised the emote, didn't I? Sipping on the blue flavor, sipping on the blur flavor. Hi, Tony, welcome. We're back, chat, we're back. We are so back. Thank you so much for the follow, Landlord Blood. Shh. You didn't see anything, chat. You didn't see anything. Ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da, ba-dum, ba-dum. And then let me pull up Twitch really quick and go to yeah. Resolution between and 4K. Okay, well fuck. It still needs to be a GIF though. Oh my god. This is gonna be used so much. I know it already. You saw nothing. Nothing to see here. Yep. Hi everyone. Hi Gamer. Hi Nizkit. Too large. Okay. So it needs to be... I don't know, maybe resize? What is it currently? I do like 240 by 240. Ooh, that's perfect. Oh, wait, what? No. And now it's gone. Valentine, thank you so much for the 500 biddies. What?
August 8th, 2025, 2:43 p.m.
Very suspicious, Valentine. Is that what I'm gonna get, a smooch? That was for the IRS. Chat. There's a new emote. As promised. There's a new emote. I'm doing good, Ethan Birdman. You will need to refresh your browser, most likely, in order to see the new emote. I'm gonna add it to Discord really quick. Give me a smack. Why not resize? Why the fork not? What about this? Alright, there's a new emoji in the server as well. Alright, chat. Hey, hey, Halbin, it's not what it looks like. It's not what it looks like, chat. It's not what it looks like. I was coerced. How are you doing today? I'm doing good, Ethan. I'm doing good. That was not the one from stream, but I approve. I told you it wasn't going to be the one from stream that makes an emote. I didn't even say I would do the emote. I didn't even say I'd do the filming. I just said that I would make an emote and upload it. So we hit the scuff stream goal yesterday. Just a little, yeah, just by a little bit, we might have hit it. I said I approve. I get a little anxious, Niz. It's normal. Thank you, Des. We have light. I know you're very wholesome. I'm very wholesome, Halbin. There's nothing unwholesome about me in any aspect of my life. I'm totally normal about that emote. In case you guys want it. Where is it? Definitely don't look in stream chat. Definitely don't look in stream chat. Des, I told you not to fucking look! That's the full-size, GIF. So, have fun with that. I'm definitely not looking. Hi, Rigor Mortis. Thank you for joining the Discord server. What? No, okay, wait. Hold on. Who the fuck put the Minecraft fire thing? Hold on. I'm removing your reaction because how dare you not make the first reaction emote the Ahego emote? No, get rid of the hearts. It will be the Ahego. Where is it? blind. Here it is. There you go. Now you can put whatever the fuck you want after it. All right. You guys have fun with that image. It's a freebie. You're welcome. Well, it's not free. Y'all paid $3,500 for it. Why is that a GIF? Where did you get that? Hi, Cat Big. How are you? Is my chat overlay overlapping? How long has it been doing that? I love how much, how many gifts y'all got from yesterday's stream. To be fair, I don't know where this first GIF even happened, but I have my black nails, so it was obviously during this weekend. He gave us two, apparently. Oh, it should be a GIF on Twitch. What should be a GIF on Twitch, Knit? An emote? There's it. This? This should be an emote? Oh. Maybe. Might be toss. If that's toss, lick is toss. Hi, Cat Big. How are you? I'm not scary. I'm not scary. The gifts are scaring you? No, Cat. Look away. Look away. Look away, Cat. Look away. I'll be back. No worries. We love our wholesome, cute streamer. As long as you keep saying I'm wholesome, you can do whatever you want. I just need the power of reputation. That's what I'm riding on. Since 5 gifts to Daxton. Are y'all putting it in Daxton's server? No. No, y'all are not. I was saying as a joke. Can we have the Dono link pinned for chat? Oh! Great. Are we back? Are we really though?
Rah.
Doctor, thank you so much for the biddies. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you're doing well, Doctor. Oi, hi, how are you? Here, let me get my little paint cart and I'll be right back. I see the good cosplays at the ready. That is my, I have it's like a workout jacket. That's what, it's Gwen themed though. It's a Gwen themed like workout jacket and it was hanging on my easel. How's the moving going? We I've got a place already picked out. And the move starts on August 1st. This money is just to help cover expenses regarding moving, getting furniture, getting decor, yeah, basically all that stuff. Hi, Lee Man. Let me know if you need to get rid of any. Well, I just took all the stuff to Goodwill, the stuff that you had turned down. I might get rid of some more stuff, but I'll have to see. You have a job now? That's good. That's good. That's good. Yeah, I didn't want to bother or like pester you or offer stuff because I didn't know what your situation was and I didn't know if you still wanted anything. So I was just like, they'll let me know if they're interested. But yeah, if you're down, I'll keep that in mind. I might have some cosplays and some outfits to get rid of as I go through my stuff during the move. It's gonna be a house. Me and Daxton will be splitting rent on a house and splitting the rooms and everything.
So
Hi, Danny Blushed. How are you? Thank you so much for the 2 months. Thank you, thank you. Please mess with him. It'll be great because we can both mess with each other all the time. We can just walk into each other's streams unprompted anytime we want. Or we could just hang out and then we can dip if we get bored. It'll be great. Lock the door. The door will technically have a lock. Do you own a Nerf gun? No, I don't. There's gonna be pranks, so I hope not. It's more gonna be like I make a comment and then he overhears it and comes in and just starts like yapping. Or vice versa. You can what if you get bored? It sounded like you said dick in that. What? I don't even remember what the fuck I said, but it definitely wasn't that. Who's the messiest of you two? That's a hard one to answer. Daxon keeps the spaces that he's frequently in extremely clean. However, he tends to neglect other spaces until they get bad enough for him to want to do something about. Like his parents' bedroom, and then the funky room is like crazy messy, but like his stream room is almost always immaculate. It just kind of depends. Me, I'm a little bit messy everywhere. I'm a good bit messy everywhere, actually. I take that back. But I try my best to keep up with it. I've been getting better. I'm reformed. Part reformed. I think what I need the most is just to downsize. I have so much shit that it's hard to like keep it organized and keep it in spots, you know? It's hard to keep things clean when you don't have places for a lot of stuff. And that's part of what moving is all about for me, is like getting rid of stuff you don't really need. When I did the last move, my thing was like, this is something that I could see myself using again, but I haven't used it in X amount of months. And if it's gone, I can just buy another one if I actually do need it. And so much of that stuff that I got rid of, I haven't even needed it this past year. I never even thought about it. It's just gone. You'd be surprised. There's probably several things that just sit unused. You should get Cow to get his hair done to get rid of the dead ends. He is terrified. He went to go do it once, and because he hadn't got his haircut ever, the dead ends were like all mismatched. So it was like he got a lot of length chopped off, and there were some parts that are like extremely shorter than others.
Well, I guess I can leave this here. Oh. Another day? My bad.
Hellbent. Hellbent. At this point, I don't know what else to say to you. I've already said thank you. What else am I supposed to do to thank you? She's never gonna move. No, I have a solid end date of Wednesday. So I guess that means we've hit 7,000 here. Which means we have been extended for another 12 hours, and tomorrow, Tuesday, the 22nd. Oh, I just marked up my mic. Tuesday, the 22nd, will be another 12-hour stream. Fiance? No. We're just friends. We're splitting a house 50-50, and we are like splitting the bedrooms. So we'll each have our own bedrooms, we'll each have our own work rooms, and we'll have like our own little content house. Hellbent, no need to thank Hellbent. The amount of money you have donated this stream is absurd. I want you to know that. And I want you to be okay. I want you to still have money. I don't want you going broke for me over here. I'd feel like shit. Kel will have their own little pasture out back. Yeah, he'll have a patch of grass in the backyard. You're good for a little while? Okay. As long as you're good. As long as you're good. It's much appreciated, Hellbent. So now I guess it's time to move it to the next goal, I suppose. The next goal is at 8K. I've stopped doing $250 goals, or $50 steps, $250 steps for goals, because we ran out of stuff to do. So we are doing a week of streams. At $8,000. This stream has blown my expectations out of the water. I seriously have no idea what the fuck to think about this. It doesn't feel real. This is like more money than I typically make in a month. Just from stream. Just check your PayPal. Well, I mean, I've seen my PayPal. I've seen my PayPal. It doesn't feel real, but it is real, I guess. Buy a home gym. Unfortunately, most gym equipment is like multiple grand. So, you know, I think this would maybe get you like 2, maybe 3 pieces of equipment if you bought secondhand. Now you know how much your community loves you. Invite Chad over for ice cream. Have a little ice cream date at the new place. You can take the time to get moved in. Yeah, so I'm definitely going to be streaming the move. Whenever I'm like say painting or setting up new desk setups or decorating or whatever, I'm definitely going to be streaming those interactions. Um, I had planned to do that from the beginning, right? This was more of just like a special event to try to raise a little bit to like help cover some of those expenses, but like we've more than blown past what I need, in full honestly. At this point, most of what I get extra is probably just going into savings. Um, I don't see how I could possibly use this right now, but I'm just gonna put it into savings and it'll cover rent for like a couple months. And it'll just help me get more prepared for life, I guess. Um, Obviously, I'm glad you guys are getting goals out of it, and I more than appreciate it. But I did not expect to get this far. I use it for exactly for unexpected expenses, emergency funds, rainy day, and rent. Help with monthly expenses, exactly. It may be more than I was expecting to help get it moved in, but that doesn't mean it can't help me cover rent for a while. No, Danny, I don't have enough money to buy. If I had enough money to buy a house, I probably wouldn't be doing a stream like this. Emergency car? No, Tools Light. None of this money will be spent on the car. I promise you, chat, none of this money will be spent on the car. It will be for moving and housing expenses. Emergency turbo. Oh no, chat, I blew up my engine. Looks like I need to do a turbo swap. At least get it washed. Yeah, the bikini cargo stream was a goal, so we are not doing that. Love the painting. That's what I meant. No, we didn't. We actually didn't work on the painting at all this stream so far. We were supposed to. We were supposed to work on this painting, but we haven't been. This is from past painting with Peachy streams. The progress we've made so far. I would like to finish the painting before the move on August 1st, which means I need to get to fucking work. So I can hopefully buy a PC. This laptop is so far beyond dead. Well, I wish you luck. I hope you find a bomb PC. Or build a bomb PC. Not in the way that it's gonna like blow up, but like in the way that it's really good. How? hand in the painting. It looks worse up close. Thank you for the head pats. I have a string right now. I do. Thank you, Jamie. That's why you gotta step back and take in the full picture. Ba-da-da-ba-ba-dum-bum, ba-dum-ba-bum. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Ba-da-dum-bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, ba-bum. Ever painted Jackson Pollock style for school? For school, I have. Not really my personal taste, but I've done it for school. What is it?
Go back to soup. Something up your bacon. Go back to soup.
What? Hi, Robin. How are you?
In the early 2000s, Nintendo was struggling. Each home console they released since the NES kept doing worse and worse. Their newest home console, the GameCube, although technically the most powerful of the generation, was being absolutely crushed in sales by the PlayStation 2, and was even being outsold by the original Xbox, Microsoft's first attempt at a console. This was not a good look for Nintendo, and really made them realize that in order to stand out again like they did in the 80s and early 90s, they needed to go back to their roots. Competing for power and dominance
There we
with
go.
these new consoles wasn't what Nintendo was about at all. Nintendo's
Hi,
success
Bosa.
relied on their creativity.
ADHD stream time. Yeah, you guys get painting, you guys get chat, you guys get YouTube, you guys get a bunch of stuff.
Whether you were a 67-year-old grandparent who had no idea what a Super Mario was, or an 8-year-old kid who just finished a 12-hour Nintendogs marathon, if you were around in this console's heyday, there's a high chance you have at least some experience with this system.
All right, let's get started.
In this video,
You guys
I wanna take
ready?
a look back at it and see what made it such a perfect console. So, without further ado, my name is Mario Mikester, and welcome to a Nintendo Wii retrospective. To fully understand what made the Wii such a monumental console for both Nintendo and the gaming industry as a whole, we have to go back. All the way back to 2001 when the GameCube first hit store shelves. Almost immediately after its release, Nintendo started to begin conceptualizing their next console. And even all the way back in late 2001, the decision to focus more on innovation rather than raw power was a big priority for Nintendo. They knew that there was no way they'd be able to keep up with Sony and now Microsoft. So this focus on innovation was key to this new console's success. And after becoming president of Nintendo in 2002, gaming legend Satoru Iwata was smart enough to realize that Nintendo had been falling behind on industry trends. And appealing to the hardcore gaming audience was the last thing Nintendo needed to be doing. They had to broaden their horizons. Make something that could appeal to everyone, not just gamers. So, as development really started picking up in 2003, Iwata met with the leaders of the console's development and advised them that accessibility needed to be their biggest focus, telling them that even moms should be playing this. And in order to reach this crazy level of accessibility they were aiming for, Iwata suggested that instead of a traditional video game controller, they should design it to mimic an object pretty much everyone knew how to use, a TV remote, and that it used motion sensing technology to simplify the console's interface and help expand its appeal. Now, this motion sensing idea didn't just come out of nowhere. Inspired by Dance Dance Revolution's unconventional control style, which required players to physically move their body while playing, all the way back in 2001, Nintendo began working with Gyration Inc., a company well known for experimenting with gyroscope and motion sensing based technology, and in close collaboration prototyped hundreds of different designs for possible motion-based controllers. These prototypes, developed alongside the console, would eventually culminate into becoming the iconic Wiimote we all know and love today. Motion controls weren't the only big idea Nintendo had for the console either. The Nintendo DS had a huge influence on the system's development and design, with at one point Nintendo even considering adding touch controls onto the console's controller, similar to what Sony ended up implementing a decade later on the PS4's controller with its touchpad. This idea was ultimately abandoned, however, in order to avoid redundancy between the two systems. One major idea that wasn't abandoned, though, was backwards compatibility. Since the Wii was being built off the GameCube and more power wasn't really a big focus, a lot of the same internals were used for both systems, which made reading and playing GameCube discs insanely easy on the console. But Nintendo didn't just want to stop there. They wanted this system to be backwards compatible with all of Nintendo's past home consoles, to reduce clutter and again, broaden the audience this console appealed to. This idea would eventually become Virtual Console, an online game download service that let players buy and download some of Nintendo's most. Wiimote was designed to mimic a TV remote. Well, this home screen follows that trend, mimicking a TV's menu with the different applications being channels that you interact with, simply by just pointing the remote at what you want to select and selecting it. There is so much I love about this home screen. The simplicity in its design, the accessibility that comes with just simply pointing around, and the music. Oh my god, the ambient music that accompanies this menu is amazing. It's so difficult to go back to the bland, mute, and utter lack of theme that both the Switch 1 and Switch 2's menus have, when the Wii nailed it so perfectly. When I was younger, sometimes if I was bored or just needed to relax, I would sit on this menu for as long as I wanted, watching the little channel animations, listening to the music, and just appreciating the vibes.
6-hour corporate training videos, oh my gosh.
But
Who did your
looking at
stream
this
art
menu,
background?
it's pretty easy to
Her
tell
name
that
is
the Wii
Snow.
wasn't just a game console.
She
It was a
is an
hub for
amazing artist on
entertainment,
Twitter.
news, and if you lived in Japan, a place to order pizza. You had the news channel
I don't know
that
if
would
she's
keep you
here right now,
updated on
but
current
let me
events,
get her
the
Twitter.
forecast channel that would show you when it was gonna rain so you knew you could stay in on your Wii all day, and the Nintendo channel that would show you sneak peeks at new games and exclusive trailers. Looking back at these apps today, they may seem kind of cool, but ultimately pointless, as these are all things you can easily check on your phone. But back when this console released, this was kind of a game changer. The Wii released in that weird point in time where almost everyone had internet, but modern phones like the iPhone weren't a thing yet. So being able to check stuff like this on a game console, especially one as accessible as the Wii, really helped broaden its appeal. As with internet connectivity and access to these apps, it wasn't just a video game console. It was a whole home entertainment machine. I remember growing up, the Wii was one of the only pieces of
Here you go,
technology
Hellbent.
I had. So these channels were incredibly useful to me. The Nintendo channel is how I found out about Super Mario Galaxy 2, and eventually that the Wii U was even a thing. I remember constantly replaying the new Super Mario Bros. U trailer on my dinky CRT in my room, and just wishing I could play it.
But yeah,
The Wii
they
menu
do
also had
amazing
other
art.
functions
I'm definitely
like
going to
the
be
Wii
commissioning
message board,
them
which would
for
send you
any
stuff like your
art
daily
stuff I have in the
playtime, or
future.
even
I
cute little
absolutely
letters
love
with
their
pictures
style.
on them when you
They
beat
did an
it. You
amazing
could even
job.
send
I love it
messages to
so
friends
much.
here, as well as write memos.
So
I have a
pretty.
friend who told me they used to use the Wii message board as a journal. And they would write updates on cool things happening in their life or stuff they did. And little things like that really drive home why the Wii is such a special console to so many people. But looking at the forecast and writing journal entries wasn't the only thing you could do if you weren't playing a game. You could also make Miis. Miis were one of the Wii's biggest marketing points. They're simple little characters you could design to look exactly like you and your family, that you could plop and select games to play as or compete against them. The interface for creating the Miis is absolutely genius, allowing players to either pick from a group of lookalike Miis to work off of, or
Yes,
just simply
she's
starting
amazing.
from
She's
scratch and building
amazing.
your character from there. The pure simplicity and accessibility of the Mii Maker made it something everyone loved. Children, parents, and grandparents alike could bond over recreating each other's faces and playing against them in games that supported it, and it added so much personality to the console. Having your own little avatar that worked in a multitude of games was amazing, and is something Nintendo has kept around to this day because of how much people love it. The success of games that came after the Wii, like Tomodachi Life and Miitopia, was entirely reliant on the Mii characters and their simple but cute designs. And although by modern avatar creation design standards, the Mii Maker is very bare bones, that's what makes it so appealing. I can't tell you how many times I've been overwhelmed by insanely complex character creators that just make me want to completely skip them. The Mii Maker avoids this issue by being extremely simple. It's not meant to be a one-to-one caricature. The lack of options is what makes it unique and accessible. Even with the limited options though, people got really creative really quickly. Seeing Miis that resembled Dr. Eggman, Darth Vader, Steve Harvey, and a literal cheeseburger goes to show that simplicity doesn't mean boring. As a kid though, I wasn't nearly talented enough at the Mii Maker to make stuff like that, and I and many others often use the Mii channel to make absolute abominations that should never see the light of day again. Well, except for Pubert. You can see Pubert. Now, although the Wii had so much to do and so many built-in apps to explore, if you picked up one of these at launch, you probably wanted to see what this weird TV remote controller thing could actually do, outside of making Peter Griffins. You know, a proper showcase of this revolution Nintendo claimed the system to be. Luckily, if you rooted around in the box your Wii came in, you'd notice a small sleeve with a disc in it. And this last-minute pack-in disc would be one of the keys to the Wii's success.
I need to
And
find
to
my
this
reference
day,
picture
remains
again. I'll be
easily
right back.
The best console demonstration game of all time. A game that not only captivated seasoned gamers, but also drew in new ones who would have never touched a video game otherwise. Wii Sports. It's hard to think of the Wii without Wii Sports immediately jumping to mind as well. This game did such a good job at showcasing the capabilities of the Wiimote in such a fun and engaging way that many people bought a Wii just for this game and only ever played this game. The controls were as simple as possible, and the sports they chose were the perfect fit for the controller's unique capabilities. Swinging your tennis racket and baseball bat in tennis and baseball, throwing punches in boxing, rolling the ball down the lane in bowling, lining up the perfect shot in golf. These were sports pretty much everyone knew how to play. And the simplicity of the Wii's motion controls made it so easy to hand the controller to literally anyone in the room, and they would have it figured out in seconds instead of having to ask what the L3 button was and why they had to press it. I can't imagine a world where this game wasn't packed in with the Wii, because it seems like such a no-brainer idea. But we were honestly really close to that reality. You see, in the months leading up to the console's release, Nintendo had planned to release Wii Sports as a standalone title you would have had to buy separately on launch. However, Nintendo of America president at the time, Reggie Fils-Aimé, was not happy with this idea, as he believed Wii Sports to be the perfect pack-in title for the system, and fought for weeks with Nintendo of Japan to make it happen, even angering Miyamoto in the process, who told Reggie he didn't understand the challenges of making video games, and that Nintendo does not give their software away for free. However, Iwata, on the other hand, became very convinced of Wii Sports being the key to the Wii's success, after Reggie's constant and passionate fighting for it. So, only just weeks before the Wii had begun to ship off to stores, Wii Sports was slipped in that iconic sleeve. Although it may have been the only game some people played, Wii Sports was definitely not the only game you could play on the system. One of the defining factors that makes this console so special to so many people is its spectacular library of games. Super Mario Galaxy, Mario Kart Wii, Sonic Colors, Donkey Kong Country Returns, Wii Sports Resort, and so many other iconic titles help make up one of the best console libraries of all time. And even though motion controls were a big part of the system, with some games like Skyward Sword and of course Wii Sports being entirely dependent on them, you also had games like Super Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 that used the motion controls sparingly and gave good reasons for it. Or games like Super Smash Bros. Brawl that barely included them at all. I think one of the best and definitely most iconic uses for motion control on the Wii that wasn't forced has to be Mario Kart Wii. If you were a more seasoned gamer that didn't care for gimmicks, Mario Kart Wii offered control options like the Wii Remote Nunchuck, Classic Controller, and GameCube controller that used no motion controls at all. However, for those who wanted to get more immersed in the experience, you could also hold the Wii Remote sideways and control it that way, using the gyroscope inside the controller to physically steer your car. Nintendo even bundled some releases of Mario Kart Wii with these plastic steering wheel molds that you could put your Wiimote in and immerse yourself even more in the experience. To this day, this is my preferred way to play. Plopping the Wiimote in the Wii wheel and driving around the tracks as if I'm actually steering the carts brings me back to when I would come home from school and be on this game for hours on end. Another game I loved playing with the sideways Wiimote was New Super Mario Bros. Wii. Although this game didn't do much with the motion controls, merely allowing you to do a quick spin in the air if you shook it, the form factor of this controller sideways is super reminiscent of the NES's controller, and I think that's what they were going for here. Playing a 2D Mario game with the NES reminiscent controller was always super cool to me. It felt like I was experiencing a modern Mario 3, which is basically what the new Super Mario Bros. Games are. Some GameCube games were also repacked and re-released on the Wii under the new Play Control series of games. These added widescreen support, patched up some bugs, but most importantly, added motion controls. Games like Pikmin 1 and 2 now allowed you to point and click where you wanted to send your Pikmin, making gameplay so much smoother. Mario Power Tennis was given Wii Sports S swing controls, allowing you to immerse yourself in the experience. And Metroid Prime 1 and 2 allowed you to aim by pointing the Wii Remote. New Play Control was a pretty short-lived line of games, but it was cool to see these games given new life with the Wii's motion controls, and is something I never really hear people talk about anymore. One thing people will never stop talking about though is the Wii Shop channel. And for good reason. Not only does it have one of Nintendo's most iconic and funky themes to date, it was also the home for hundreds of retro consoles under the clever name of Virtual Console. Virtual Console launched alongside the Wii and was Nintendo's answer to full-on backwards compatibility. Obviously, there was no way to play these games with physical cartridges on the Wii, but since the console was able to connect to the internet and had a good bit of internal storage for the time, buying and downloading these games was an incredibly easy and legal way to experience the games that shaped Nintendo. On launch, the selection of games wasn't huge, but every Wednesday more titles would be added and gave incentive for people to constantly check the shop every week to see what was added. I mean, you had games like Super Mario RPG, Sonic the Hedgehog, Donkey Kong 3, Adventures of Lolo 1 and 2, King's Knight, Dig Dug, Chew Man Fu. There were so many games on here, and eventually it evolved from just Nintendo consoles to include other classic systems like the TurboGrafx and Sega Genesis. The Wii, alongside everything else it had going for it, was also a hub for retro games. And I wouldn't be surprised if a good amount of people bought the system just to experience these classics in such an easy way. Although I was far too young to remember the Virtual Console's heyday on Wii apart from fleeting memories, it must have been so cool to be around for those weekly updates and just constantly wondering what will be added next. The emulation quality on Wii was also spectacular. It's kind of funny that Nintendo's emulation has gotten worse in some ways as time goes on. I mean, there's still a lot of people out there who still play the games they got on their Wii's Virtual Console on their Wii because they prefer how it looks. The way you bought games on the Wii Shop channel, though, was through Wii Points. One Wii Point is equivalent to 1 cent, and Nintendo sold these cards you could buy at stores that would add the points to your account. But you could also add points to your account from the comfort of your own home using a credit card. Receiving a Wii Points card as a gift for a holiday or your birthday is like the modern day equivalent of getting a V-Bucks card. I remember spending so long just surfing the Wii Shop channel after getting one of these cards, only to end up buying some random game because I didn't know what to get. If you grew up in the early 2000s, hell, if you were just alive at all when this thing came out, there's a high chance you not only played this system, but also hold a lot of good memories with it. Nintendo was not in the best place when they started working on the Wii. They were falling behind, becoming something they weren't. But the Wii helped them get back on their feet and remember who they really were: innovators. The codename of Revolution may initially come off as a bit egotistical of Nintendo, but they were absolutely right to call it that. The Wii not only changed the gaming industry in a multitude of ways, it introduced millions of people who would have never touched a game console in their life to the world of gaming. Packing Wii Sports in last second was a defining factor to this console's success. And I don't think Nintendo can ever thank Reggie enough for convincing them to do that. And although the motion control fad the Wii created may have died out, its influence can still be seen to this day, with the Joy-Cons essentially being a modern-day Wiimote. The library of this system will forever go down as one of the best in gaming history. You can't go wrong with some of the big hitters here. It's pretty weird to think that the system that defined my childhood is starting to be seen as a retro console, but as long as I'm around, I will always defend this system and hold so many fond memories with it. Whether it be throwing my friends into lava in New Super Mario Bros. Wii, accidentally throwing my Wii remote into the wall on Wii Sports because I forgot to put the strap on, real ones didn't wear it, or just relaxing on the home menu while I watch the little animations play, this console will always hold a special place in my heart. It's a testament to the fact that power doesn't mean anything. It's what you do with that power that actually means something. Despite being the most underpowered of its generation by a huge margin, it still became the best-selling console of its generation, selling over 100 million units worldwide. So, if I could give one word to describe what made the Wii so perfect, it would be innovation. Innovation in the face of adversity. That's what made the Wii so perfect.
I went to the bathroom. Sorry. Just having a potty.
So we've all got that friend, right? You know, the one who spent all his money on a sick gaming PC, but then you're gaming together and he's all like, man, my PC sucks. It's no good. But then you're all like, bro, you gotta get your hitching and starters under control. We lost again because of you. But then your other buddy's like, that's good hardware though. He probably just built it wrong or he misconfigured something. But then buddy's all like, no way. I watched Linus. I got all his tech tips. But here's the thing. Even when you're following a guide, it's easy to miss a small detail that can have a big impact on your gaming experience. And that is what we think is going on with Connor's computer. He's got a sick rig with an RTX 3080 Ti and an X3D gaming CPU, and yet he's constantly bogged down by performance issues. Well, I think we can fix them, and I've got just the man for the job. Ploof! That's right, it's time to fix Connor's computer! But first, I'm gonna have to segue to our sponsor! MSI. Their MEG 272QP QD OLED X50 monitor has it all, from a 500 Hz refresh rate to a 0.03 millisecond gray to gray response time. Check it out at the link in the video description.
My name is Connor, and I'm a video editor here at Linus Media Group. Inside my PC, I've got a 3080 Ti, a 5800 X3D, and exactly 32 gigabytes of RAM. I got two of my friends to build my PC for me back in 2019. They watched Linus
like
Tech
the
Tips,
apron?
so they knew how to build PCs. Currently what's wrong with my computer is that it just slows down all the time. Like I can play one match of a game and then I start experiencing stutters and the game takes too long to load. The weirdness isn't only in games, it also happens outside of games as well. So if my computer is stuttering and feeling quite poor, it translates to like my browser as well. It's not exclusively in games. Today I'm hoping to just find anything wrong with my PC. I've thrown my head against the wall a million times and I always get jealous when I use other people's computers, so I just want to figure out something that I did wrong over the past 6 years.
Something that your two friends did.
Ah, yeah, something that my friends messed. No, it's honestly something that LTT messed up 6 years ago.
Connor, we decided to do this video because I was watching the Steam Average PC and I noticed that you thought that computer with a 3060 and not a 5800 X3D was better than this. And I thought, that can't be right.
Yeah, me neither. I don't know. It just felt better. I don't know. What can I say? I'd be more than happy to play like this. Probably runs better than my home PC.
How long does it take for you to start experiencing issues in a match?
A few matches in. It also depends on the game I'm playing, but
sure.
A few matches in. Tarkov is notoriously bad for memory leaks and everything.
Yeah.
But even with Valorant, a few matches in, I'm teleporting around corners and not in a good way.
Oh, that's really bad.
Yeah.
To be fair, if it's teleportation and stuff, it might be a network issue.
Yeah.
But we'll look at your computer at least today. We'll try to find out what's wrong with it. Best case scenario, it's something easy and we fix it almost immediately, in which case I'll go through the rest of our beautiful troubleshooting Connor's computer list. I just want to take a quick look at it and see if there's anything out of the ordinary. And I see this fan's not spinning.
I don't think I had enough
Fan headers?
Yeah, or I'm just...
Well, on the plus side, we have a lot of splitters. So at the very least, I'll make sure all of your fans are spinning. Okay, and I see you've got an AverMedia capture card.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, power supply's up top. Do you have any extra hard drives? These are just empty bays? Oh no, there's drives in there.
I believe there's one in each. Yeah.
Okay.
And then at least one SSD on this side.
It's a little dusty, but it's definitely not the worst I've seen. I do love all your stickers.
You do.
I'm a big sticker bomb guy myself. If anything, I'd put more stickers.
I'm a big weeb,
Yeah?
so I had to take one off before coming in.
Why'd you have to take it off?
I don't want HR coming after me.
I might need you to come back to log into Steam or something for me, but otherwise, get out of here.
Bye.
Get out of here, Connor.
Don't type P in the search bar.
Step 1. Check to see if things are just in the wrong spots. You wouldn't believe how many times I've looked at a computer that my friend or someone else has built and they've got their graphics card in the bottom X16 slot or something like that. His first top X16 is like what I'm assuming is filled by his GPU. So that's fine. The memory is in 2 and 4. That's probably correct, but I will confirm once I get the exact board details and take a look at the manual. His cables seem nice and seated. He is running a pigtail on his 3080 Ti. It's unlikely, but possible that that's not enough juice for the single cable. So if we have an extra PCIe 8-pin cable, then I might swap one of these out. But otherwise, you know, it looks pretty normal. That's it for step 1. Everything is connected, and it looks like it's all connected in the right spot. Before we move on, I'm just gonna make sure that, yes, the RAM is in the right or wrong slot. I'm gonna first figure out what board it is. You don't need to turn it on. Most of the time, markings are pretty easily identifiable right on the PCB, and you can see it here. Silk screened on is X470 Gaming M7AC, Gaming M7 there, and then there's some MSI logos on the back, and I just popped that exact X470 Gaming M7AC into Google and got the webpage from MSI. And it does look like they're populated in the correct slots, A2, B2. So the next thing we're gonna do is make sure that nothing's thermal throttling. All right, first things first, we're gonna boot up Task Manager just to make sure everything is as it should be. We've got our 5800X 3D. Everything looks correct, it's barely being utilized. Seems fine. Memory though, it is 32 gigs, but Connor does not have XMP enabled. And it's running at 2133. For DDR4, that's what DDR4 does without XMP. This is almost definitely the problem. Let's take a quick look at everything else. It all kind of seems good. Ethernet is really going. He's probably just downloading a game or something. It's probably just like some update going on right now. And then his GPU, 41C, it's a 3080 Ti, all right. not doing anything. Seems totally fine. Let me get Cinebench and Furmark installed. We got Cinebench R23 installed. Could use R24, doesn't matter. They're both gonna hit the CPU super hard, and I'm just gonna hit CPU multi-core, and I've got hardware info open so we can watch our temperatures as it runs. Start. It's going. You know, the Wraith Stealth is not a bad cooler for a 5800X3D, I gotta say, because while yeah, we hit like 90C on the T-Die, that's totally fine for Cinebench. We're not gonna see those temps in games, and it's barely 90. This thing could go even hotter and it'd be totally performant, so this is probably fine. Let's run Furmark and see if our GPU has any issues with it. Give this a good like 10 plus minutes just for it to kind of soak up all those thermals, and then we'll come back and see how it's doing. We're only maxing out on the GPU hotspot around like 84C. Memory's saying 96, that's totally fine. GPU temp overall is 74, so I'm gonna go ahead and say that both our CPU and our GPU are running at perfectly normal temperatures. But you always wanna check, because it's a really easy way to lose performance. We're not overheating, so let's check out our BIOS. I'm gonna turn this on. There's this power button, there we go. And then I'm not gonna check, I'm just gonna mash delete. Hope it goes to BIOS. All right, we got our BIOS up here. It's a little dated, you know, it's AM4, but we're gonna go to advanced. And then actually, overclocking probably OC Explore mode, normal. Sure, let's keep it a normal, that's fine. Game boost switch. I don't know what game boost switch is. We're gonna leave that.
I hope it.
XMP.
No worries.
Oh God. Okay, so we're going from 2133 CL16 to 3200 CL16. XMP was disabled. We've enabled that now. That should be a massive jump in performance. Okay, we've checked XMP. We didn't check power limits. We made this list before I remembered that it was an AM4 system. That's okay, it's still something you should do if you can or have to. After you've made your changes, don't forget to hit save and exit. Probably the first thing we're gonna look at is Connor's startup apps, because he's getting into Windows. Connor, the next step is bloatware.
We get married, chat.
And I dragged you over here to just make
Hi,
sure
Grand
that we can turn on
Paladin.
some startup apps, because your computer takes forever to boot. You know this is true.
Yeah.
What do you not need? Like, do you really need Battle.net every single? How much Battle.net do you play? Like,
I don't play Battle.net.
right, you're not even using.
No, I'm just lazy.
You're not using
Yeah.
anything from Blizzard anymore. Okay, so that's just getting off. Okay, what about EA? You love the EA.
Here's
app.
the
I
ring.
bought it
Good.
for one game and I'm not playing it. so-
Goodbye. That's
It's
a
very
game launcher?
lonely, chat.
Goodbye. I
Finger's
don't know what
very
the program is.
lonely.
We're just gonna leave it there.
Okay.
We just got rid of like at least 5.
Can't have more than one
if
spouse.
not, like,
It's
7
okay.
or 8 things that start up. Wow. I'm not saying this is gonna like make your startup be instant,
Yeah.
but it's gonna be a little faster.
Yeah, I the main reason I haven't done this is because I thought you had to go into the programs to turn it off. I didn't know you could just do it from settings.
Connor.
I'm learning.
Go to the startup apps and just turn them
That's
on.
really
That's
cute,
crazy.
Des.
Now that we've adjusted our startup apps so that a lot less is actually starting up, what we wanted to do was look at his storage solution just to make sure that, yep, there it is. He's got 24.8 gigs left out of a 465 gig drive. That's okay,
Something
but the
I
bar's getting
ordered
red, and I
said it
personally
got
like to have
delivered
at least
today
about
to
10%
y'all's
of my storage drive
address.
just stay free. I'm
I
gonna
didn't
run
know if it was going to
Winterstat
come in
just to
time before the
see
move,
what
so
files
I
we've
sent
got
it to
where
y'all.
and see what kind of space we can free up. I'm not going to delete anything right now in case he wants to save stuff, but this way he'll at least have a good idea of where to look and what he can at least move around, because he's got tons of other storage drives on here that he can just offload files. Just as I suspected, he's got 90 gigs worth of videos, a bunch of Valorant and Counter-Strike, probably some Tarkov stuff. Yeah, some Tarkov videos here. These are clips that he might want to keep, so I'm not going to delete them, but he can at least move them later and free up 90 plus gigs of storage, and that should be plenty. As for actual de-bloating, there's not a ton on here. Yeah, nothing really stands out here as particularly bad bloatware. So we're actually gonna keep this as is.
There's your problem right there.
What?
Fan's not working.
The one fan doesn't spin. He ran out of headers and he doesn't have any Y splitters. I'm gonna fix that for him.
Yeah, we should do that.
I'm gonna give him a Y splitter. Also, none of his RGB works. He didn't realize he needs an IQ link
Oh yeah.
with IQ. Can we give him an IQ link?
Right, yeah, yeah.
We probably have some of
We
those.
could give him an IQ test.
I haven't finished
Nice
the entire
one,
list, as you can
Linus.
see.
Yep.
But the main thing is it's AM4 and he's using 32 gigs of RAM and it was running at 2133 megahertz. Yeah.
Ooh. DDR4, you are gonna want to be running in the sweet spot, which is like 50% higher than that.
Yeah, he has 3200 megatransfers modules.
No.
So it's like perfect. Like he'd go to 36.
But he just didn't enable DOCP.
AXMP or something on this. It's AM4, it's an MSI board, I don't know what to tell you. So that's disabled right now.
Okay.
And
I
this
get
is
to experience
Tarkov.
it?
Go ahead and try it. It's not super bad, but every now and then
Oi!
it hitches,
Did you see that? That was a huge yikes.
right? And so he's talking about how he'll be playing Tarkov or whatever, and some guy will come around the corner and his game will hitch and he'll die.
Yeah.
Which 100%, right?
Oh, I would die if that happened.
Totally, and that's a symptom of memory. For DDR4, 3200, 3600.
there's another one.
There's another one.
Yeah.
Perfect, perfect.
No, I see it now.
Yeah.
And you shouldn't be having those kinds of stutters on a system of this caliber.
Got a 5800X3D and a 3080 Ti.
Yeah, this is a
Yeah.
great
It's a great
system.
rig.
It should be chewing up this game.
Absolutely.
There's another one.
So at this point, I'm gonna reinstall NVIDIA drivers. I noticed
I
that he
didn't
didn't
realize
have the NVIDIA
overclocking
app
your memory
on
had
here.
that
I
big of
don't
an
think we
impact.
need a fresh drive with the games installed. I don't think I have to reseat stuff. What's another bad one? Yeah. And I don't think we need to check for hardware failures because I have to confirm that it's XMP. I haven't enabled it and then game.
Fishing
together.
Nourish chat.
This is almost certainly that, though.
Right.
I don't
I've-
think this is
I've-
an effective GPU. You're not getting any artifact.
I'm not
damage.
trying to
You
ignore
just
y'all.
have
I'm
a
just
awful
focused on the
bottleneck.
painting.
I'd
I'm
say
sorry.
we could even go one step further and turn on PBO boost.
Oh, sure. I can turn on PBO.
Back
Yep.
from the gym, what I
5800
missed. Hi,
XDD is not a
Cracks. We
super
just started
power-hungry chip,
painting. That's
so
basically
even though
it.
we've got a stock cooler on there, I bet we could
A
squeeze
couple
little
gamer
bit more out of
subs.
it.
Throw a
Lean
white
in the
splitter.
pyro
Yeah.
pup.
Actually, you might not even turn this one on. Because what you're going to be doing is you're going to be just
Going straight
What
into
what's
that one.
pyro pup
I don't
flavored
think
like?
this is going to do anything useful.
Also,
Noctua
hi,
published
Dino,
that
welcome.
thing recently where they showed the optimal fan layouts,
Yeah.
and it really is not good to just have your intake blowing straight into your
It
exhaust.
makes sense. You're just making like a little wind tunnel.
Yeah, so I would
Making
maybe
it
even
requires
just take it out.
concentrate.
Yeah, he's got it reversed, so
Unfortunately,
this is like
it takes a
intention
bit of
and stuff.
attention
Yeah, I'd
away.
probably give it the old.
I'm gonna dust it
Yeah.
with a duster, and then his cable management's not great. I'm gonna spend 5-10 minutes cleaning up his cables a little bit.
It's amazing the impact of a small misconfiguration.
Oh yeah.
And this is what drives me crazy about the building PCs is just adult Lego crowd. It's easy for you because you know. When you don't know,
You don't know.
you don't know.
You know what the best part is? His two friends who built him the computer are fans. Now we're gonna update our graphics driver. And Connor doesn't have GeForce Experience or the app, but I checked in Device Manager, display adapters, his 3080 Ti properties, and I can see that his driver date is actually pretty recent. It's from 2025 May, mid-May 14th, so that's not too bad, but we are gonna install the NVIDIA app for him, just because it works fine and it's a pretty easy way to keep your stuff up to date. And this is super easy. Just go to NVIDIA's website or just search NVIDIA app, download NVIDIA app for gamers and creators. But yeah, there's definitely a fresh driver. The newest one's from July 1st. So we're gonna go ahead, download, install that. Once that's done, we're gonna check and see if there are any Windows updates to install. We'll get those downloaded and ran. Easy peasy, his new game ready driver is installed. We're gonna click restart later because I wanna do all of the Windows updates now. Windows updates. View optional updates. We don't want to do the Windows 11 stuff. Driver updates. Anything? Intel Corporation Bluetooth driver. Let's get the Bluetooth driver, and that should be it. Once all of these updates are finished installing, we'll make sure XMP is enabled, and we'll launch a game and see if any of that stuttering is gone. It should be. I really hope we don't have to go through any more of our steps, especially not swapping hardware piece by piece, because that can take a lot of time. All right, Windows is up to date, and our memory is running at 3200 megatransfers per second now, which is much faster, and our AM4 platform is really gonna prefer that. So let's play some games. Let's see if it stutters still. Okay, Tarkov is definitely hard to run, and I'm still getting, but actually, my 1%s are now mostly hovering above 60. I'm at like 90, 80, an average of 100 something.
I did a heavy full
So I
body
think it's
workout today. I
definitely
kicked my
improved.
butt.
We're looking pretty good.
You're
Don't get me wrong, performance could definitely
being
be
more
better.
active than me,
Tarkov doesn't
Crex.
always
I
run
feel
great,
like a
but I haven't
bum.
hitched at all.
I haven't
It's been
gone
at
to the
least 10
gym
minutes.
in
And on top
weeks.
of that, I've even gotten a couple
Well,
kills.
not weeks, like
Thankfully,
a
we
week.
didn't have to run through our entire list. It was a pretty simple fix. But just in case you have to, here's what you'll have to do. An easy but time-consuming trick to figure out if you've got a software or a hardware problem is to prep a spare drive with a fresh Windows install, some drivers, and a game or two that you want to test. Simply swap the drives, boot it up, and if the fresh install behaves the same, then you've got an answer. And if it doesn't, that's a different answer entirely. Admittedly, this step is a lot easier for a company like ours with a ton of spare drives kicking around, but a 256 gig SATA SSD is going to perform just fine
It
for
is a
task like this and
painting
costs, what,
from
$20?
a
And as long as you keep it
of
as
a
your test
scene
drive,
from
it's gonna
Steven
last
Universe.
damn near forever. Our last two
And
steps
it
are
is
really
a
bunch of
gift
sub-steps.
for
We see
Daxon's birthday.
everything and swap hardware piece by piece. The first one can be done by basically anybody, even if it's a pain in the ass. I'm looking at you, CPU power cables.
I'll be your
you'd
trainer,
surprised
but
by
I'll have to
how
move to
often the
Texas.
issue is
If
simply
you
a
come
loose
to
connection with
Texas,
your GPU or your
I'd
memory
work
modules,
out.
especially
I'd
with
work
a
out
fresh
with you.
build or a computer you've moved recently. And finally, if you're all out of ideas, start swapping hardware. With
Done
an
that
LTP
once 20
screwdriver
months
from
ago.
LTP
Yeah,
Storage.
I
I
literally
typically
almost
sell
put
my
my
old stuff
brush
when
in
buying
my
something
regular
new, but
cup.
keeping some known good memory modules kicking around, or even buying something like a GT 1030 just to confirm if your issue is with the GPU or the motherboard can save you a trip to warranty lane. And if you don't have the spare parts kicking around, local computer shops often do, and if they're nice, they'll let you test your stuff in their store. It's tough to say what might be defective, but in our experience, weird random hardware issues are almost always because of either a bad power supply or bad memory modules. And if all else fails, cry. But we're not crying today, because Connor, I fixed your computer.
No way.
Well, I'm pretty sure I did.
I hope so.
I hope so too. Let's wait and see how the boot up time is. It's not like amazingly better. You were already using an SSD, but you know, we changed those startup apps and whatnot.
I feel like it's slower than it was before.
No.
Looking amazing.
No.
Thank you, Grand Paladin.
It's on.
Yeah, that was faster.
I could not tell you.
It was not a lot faster, but it was a little bit faster. I'm gonna take this as a win.
All right.
Okay, so your main thing that you did wrong was you didn't have XMP enabled. So your memory, even though you bought a 3200 megatransfer kit, was only running at like default DDR4 speeds, which is 2133. This should not only give you better performance in games, like in your 1% and your averages, but it should fix most, if not all, of that stuttering that you were seeing. So launch Tarkov, I guess. So we'll see how it feels to you. And what we can also do is, you know, you'll take it home tonight,
Yep.
game on it for a while,
Yes, sir.
and then let me know.
I mean, it already feels better for this map because this map is notoriously bad.
Does it actually?
Yeah, I mean, it
Yeah.
could just be like my brain.
No. It should have like at least a 10% performance boost. Honestly, maybe even more like 20% or something.
Normally, when I load into a game,
Yeah.
it would feel like kind of sluggish already.
Right at the start, right as everything loads in
Yeah.
and whatnot. Yeah.
Right as everything's most competitive because everyone else is loading in.
Right.
It's not the time to lag.
Like genuinely, it feels better, eh?
This is odd.
Like how good it is now.
Yeah, like my standards for games has been pretty low because I
Hell
just like
yeah.
play at like 60 FPS or something.
Hell yeah. But you know what? It's not going to stutter anymore, and you're not going to die. And you guys probably aren't expecting me to segue to our sponsor.
Micro Center. Get ready for back to school with their back to school sale. They've got tons of great deals, like this HP Aero 13-inch laptop with a Ryzen 7 8840U, 16 gigs of RAM, and a 1 terabyte SSD. And hey, for those who are looking to upgrade their definitely for school gaming setup, you can check out this Asus 5070 OC GPU that's actually available and reasonably priced compared to MSRP. Who would have thunk it? It's available in-store, like at their newly opened Santa Clara location, which is their 29th store in the US. So if you're getting ready for back to school, or hey, if you just need an amazing deal on some amazing technology, check out Micro Center's back to school sale using our link in the video description.
If you like this video, maybe check out the time we tried to fix my monitor. We did fix it. It lasted another 6 months or so, and then I took it to the LAN at Linus's house, where it bounced around in my car on the trip there and back, and it broke. But I got 6 months out of it for like an extra 50 bucks or something, so I'm not complaining.
This waifu sticker when? I'd pay for it.
We got that EDM. Forbidden gamer subs. I would be surprised if someone made a flavor called paint water and it tastes fruity or citrus. Apparently it's pomegranate tea. So it's like a pomegranate peach tea lemonade is what you're drinking. Liking my tiny house is so cozy. Cracks, did you send pictures? Did you send pictures? Peachy subs? You sent some in media? Let me go look. I want to see. Ooh. This is so cute. Is that a little kennel under the stairs? Or like a pet? That is so cute. It's like, it's nice little rustic vibes. The blow high. That's so cute. Oh my god, the Garfield phone. Sleeping Kirby character? Oh, it's a little Lego Kirby. These are cute. Little bunny. These are so cute. A giant Totoro. Nightstand. Well, that's cute. And then a seal. Alright, we got some stuff coming in. Yes, it's so cute, Cracks. I want to watch this.
Few movie vehicles are as iconic and well-loved as the DeLorean time machine from Back to the Future. But despite its cool factor, how does it actually work? How can such a small nuclear reactor produce 1.21 gigawatts? Why are there flame trails left behind once the car jumps through time? And how does the flux capacitor opens the portal through time? everyone, Subject Zero here. 1.21 gigawatts. That is the power required to achieve time travel. But thinking that a micronuclear reactor can deliver that much energy in an instant is silly. The DeLorean nuclear reactor is just like any other reactor. You have the reactor core, steam turbines connected to generators, and a coolant system designed to freeze the core in an emergency using liquid freon, confined in 3 green pontoon accumulator tubes located on the left side of the vehicle. Perhaps the coolest and most iconic part of the exterior of the car is the reactor cooling vents, which serves the same purpose as cooling towers in nuclear power plants. These vents contain heat exchangers and condensers to maximize cooling efficiency under normal circumstances. If things fall out of line, liquid freon can be directly injected into the reactor, causing instant condensation while building up pressure that the system must purge through the vents. But the problem isn't really generating that amount of power in a limited amount of time. Think of it this way. A watt is defined as 1 joule per second, so a battery that holds 1 joule of energy technically could deliver a gigawatt for a nanosecond. As a matter of fact, any car battery can deliver the 1.21 gigawatts if the discharge happens in hundredths of a second. Of course, no battery can do that. Capacitors, on the other hand, can do that and much more. Question now is, how long does the discharge needs to be to keep the wormhole open? Unfortunately, nowhere in the trilogy that number is given, but we have a very good reference to base ourselves on at the end of the first movie. A bolt of lightning can deliver the required power for about 0.2 seconds. What this implies is that the car needs to travel at a speed to which its entire length can pass through the wormhole. Too slow, and only half of the car can pass through. Too fast, and the front of the car will disintegrate from touching the unopened, highly charged temporal field. The DeLorean length is 4.3 meters. Traveling at 88 miles per hour or 39.3 meters per second means that the car will travel 7.86 meters, which is more than enough for the DeLorean to pass through. The issue now is storing that energy to be released in 0.2 seconds. Gigawatt generators are way too big to fit in any car, much less a DeLorean. But then again, the nuclear reactor does not need to produce 1.21 gigawatts. What we need instead is to store the energy into capacitors. Moreover, it's more of a question of charging time. From the time Doc inserts plutonium fuel into the reactor, all the way to when Marty travels in time, we have about 4 minutes. This implies that the nuclear reactor output is about 1 megawatt, something that only a crazy genius would be able to achieve. Directly in front of the nuclear reactor is where the reactor coils are located. 2 reactor coils comprised of 242 5 megawatt vacuum capacitors store 1.21 gigawatts to be delivered directly into the flux capacitor. But hold on, we're still not ready to travel through time yet, because we still need time particles. More precisely, tachyon. Theorized in 1962, tachyons are particles that travel faster than light. When properly focused and with the injection of 1.21 gigawatts, it creates a wormhole portal of the time continuum. All that starts with 3 particle accelerators that form the basis of a ternary system that is crucial to produce tachyons in the flux capacitor. Though these particle accelerators aren't as powerful as some of their counterparts, they accelerate particles to an ideal energy state. They are synchronized to the nanosecond so that the particles reach the collider blades of the flux capacitor at exactly the same time. And why is that? Because the flux capacitor is a particle collider that creates tachyons. What is known is that the flux capacitor is based on a ternary number system with 3 possible values, 0, 1, and 2. While 2-dimensional collisions will only produce subatomic particles, a ternary system ignites the 4th dimension, creating tachyons in the process. As the flux capacitor begins to power up, Tachyons are accumulated and amplified at the center of the
I bought my
reactor
first
until a
hatch. His name was
concentration that is
Bite.
high enough
Was
to
not
open
from
a
IKEA.
rift
There's
in
no IKEA in
space-time is
Brazil.
achieved.
Are you able to
However,
ship?
due to their speedy nature,
I know
they need
IKEA
to be
allows
actively
to, like,
contained
ship
within
stuff.
the boundary of the vehicle, which is the job of the flux bands, also known as field stabilizers.
But
There
I'm
are
happy
3
you got a
flux bands around the
shark. That's
vehicle,
amazing.
1 in the front and 2 on the back. They are powered
How
by
many
the vehicle's
blowhide do you
engine,
think the room
which is
needs?
responsible for creating an electromagnetic
I want to
bubble that
see how my
protects
current
everything
amount of
inside
sharks
and
fit
constrain
first.
tachyons. When the electromagnetic bubble reaches optimal levels, 6 flux boxes mounted at the ends of the flux bands containing temporal field ignition coils
Yes, Ben,
are fed
it's the
excited
Steven
tachyons,
Universe house.
transforming the electromagnetic bubble into a temporal field. Friction between the temporal field and the fully charged flux bands is what causes the blue radiance from the flux bands and the flames on the tires. There is literally no room for error. The level of separation in between the tires and the ground is measured in microns. Tachyons produced by the flux capacitor are fed into the tachyon pulse generator, which fires the particles onto the electromagnetic field at an optimal distance near the front of the vehicle. Putting it all together, and what you're about to see is some serious shit.
The video is really good.
And if you're still having trouble figuring out how to build your own time machine because your knowledge of physics sucks, then Brilliant is the answer. From the ancient origins of math to the cutting-edge research of today, Brilliant offers a wide range of courses that will take you on a journey through space and time. Whether you're looking to advance your career, tackle a personal project, or just satisfy your curiosity, Brilliant has the tools and resources to help you succeed with over 60 courses and 20,000 plus practice problems. Starting is as easy as just choosing your interest, selecting which level you're most comfortable with. Newbie or expert, Brilliant takes care of the rest. Don't let time slip away. Get your 30-day trial at brilliant.org/subject0science today, and the first 200 people to click on the link below get 20% off an annual premium subscription. So there you have it, the real deal behind the DeLorean time machine. It's not as simple as Doc made it out to be, but that doesn't make it any less amazing. This car is a classic for a reason, and we hope this video helped you appreciate it even more.
That was a cool bid.
Subject Zero, we're done here.
I've been waiting for a bit. No worries, Grand Paladin.
I try to hide these thoughts inside, nowhere to run. I'm on my own, on my own, on my own, on my own.
The speedrun categories for Super Mario Sunshine can be broken down into 3 different tier levels. Up at the top, we have the main leaderboards. These are the most competitive categories. In a tier below that, we have the category extensions, which are on a separate leaderboard but still a part of speedrun.com.
Zombie,
While there's
thank you
more
for the
categories listed here, they're substantially less popular. Finally, in the lowest tier, we have every officially documented category with less than 5 runners. These categories are either one-off jokes or just never interested many people, but one of these categories is here for an entirely different reason, in that it's too difficult for the vast majority of people to even complete. Allow me to let you in on the legendarily absurd speedrun, Max % Pre-Peach. First of all, what does the term max % actually mean? Isn't that the same thing as 100%? Well, sometimes. It depends on both the game and the context it's used in. In the max % speedrun of Luigi's Mansion, you have to collect as much money as possible. Let's say that theoretically, someone discovers a brand new coin, making 5,000 more Gs possible to collect. If you completed a 10-hour run collecting this much money, then you would have the world record. The amount of money collected takes priority over how long it takes to do it. Max % and low % are 2 sides of the same coin. So, is it blasphemous to discuss max % on a channel called, lowest %? Absolutely. Like I mentioned earlier, context also matters. The second part of this category name sets a restriction. Pre-Peach is short for pre-Peach getting kidnapped. Spoiler alert. In Super Mario Sunshine, Peach gets kidnapped by Shadow Mario as soon as you unlock the statue in Delfino Square, which is normally the first thing you would do after arriving in Delfino Plaza. So putting it all together, max % pre-Peach means collecting the most amount of stuff as quickly as possible before Peach ever gets kidnapped. Stuff includes blue coins in addition to shine sprites, even though the Tanuki hut where you trade them in isn't available yet. But in order to talk about max % pre-Peach, I mostly have to focus on its weird older brother, max % Pacifist. At the tail end of 2017, max % Pacifist spawned from a bit of a meme by Sunshine speedrunning legend, Stelzig. What's the most amount of stuff you can collect without harming any creatures? By the way, any category that doesn't actually complete the game, such as 20 shines, always starts from what's known as a race file. A race file begins in Delfino Plaza with the airstrip shine already collected and the intro cutscenes out of the way. This is important because otherwise a pacifist run wouldn't be able to progress past airstrip since the game forces you to defeat this polluted piranha plant. Stelzig and some other community members began laying out the ground rules. There was some controversy about whether or not slinging the chomplets in Pianta Village Episode 1 was considered harmful. Stelzig concluded that slinging chomplets into the river is helping them, but slinging them into the wall is harmful and therefore not allowed. Remember, this is pacifist, so be sure to not jump on those goobas. Heck, you might have 2 goobas coming after you. Spraying birds is also off limits, but ground pounding a box is a-okay since it's just dead trees anyways. The main limiting factor of this category is that you can never unlock the Delfino Square statue because of its creature harming requirements. Apparently, Mario Sunshine is a remarkably violent game. So let's quickly cover everything that was known to be possible for max % Pacifist. Pianta Village, despite being the last level you're intended to go to, is available from the very start. The only barrier to entry is climbing the shine gates without the rocket nozzle. Believe it or not, this is actually the easiest point in the game to accomplish this. Delfino Plaza cycles through a few subtly different maps as you unlock new levels or trigger major story events. In the first Plaza map, you can wall kick off the surface. This collision permanently changes after Peach gets kidnapped. The collision in this map is pretty buggy in general because, Pianta 1 is fine as long as you send the chomplets directly into the water. Episode 4 is also controversial, but considered fair for the same reason as Episode 1. Episode 5 is the next major roadblock. You're required to use Yoshi to unlock a secret entrance, but we don't have Yoshi unlocked yet. That's where Yoshi Skip comes into play. This not-so-solid tree allows you to clip into the underside of this mushroom. The Chuckster secret is a-okay as long as you don't jump in any Pianta's heads, because that hurts. We can also obtain the Episode 5 red coin variation, the 100 coin shine, and Episode 6. The Episode 7 shine is unobtainable because it requires harming Shadow Mario. 26 of the 30 blue coins are possible, all except for the 2 beehives, the butterflies, and the bluebird. The remaining things have to all be collected in the initial states of Delfino Plaza. Even though the Serena Whenever clip exists, the Serena Beach loading zone isn't there yet. Guess we should rename this trick to Serena Whenever, except for right now. There's a couple freebies like the Slide Secret Pipe and the Secret Beach Shine. The Tall Grass secret is off limits because various creatures have to be killed for red coins. We can reach the left bell by doing a spin jump from a nearby tower. The shine itself is also pretty easy to reach. Even though the boats aren't moving yet, we can still access the Pachinko machine with a well-timed hover and a ground pound for some extra height. The 100 coin shine is also possible. You could painstakingly spray every poster, window, and rooster, or you could work smart, not hard. When you collect a shine sprite in Delfino Plaza or a secret stage that's linked to Delfino Plaza, your total coin count carries over. So the best way to collect 100 coins is to collect 50 quick sewer coins, collect a shine sprite, then 50 more sewer coins. The shine itself is a bit tedious to get to, but a wall kick hover will barely reach. The Chuckster, who normally chucks you into the building, isn't there yet, so here's where we have to start getting a little bit creative. Many great things can be achieved by using fruit. Do a backflip and throw a banana, and we no longer have to use the Chuckster. Put a papaya by this wall and you get that one. Slide down a wall and throw a coconut when you hit this ledge, and before you know it, you're in the cop secret. Although, you have to do the secret with the hover nozzle rather than the turbo nozzle, which makes things a little more intense. The box breaking minigame isn't available yet, so sadly that's 2 potential shines down the drain. Otherwise, it seems that any remaining shine is just out of reach. Moving on to blue coins. There's of course the freebies like the one in this room, 3 M graffitis, and the 3 different locations in the sewer. It's possible to obtain both of the blue coins behind orange jelly without using Yoshi. For the first one, you can simply hover into the side of this building. The second one is a bit trickier, starting with the setup to get to the cop secret. From this tiny area, you can do a spin jump hover and barely gain enough heights to ground pound up to a ledge and reach the blue coin. You see this guy? He's doing just fine, but later in the game you rescue him from a fire to get a blue coin. So the question becomes, how do you rescue a person that doesn't need any rescuing? Well, by manually extending the goop, we can sort of bring the danger to him. It's still entirely pacifist because it's not our fault he didn't watch his step. After he drowns himself in goop, that's when you swoop into the rescue and he'll reward you with the blue coin for your act of heroism. The 4 fruit ladies and the 2 X graffitis aren't there yet. We also can't spray the 2 bluebirds since that goes against pacifist rules. Lastly, we didn't know of any way to obtain the blue coin behind the turbo gate on this island. The only barrier to accessing 3 other shines was that we had no means of gaining enough heights.
How are you?
But this barrier wouldn't last for long. A couple months later in February, Goldfire711 discovered an exploit using hangable ceilings.
We are watching
what
YouTube
exactly
and
happened
painting
there?
today.
You see, the banana that was originally used
put
for
up my
clipping
hair
into
really
the
quick.
building continues to slide down this ramp. While you're hanging from the ceiling inside the building, the sliding banana can slowly displace your position. Whenever Mario is in a hanging state, the game assumes that any ceiling above him must be hangable, so it ultimately snaps Mario to the ceiling of the map. With this newfound knowledge, the Shine Gates, Lighthouse, and Right Bell Tower shines are finally attainable. Great news for max % pacifist, right? Yeah, if falling for over an hour to get a single shine sprite is your cup of tea. To make things even worse, you actually have to do this twice for the Lighthouse shine. Once to break the block, then again to collect the shine itself. It's not the most elegant solution, but a solution regardless. So that just leaves the mystery of Lily Pad Shine early. There was already a known method that involves storing the text of failing the box minigame. Again, that box game is not available yet, so there would have to be some other way. This is where a runner named Orange comes into play. Orange is extremely talented at tinkering with all sorts of objects and mechanics to discover things in Mario Sunshine. One of his first major discoveries came on August 30th, 2018.
Thank you, Ruglin.
Finally, pre-Peach lily pad. He was able to accomplish this by setting a barrel in a very specific spot and then jumping onto it a very specific way. This is about as specific as a trick can get. Sometimes you'll be jumping at this barrel for ages and it just never wants to work. The lily pad secret you do afterwards is merely the cherry on top. So shockingly, nobody actually wanted to play this category. It would maybe be acceptable if you only had to do one ceiling up warp, but 4 is a bit much. Not to mention, missing one of these shines would cost you over an hour. The new goal was to find more reasonable methods for collecting these 3 shines. Technically, the lighthouse already had its own method. Infinite wall kicking had been known to be possible since Kenny Cola did this in 2015, but only a handful of players had the patience to master this technique. Most of this surface cannot be wall kicked from except for a tiny sliver, a sliver just wide enough to gain heights with infinite wall kicking. First, you slowly gain enough heights to break the block on top of the lighthouse. Then, you do the exact same thing again and eventually collect the shine sprites. That's 2 hour-plus time saves down and 2 to go. On October 12th, a player named Electric just finished a Mario Sunshine Lockout Bingo match. During the post-match Discord call, Electric was having the time of his life with some barrels and boxes when suddenly, BAM! Teleporting barrel for some reason. SB had just stumbled upon barrel stacking. Barrels have an internal flag that says whether or not they're held or put down by Mario. For some reason, picking up a barrel that's previously been held doesn't cause the flag to become false again, so the game still thinks the barrel isn't being held. When going over an object, such as a box, the barrel tries to stay in the same place relative to that object. Visually, you're still holding the barrel, but setting it down snaps it to where you were at the moment you crossed over the object that you're standing on. At first, this trick was seen as nothing more than a mildly amusing glitch among many other pointless glitches in Mario Sunshine. A major breakthrough came on October 18th when Noki Doki tweeted a video of barrel stacking's first useful
October
application.
18th, that's Tony's
If you can infinite wall
birthday.
kick onto the shine gate with a barrel in hand, this should save over an hour in max % pacifist. You need to pick up a barrel 2 times, infinite wall kick to the top of the shine gate, spin jump so the peak of your jump happens right when you cross over the top of the box, land on the box, then set the barrel down. Repeat that whole thing again, but start your spin jump from the first barrel that you placed. Cross over the top of the box at a relatively high point in that jump, land on the box again, and set that barrel down. Head back to the top, and if both of your barrel placements are practically perfect, you can just barely reach the shine gate shine. It's pretty absurd, but think of all that time you can save. Only one shine remains to be solved, the right bell tower. According to Noki Doki, it wasn't looking too good. There's a convenient box that's pretty close to the tower, but the shine was still pretty much out of reach. This was the tipping point for Shadow Mario 27, who was the first person brave enough to attempt max % pacifist. He collected everything he possibly could without harming any creatures in 2 hours, 18 minutes, and 53 seconds. Over half of it was spent free-falling into the right bell tower shine. This absolute mad lad even changed his anime split background like 9 different times, which by the way, is the secret to Shadow Mario's power. October 26th might have been the most important day for pre-Peach discoveries as we know them. It all started with Orange finding brand new manhole cover tech. To set this up, you first put a manhole cover into an intangible state. Some of you watching may have even done this by complete accident at some point. Here's a simple way to achieve this. It's important that you start by standing on top of the cover. The cover has a different collision model when it's bobbing up and down versus just kinda sitting there. After ground pounding into the sewers, exit as soon as you possibly can. Shortly after exiting, begin hovering directly over the manhole cover by occasionally tapping back on the control stick. Continue hovering until the camera pans back into normal position. At this point, you can fall right through the cover. Well, for the most part. You actually land on the cover for exactly 1 frame as you fall through it. If you manage to time a jump during this 1 frame window, you're essentially doing a full sewer jump from the top of a manhole cover. But Orange was just getting started. He theorized that getting this jump from the manhole outside of Corona Mountain can give you just enough height to reach the Shine Gate shine. Unfortunately, setting up the intangibility the usual way doesn't work. There's simply too much space between the cover and the sewer floor to jump into it quick enough. Thankfully, Noki Doki figured out a cheeky alternative method for setting up the glitch. There's a steep slope next to this manhole cover you can actually clip through by doing a well-timed fruit throw. By hovering over to the sewer area, you touch the cover during this flipping animation much sooner and can set up the glitch extremely fast. After that, all he had to do was time a cover jump. A clean, barrel-less method of getting the Shine Gate shine early. To Zalpiku Kirby, who had also been trying to figure out a right bell setup, it begged the question, what if you utilized barrel stacking and cover jumping together? Would the world even be ready for such a powerful combination? Later that day, and yes, it's still October 26th, Zalpiku Kirby tweeted out a LOTAD. LOTAD stands for Low Optimization Tool Assisted Demonstration, essentially a gameplay recording made with the help of save states and rewinds with the intent of proving that something is theoretically possible. What this LOTAD proved is that a much faster right bell shine was finally possible. If by much faster you mean hopefully under an hour, and by possible you mean utterly ridiculous.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
The LOTAD makes it look easy, but you have to cross over the top of this tiny box in just the right way after doing a frame-perfect trick, then do it again except you precisely land on a glitchy barrel that you previously placed, then have to place a second glitchy barrel in just the right way as well. There's an insanely thin margin of error for reaching the shine sprite, but it's possible, and that is all that matters. So one day, Shadow Mario 27 thought that avoiding enemies and the chomplet thing was kinda stupid, so sometime in early 2019 it was split into two different categories. Max % Pre-Peach is finally born. This made a few more things possible to collect, including the 2 bluebirds in Delfino Plaza, 1 bluebird in Piazza Village, Tall Grass Secret, Piazza 7, Piazza 8, and Piazza Hidden. This brings the total counts to 25 shines and 39 blue coins. On May 6th, Orange found a much more consistent lily pad early setup using a banana. Afterwards, he even did his own attempts of max % pacifist and got the first sub 2 hour time. He still used the freefall method for right bell tower because the barrel stacking thing is pretty dang tedious. No one had actually ran the pre-peach category yet, but that's probably for the best because the final piece of the puzzle had yet to be unlocked. Remember that blue coin behind the turbo gates that was thought to be impossible? Orange figured that out as well on June 11th. To this day, that is the maximum number of shines and blue coins that are known to be possible before Peach ever gets kidnapped. The discovery of this blue coin inspired Noki Doki to attempt the first ever speedruns of max % Pre-Peach as we currently know it. He managed to get a 19-minute right bell segment with barrel stacking, a tragedy to the untrained eye, but in actuality, one of his better times on that segment. He closed out his run with the most recent blue coin discovery and achieved a 106 in max % Pre-Peach. The entirety of this run is faster than doing a single freefall strat, so the category has come a long way. The last thing worth noting is that on September 28, 2019, Orange completed an unofficial sub-hour run of max % Pre-Peach. He performed this run with speed and position codes active to keep tabs on his vertical speed value. After cleaning off the right bell and spawning the shine, he begins by making the hidden manhole cover on the beach intangible for later use. He then stores a quick burst of vertical speed by side flip diving into a banana. Before doing any of this, he placed a barrel on a specific part of the shoreline. There's a quirk with water physics where the transition into water doubles your speed before tapering off into swimming speed. Orange took advantage of this doubling by grabbing a barrel 1 frame after entering water. Grabbing the barrel at just the right time causes Mario to no longer be swimming but in a state of standing underwater. He can then sidestep back out of the water to attempt this again and gain even more vertical speed. As long as your only movements are from sidestepping or changing your angle with the Y camera, you'll maintain your vertical speed value. Finally, because he made the beach manhole cover intangible, he can then use it as a ledge to unleash his speed and grab the right bell tower shine in glorious, non-barrel stacking fashion. Even though he was able to pull this off in real time, you could imagine it's nearly impossible without being able to see how much speed you've stored. It's theoretically possible, but definitely in the realm of total crapshoot until more reliable setups are found. Orange's 58-minute run may not be legitimate, but honestly, it doesn't matter. Max % Pre-Peach isn't meant to be a competitive speedrun, but a showcase of the crazy things that are possible while Peach is still perfectly safe. For now. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed the video, be sure to subscribe to Lowest Percents and feel free to check out my personal YouTube channel, Average Trey VG. Peace.
That was a really good video. Do you have any more?
The Legend of Zelda franchise, famous The Legend of Zelda franchise, famous for its items, quests, and dungeons that shape the way we interact with the world. As a speedrunner, you want to avoid doing any of that. Take Majora's Mask, for example. You're presented with a goal: explore the world, defeat the 4 dungeon bosses, and obtain the remains to unlock the moon and defeat the final boss, Majora. Considering that this game has the fewest dungeons in the series, that should be no problem. However, aside from traditional challenges found in the series, this game uniquely introduces a 72-hour clock, which restricts the amount of time you have to save the world. For the average player, exploring new areas, finding hidden items, and then finally, unlocking the moon takes countless hours. Even for speedrunners, with all of their tricks, it would still take over an hour. Until 2019, when the single most impactful discovery was made, a glitch that changed the game forever. This is the story of stale reference manipulation. Now, let's not jump to conclusions. Before SRM's discovery, speedrunners weren't just messing around. Being a mainline Zelda title, they tore this game apart with hundreds of glitches and skips. We could see this by looking at Anop's run from that year. It shows gameplay vastly different from your average playthrough. Hey, look at his masks. He's missing one, right? The game expects you to explore Snowhead Village to obtain the Goron mask and play a song to stop the strong winds that are blocking Snowhead Temple. Instead, Anop used a glitch called Hyper Extended Super Slide to make it up the mountain. He doesn't have any issues inside the dungeon either, using glitches such as bomb hovering and recoil flips to navigate past important puzzles and skip the boss key entirely. This wasn't isolated to Snowhead either. Every major area has ways to skip items, bypass side quests, and even get to the bosses right away. Large skips are no stranger to Zelda speedrunners. By this point, all of the games had ways to skip a dungeon, if not all of them. Unfortunately, this was not the case in Majora's Mask. One stubborn requirement remained. The boss remains, collected from all 4 dungeons, were needed in order to reach Majora. The community found ways to skip almost anything in the game, but this one final roadblock seemed impossible. After 5 years using the same route, most had given up hope that the status quo would ever change. Community members would often joke about wrong warping to the moon, or taking this guy's advice and just bomb hovering there. Attitudes got worse when its 3DS remake got some insane glitches that weren't even close to working in the original. Little did everyone know, a team of glitch hunters were working silently in the background for a while now, and they found something. In August of 2019, Bash found a way to access the debug menu. This was a leftover from development that would allow speedrunners to put any item from the game in their inventory, even those tedious remains that previously required beating the dungeons. Despite the desire of many community members for something absolutely game-breaking to be found, this was not what they were hoping for. Controversy ensued, where some felt that the glitch shouldn't be allowed, stating that using the debug menu runs counter to everything speedrunning is about. Accessing the menu was mind-numbing, requiring runners to play the Song of Snoring 70 times in a row, taking 12 minutes. This was definitely faster than beating all the dungeons, but replaced exciting and skillful gameplay with boring menuing. Others felt that since it was accessible in the game without cheats, it had to be allowed. However, accessible might have been a strong word, considering that the menu crashes on N64, doesn't exist on GameCube, and is impossible on Wii VC, leaving the Japanese Wii U Virtual Console as the only option. Not only was this a version that most people didn't own, but it also suffered from horrible input delay. So things were still bleak for the Majora's Mask community until October of that same year. first, let's go back. In 2016, Majora's Mask speedrunner Full Grown Gaming was doing a 100% run when this happened.
Dude, speaking of Squash, he should be getting back from his exam pretty soon, I think. What? 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 What is that? Hello?
Yeah, his bow just shot a door instead of an arrow. Oddly enough, weird things like this happen to many players and were documented as early as 2009, but went unexplained until October 10th, 2019. Glitches and Stuff posted an Ocarina of Time video that demonstrated throwing a boomerang at a Skulltula token in the Forest Temple. By adjusting the camera while exiting and re-entering the room, a door was flying through the air, stuck to the boomerang. This unassuming trick quickly became known as Stale Reference Manipulation, or SRM. Before I get any deeper into the history, I'll need to explain how SRM works. It's a bit tricky and honestly pretty intimidating, but I'll simplify it as much as I can. The programming concept that SRM exploits is called a pointer. Like the name suggests, a pointer directs to the memory location of something relevant to the game at that moment, telling it where the data it's looking for can be found. Any programmer trying to manage pointers will tell you that they can be quite easy to mess up. As it turns out, even Nintendo's professional developers fall victim to them. There's a few ways that pointers can be misused, but here's a relevant example. Imagine having a pointer to someplace in memory. If the data associated with that pointer is no longer at that memory location and some other data is there instead, the pointer should be reset so information isn't being written to the incorrect spot in memory. But if the pointer isn't reset and is still being used, then information will be written over whatever happens to be there. At its core, this is what SRM is doing, abusing a dangling pointer, or a stale reference, to manipulate a memory location to write data where it shouldn't be. Glitches and Stuff confirm this with that boomerang video. When you throw the boomerang, it attaches to an item and brings it back to you. It does this by creating a pointer between the boomerang and that object. So the XYZ position of the boomerang will be copied to the memory of the object in question. This creates the illusion that both objects are traveling together. That pointer exists as long as the boomerang is loaded, and by keeping the boomerang active but unloading whatever it picked up, Glitches and Stuff prevented the game from resetting the pointer. Now, if the game uses that memory location for some other data, the boomerang will modify that data as it believes that the object it's carrying is still in that memory location. So glitch hunters began salivating at the possibilities. Well, how broken could this really be? Could you give yourself any item in the game? Sure. Set flags to complete quests? No problem. What about warp to inaccessible locations? A community member named... oh, it's Fashion. Fash theorized that you could use SRM to make owl statues even more useful.
Gamer Subs time. First person to guess the flavor I'm having today gets a smooch.
Each owl statue has its own ID number.
We're in,
from 0 to
I need to go get more bras too. I broke my favorite one, or I didn't break it, but it got the clasp got messed up in the dryer. I'm so sad about it.
Strange and unintended ways. By using SRM, you could change any value you want. So, Fash's goal was to get the Southern Swamp statue to have an ID value of 14 instead of its usual 7.
Nope, that is not right.
Southern Swamp was chosen because performing SRM has a lot of prerequisites, and this area happens to have all of them. In general, speedrunners will do incredibly precise setups in locations with some type of freestanding load trigger, like these, and interactable objects. Here, using the Zora fins to grab the rupee, much like Ocarina of Time's boomerang, will set a pointer from the fins to the rupee. If you leave the area
Goof
before
Juice,
the fins
no.
return to link,
Remember, it's
it
purple.
unloads the rupee.
That
But
helps
the
you narrow it
pointer
down. It
remains.
is purple.
Now doing this setup will modify the order objects
Are like
loaded.
reddish?
If done correctly, the
I should go
statue
strawberry
now has a
peach,
new
raspberry
ID.
lemonade, doggy
14.
style, lean.
With
Nope,
this
not
new
lean.
ID
Lean
number
is
attached
pink.
to the statue,
Lean is
once
like a hot
used, it
pink
will warp
purple.
link to various locations around the map, depending on how many notes were last played
Great.
on the ocarina.
Nope. Not great.
Playing 6 notes and saving at the glitched owl statue will send Link directly into Majora's Lair. After nearly 20 years, the Majora's Mask speedrunning community had found a useful wrong warp, and straight to Majora no less. Finally, those boss remains were no longer required. The controversial debug menu was officially slower, and excitement had been brought back to the game. The world record
Gum
dropped
Gum,
from
no.
1
Dragon
hour,
Fruit, no.
15-minute time to 48
BBL,
minutes,
no.
and then down to 37 over the course of just 3 days. Keep in mind that 23 minutes of that is just the initial tutorial section. So, the Owl Statue's wrong warping method was game-breaking, and it only required a few items. Bombs, the Zora mask, and a bottle. But that was just the beginning.
Nope, nope.
Just a few days after the
This
Owl
is just
SRM
going
was
down the list
implemented
at this
in the
point.
runs, another glitch hunter named Mr. Cheese had an idea. He pointed out that the same concept should become even more powerful by manipulating
Black
the
Cherry's a
value
good
of
guess,
objects
but
that
no.
you can carry.
Black Cherry
This
is
known
this
as carry
color.
SRM. Let's pick up this pot. See how it moves up and down to follow Link's breathing animation as he runs around with it? Just like the
Watermelon
boomerang,
Ice, they
when
still
Link
make
picks
that?
something
No.
up, it creates a pointer between Link and the object. Before, only 2 sets of data, height and distance, were being manipulated. However, Carry SRM adds the rotation value of objects to do even more crazy stuff. There's a ton of areas where this can be done as long as it
not
meets the
Grandma.
general conditions we outlined earlier. After some theory crafting, the community put their attention on the Deku Palace. It fit all the requirements needed to set up Carry SRM and would require fewer
I'm just
items
gonna
in
stop
order to
saying
do
no,
so.
and I'm just gonna let y'all
These
guess,
guards
and I'll
function
say
like
yes
little
when
loading
the right
zones.
one is
When
said.
Link gets caught by a guard, it looks at a value to figure out where to throw him. Normally that should be outside the palace, but with SRM, we can modify this value. When you super slide with an object in the environment, letting go of the R button will end the stored grab state and stop your slide. Even if you're really far
Think
away
about the
from wherever
color,
you picked
Des.
up,
Think about
Link
the
will still
color.
grab it in his new position. If you do the same action, but cross
There's
the
a
loading plane,
singular
when
flavor.
you end the slide, the object won't be loaded anymore. In this state, you'll see speedrunners doing something called function pointer manipulation. It's a variation of SRM that allows invisible objects in Link's hands to execute existing code in the game based on the object's rotational value and other objects that are currently
Des,
loaded in
think
the
about
area.
the
When
color.
done correctly, the
I
guards will
help
send Link to the
him.
moon.
We've just worked on the painting a little more, and then I made a gamer subs, and I was trying to
With
have
this
chat
discovery, any percent
guess
no
what
longer
gamer
required
subs
Zora
flavor
masks
this
or
is for a
bottle.
smooch.
The new routes ultimately became a race
If they
past the
could guess
23-minute
what
tutorial.
flavor
Then
it
to the
is, they
Deku
get a
Palace,
smooch.
doing
There's
Carry
not many
SRM to
purple
New
flavors.
York,
That's what I'm
finally
saying,
fight
Des.
Zora.
You
World record
can
times
see
dropped
what
from
color it
37
is, so
minutes
just
all the way down to
narrow it
28
down to the
minutes.
purplish flavors.
Later that year, Carry SRM was implemented in the categories like all masks and 100%, when it was discovered that you could use SRM to edit chests and obtain any item that you wanted. You could even get items that are normally only
Nope, it's a
attainable in
single.
off-game
It's a
time,
single
but still
flavor.
exist in Majora's Mask source code, like Sun Song, which allows for new crazy routing opportunities. It's hard to believe, but in February of 2020, SRM became even more broken. It allowed speedrunners to do the ultimate exploit, arbitrary code execution. Ace allows players to take complete control of the game and essentially change anything they want. Yes, anything.
Haven't seen it yet.
Seaboard made a video that covers how Ace works in a super accessible way, which will be linked down below. So I won't be explaining it here, but suffice to say that being able to literally write your own code in the game is extremely powerful. This led to any percent speedruns racing to the Astral
Nope,
Observatory
nope.
with only a bomb bag in hand to warp to the credits in 24 minutes. For nearly 20 years, the speedrun of this game had clear restrictions which
Nope,
limited the
not
runs
Sakura.
to somewhat resemble a casual playthrough. But in a period of less than 6 months, SRM changed the game into something completely unrecognizable. During the making of this video on November 17th,
Browser
2021,
Brew is a good
Turk and
guess,
Howard
but no,
discovered
that's
how to
not it.
skip the tutorial section at the beginning of the run. Previously, Majora's Mask runs were plagued by a 23-minute tutorial, dubbed First Cycle, full of cutscenes and gameplay that was nearly impossible to save or lose time during. In this section, you were stuck with a limited toolset of Deku Link and forced to continue as intended. Because of this, any percent could only go so low. However, this change
Des
when
got
Pokemon
it.
discovered a method of
It's
SRM that could be
Bowberry,
performed with the
Blueberry,
tools of Deku.
basically.
With help from the community, a setup was developed that allowed players to obtain a mask, which allowed
I
them
would
to
accept
transform
it
back into
either.
Human Link and get some additional items to beat Majora's Mask in under 20 minutes. You might be wondering where this game
Here's your
has
kiss.
to go from here.
Mwah.
Due to the extreme differences between the style of run
You were
before
going down
and
the
after
list?
SRM, categories that used major glitches.
I mean, you
like
could have just
SRM
gone down
is
the
were
list and
separated
thought
from the
about,
older style
would
of
this
runs.
flavor be purple?
Doing this has kept interest alive, as those who like or dislike SRM each have their own leaderboards. However, SRM still remains nearly as controversial a topic as the debug menu once was. Whatever happens, I think that we can all agree that stale reference manipulation changed Majora's Mask forever. If you want to learn more about some of the
I've never tried it and
stories from the
assumed
speedrunning
blue.
community, make sure that
Blueberries
you
are
subscribe to this channel.
basically purple,
This
though.
has been Zalux, and thank you for watching Lowest Percent.
Grandpa's Ashes. Grandpa's Ashes is more black. Like, it's dark. Not very good at the subs flavors. Do you drink gamer subs too much? Or, well, I gave you a bunch of sample stuff, but did you drink it a ton before then, Hellbent? Dark blue on the outside, basically purple inside. Yeah. It's meant to look like a mashed blueberry or like the inside of a blueberry pie. Basically purple.
So today, I want to ask a very simple question. How is it that a game like Minecraft, a game where the entire world itself is randomly generated, took off so much in the speedrunning community? Like, try to imagine speedrunning a game like Zelda, Ocarina of Time, but every single dungeon entrance is shuffled around, and every chest within those dungeons are also shuffled every single time you start a run. Not quite like full-on randomizer, but almost. Minecraft is unique from other games in at least one major way: randomized worlds. When you start a brand new Minecraft world, you can either set Minecraft's world seed to be a fixed value, commonly called set seed, thus generating the same world each and every time, or you can leave it blank and allow for Minecraft to use a random seed instead. And that's where the two most popular categories of Minecraft speedrunning get their names: any % set seed glitchless and any % random seed glitchless. But why are glitchless categories the most popular? How have strategies for these speedruns evolved over the years? How were the most optimal set seed world seeds even found in the first place? And where do the records stand today? Well, honestly, that's quite the story. So let's go ahead and let's get right into it. To quickly get this out of the way, the reason glitchless speedruns are more popular than glitched is that the main attraction of glitched speedruns used to be the duplication of items, and in modern times is just the skipping of the Ender Dragon fight using this glitch with an Ender Crystal. While impressive mechanics no doubt, it makes for a fairly boring and fast speedrun to watch, so glitchless it is. Now, in glitchless speedrun terms, the only requirement for beating Minecraft is killing the Ender Dragon on a game mode that is not peaceful without glitches. For the average player, what's the order of operations here? What does a run with that description look like? Well, for Minecraft's first speedrun by Seto Sorcerer in March of 2012, it went kind of like how you would expect it to go. Spawn into a random world, gather some food and supplies, get to the Nether 24 minutes in, exit the Nether with enough blaze rods to craft Eyes of Ender 37 minutes in, have exceptionally good luck finding Endermen for Ender Pearls, allowing for him to collect 11 Ender Pearls in a single night cycle, find the portal room an hour and 7 minutes in using the now crafted Eyes of Ender, gather the remaining Ender Pearls from a nearby cave, climb into the portal an hour and 13 minutes in, and kill the Ender Dragon an hour and 26 minutes into the run. Even by today's standards, this is a pretty fast run. Unless you're an experienced Minecraft speedrunner, if you were to just fire up Minecraft right now, even on easy mode, and try to beat the game this fast, you'd be hard-pressed to pull it off. And for the next 2 years, this category really wouldn't evolve all that much. On April 12th, 2014, Terokichi dropped a time of 37 minutes and 43 seconds. Now, don't get me wrong, this run is nearly 50 minutes faster than Seto Sorcerer's run from 2012. That's absolutely impressive. But as far as strategy developments are concerned, which is the main focus of this video, there's only one major difference in this run. Rather than killing the Ender Dragon with melee and ranged-based weapons, Terokichi instead opted to use bed explosions. Yeah, bed explosions. You see, within the Nether and the End dimensions, at least prior to Minecraft 1.16, you could only set your spawn point in the overworld, meaning beds just don't work in the Nether and End dimensions. Now, probably as a joke, Mojang, the developers of Minecraft, coded beds to function differently within these dimensions. They coded them to just explode when used, usually killing the player in the process. That was the joke. This explosion actually deals more damage than a single piece of TNT, and it explodes the moment that you click on it. Meaning if you ignite this candle when the Ender Dragon is right on top of it, you're going to deal quite a lot of damage to it in a single hit. If you block the explosion from hitting yourself by putting a block between yourself and the bed, you actually get quite a good strategy for killing the Ender Dragon in only a couple of minutes. Terokichi entered the end with beds in hand 34 minutes and 5 seconds into his run, and had the dragon dead less than 4 minutes later. That's pretty impressive. According to Israel's speedrun spreadsheet from February of 2015, before speedrun.com was a prominent website in the Minecraft community, only 6 total people in 2 years ever made runs for Random Seed Glitchless. Not exactly what you'd call an active category. So what came next? From March of 2015 all the way until the middle of 2020, a new speedrun category swept Minecraft by storm, at least comparatively at the time. Any percent set seed glitchless, or any percent SSG. The difference between random
Did you
seed
like
and
Anime
set
Girl
seed
Thighs?
is in its name. When creating a brand new world in Minecraft, you can actually set Minecraft's seed to be whatever you want, which dictates how the world itself generates. Simply put, if I use the seed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to generate a world, and I make another world with the same seed on the same version of the game, more or less, I get the exact same world, with the same ore spawns, same dungeon loot spawns, and even the same initial mob spawns. This new category radically changed Minecraft speedrunning for years, because no longer were you stuck with an entirely random world to discover and navigate. You knew where the best place to create a nether portal would be. You knew where the end portal was. But as far as Minecraft speedruns were concerned, this run looked fairly similar to the runs of old, with the notable exception of this first world seed having a nearby desert pyramid containing enough gold, diamonds, and an enchanted book with sharpness 3 and looting 2, allowing for the rapid collection of ender pearls with an enchanted diamond sword, cutting the time down by a lot. This isn't truly where any percent SSG took off though. However, it is notable that following the previous and first record in this category of 45-28 by Invisigoth in September of 2014, on January 11th, 2015, Illumina would make Minecraft history by being the first person to beat the game in under 30 minutes without glitches. So, an all-time new record for Minecraft has just been set, with the record going under 30 minutes. Surely, that was gonna be it for a while, right? No, that's not where it ends. That's actually where it begins. It's where it all begins. On January 22nd, only 11 days after the 2738, the record was cut nearly in half and dropped by, again, Terakichi to 14 minutes and 18 seconds. What? How? There's no way. I mean, I can understand cutting the hour-and-a-half record in half, but a nearly 30-minute run cut in half? What happened? Well, according to Matthew Boland, one of the most prominent members of the seed finding and seed cracking community, whenever Terakichi would attempt a random seed glitchless run, even if the run would have been too slow, Tero would always check the end portal room to see how many portal frames would be filled in, and on one of his randomly generated runs, he discovered that the end portal had 8 slots filled in. Yeah. Remember before when I said that the Minecraft seed determines how everything in the world will initially generate? Well, I mean everything, and including this. When I first heard this fact, I genuinely could not believe it. The likelihood of 8 portal frames in a single end portal being filled in ever is about 1 in 300,000. When you tack on that this stronghold also contains 4 ender pearls in separate chests throughout the stronghold, completely bypassing the requirement to hunt for endermen at all, Terakichi got what can only be described as one of the luckiest moments in all of speedrunning. For a world seed to contain all of those elements, alongside a fairly ideal location to create another portal that lands right next to another fortress, and to get an end dimension that commonly generates fewer than 5 obsidian towers, the odds might stack up to a literal 1 in a million chance. If this doesn't qualify as a contender for the luckiest moment in all of speedrunning, I don't know what does. While I really couldn't believe this at first, Terakichi has been speedrunning Minecraft for a very long time, and Matthew did verify to me that this world can randomly generate. This single random event spawned an entire sub-community of seed finding and seed cracking experts looking to find a world seed even more perfect than this one. This also led to the Minecraft and Super Mario World legend known as SethBling to begin speedrunning this category of Minecraft in March of 2015, truly bringing Minecraft speedrunning to the masses, including myself. On March 5th, 2015, the day SethBling submitted his first PB of 18 minutes and 13 seconds, there were only 5 submitted runs on the speedrun.com leaderboard. 1 week later, there were 10. A week after that, 17. And 2 days after that, on March 21st, 2015, Thunderful would become the very first person in Minecraft's history to beat the game in under 10 minutes. Where one story ends, another begins. After the discovery of Terakichi's 8-eye end portal seed, the question emerged, can we do better? This is really where the seed finding community got started. In the beginning, the process for finding new Minecraft seeds was really quite simple. It was quickly discovered by Aslef in August of 2015 that for every Minecraft seed that could naturally generate, there existed 65,535 seeds where those seeds' cave systems, nethers, and end dimensions would be exactly identical to one another, but land generation would be different amongst all of them, which allowed for CrafterDark to use a list that Aslef compiled to find a world seed containing a mob dungeon near the spawn, allowing for much of the item collection phase to be skipped and also allow for some generally better routing as well. All in all, this new seed was well over a minute faster than before. With that, and better execution and luck all around, the Sizzler quickly took the world record from around 9 minutes and 40 seconds to 7 minutes and 37 seconds. From here, this category actually went dark for about 3.5 years, but that didn't mean that the seed finding community was sitting idle in the meantime. Inside of this 3.5 year gap, Earth Computer and then Aslef started breaking down the algorithm that causes strongholds to generate in the first place, because Minecraft is an open source game. And then Matthew Bolin, Geosquare, Zero, and Jewel got involved, eventually culminating in an all-new 11i world seed being found that proved to be much faster for this category, which in February of 2020 resulted in Illumina being the first person to beat Minecraft in under 5 minutes in-game time. You would think that this is where any percent SSG would end, right? 5 minutes? Nah. That's where it all begins again, but also where it ends. With all of the seed-related discoveries being found, you may be wondering why the seed-finding community didn't immediately look for a 12i pre-lit end portal. Well, up until Minecraft release 1.9, if an end portal spawned with all 12 portal frames filled in, a literal 1 in a trillion chance for it to occur randomly, by the way, it actually would not be lit, preventing you from going into the end at all. So for Minecraft versions prior to 1.9, that simply wasn't an option. Once 1.9 came out, however, and that was changed, it still was not immediately faster for 2 reasons. One, the nether segment in Illumina's 5-minute run only lasted about 35 seconds, meaning if a given 12i seed was found, but it took more than 35 seconds longer to get to the end, it still wouldn't be faster. And 2, the end dragon fight was completely revamped in this version, and it was ultimately much slower than in versions prior to 1.9, at least for a little while. Now this is where the very last discovery for any percent set seed glitchless comes in. The 1 cycle Ender Dragon fight. You see, when the Ender Dragon fight was revamped in Minecraft release 1.9, one of the dragon's core mechanics was changed. Rather than randomly charging at the player, it would instead randomly decide to perch on the center platform, usually resulting in it awkwardly spiraling down onto the platform itself. If the dragon successfully perched, it would fly away when a maximum of about 1/3 of its health was taken away. However, in May of 2020, Geosquare discovered that by placing beds on the top of the center platform and timing it correctly, the bed explosion would not only damage the dragon, but knock the dragon up into the air just enough to prevent it from fully perching, thus avoiding the 1/3 damage limit entirely. With an optimal 12i pre-lit portal seed being discovered alongside this brand new Ender Dragon strategy, the record began to fall again. Two minutes and 26 seconds. This category is done. The record might still be improved again in the future, but it's tough to argue that there could ever be any new major strategy developments for any percent SSG ever again. 226. That's where the record stands today. But that's not where this story ends. While I don't have the time to go over the revival of any % random seed glitchless in detail, just know that with the release of Minecraft 1.16 alongside the one cycle Ender Dragon fight, the general gist of any % RSG is spawn in, find a village to get enough beds, make your way to the nether, find 1.16's new piglin mobs to trade with, get ender pearls from them as fast as you can, get blaze rods for your Eyes of Ender, find the end portal stronghold, and kill the ender dragon using the one cycle bed technique. Today, the record for any % random seed glitchless in 1.16 stands at 14 minutes and 36 seconds real time, and for 1.9 through 1.15, which is its own separate category, it's 20 minutes and 45 seconds, both held by Coriway. Will sub 20 for that version happen anytime soon? Will you be the one to make history? That's about it for me for now. Thanks for watching.
Minecraft speedruns suck. They are completely luck-based, and speedrunners spend all day just hoping they'll get a lucky run. Or at least, that's how it used to be. Because now, speedrunners have managed to overcome nearly every hurdle in the game. And the strategies they use have gotten so crazy, they're even able to see through walls. Here's how they do it. In a random seed speedrun, in order to beat the game optimally, you need 3 main things. Blaze rods, ender pearls, and something to kill the ender dragon with. For a long time, speedrunners would find those things in a pretty normal manner. Blaze rods could be found by killing blazes in a nether fortress, and ender pearls can be obtained by killing an enderman, or, if you're lucky, by trading gold with a piglin. For killing the dragon, a casual player might typically use a sword and a bow. Maybe, if you were clever, you'd use snowballs to destroy the crystals that heal the dragon.
You?
But speedrunners realize there's a much faster way to kill the dragon. And it's not what you might expect.
I need an Okay.
The fastest way to kill the Ender Dragon was actually by using beds. Let me explain. The developers of the game didn't want you to be able to sleep in the Ender. So, as a bit of a
Anon!
joke for the player, when you
Hello,
to sleep
Anon.
Try
in the
not to eat the
causes
brushes,
a huge
please.
explosion, which,
No
if
promises.
positioned properly,
No
you can use
promises.
to deal
They're really
massive
nummy.
amounts of damage to the dragon and kill it in
They
just
have a nice
few
crunch to them.
seconds. Now, getting the resources to craft all those beds would take a lot of time.
They got a
and
nice
this is a
crunch.
speedrun. So, speedrunners would find their beds in villages. Early on, villages were basically required if you wanted to go fast, since there were 3 important things you got from them. Beds, to kill the dragon with, hay bales, which could be crafted into food for the run, and iron, which was used to craft a bucket and a flint and steel, both of which were used to enter the nether. If you've never watched a Minecraft speedrun, you might be confused as to how you managed to get the obsidian to build the nether portal. And, well, you don't. When flowing water touches lava, it turns it into obsidian, and speedrunners abuse this mechanic to make a nether portal using only a bucket in a matter of seconds. Once you get in the nether, there are areas called quadrants, which are basically 400 by 400 block areas where a structure can spawn. 60% of these structures are bastions, which are filled with piglins, and 40% of these structures are nether fortresses. So, the main strategy was to wander around randomly until you stumbled across a quadrant containing a fortress, and then kill enough blazes to get 6 or 7 blaze rods. Along the way, you would mine gold and try to find piglins to trade with for ender pearls, or maybe kill some endermen. Then, find your way back to your portal and leave the nether to look for the stronghold. The problem was, a lot of this sucked. It was extremely rare to get a world that started near a village and near a lava pool for entering the nether. It was even more rare to spawn near a fortress once in the nether, and getting good luck with piglin trades felt nearly impossible. On top of all this, you had to run all the way to the stronghold at the end, which could be anywhere between 1,400 and 2,800 blocks away. So, things needed to change. The most frustrating part of the run was getting ender pearls. When you give piglins a gold ingot, they have a chance to drop anywhere between 4 and 8 ender pearls. That chance is only 5%, meaning you need to get a trade that has a 1 in 20 chance 2 or 3 different times. Pretty often, you could take over 100 gold trades to get this. Now, the actual odds of these trades can't be changed through legitimate methods, but if there was a way to quickly get a lot of gold at once, you could essentially guarantee that you'll get enough ender pearls. And luckily, there was a way to do this. Bastions. As I mentioned before, bastions are one of 2 structures that can spawn in the nether. They're conveniently filled with piglins, but more importantly, they're filled with gold blocks, meaning that you could get hundreds of gold ingots in as little as 30 seconds. And with all the piglins there, you could trade all that gold pretty quickly. This is when the speedrun route completely changed. Runners quickly learned all the different layouts for bastions, and made routes to quickly and safely get all the gold and trade it. All this gold essentially guaranteed that you'd be able to get enough ender pearls. But that wasn't the only thing that you could get from piglin trades. Piglins traded multiple things that could be helpful for runners. Fire resistance potions, which made traversing the nether and fighting blazes safer and easier. Obsidian, which could be used to build a portal and leave the nether wherever you wanted, rather than having to run all the way back to your original portal. And string, which could be made into wool to craft beds for the ender dragon fight. Now that there was another way to quickly get beds, runners realized villages weren't as important anymore. If you could find some food and iron, villages weren't necessary at all. And the best place to find that stuff is actually the ocean. In the ocean, you can find shipwrecks. These shipwrecks can have up to 3 chests in them. A treasure chest, a map chest, and a food chest. Treasure chests are the most important, usually giving us enough iron for tools, a bucket, and a flint and steel. Food chests give, well, food. And although it isn't much, you can typically get enough to help you last the rest of the run. The map chest is usually wasted, but if you get lucky, the treasure on the map might be close by, and it guarantees plenty of materials and food in it. But Shipwrecks aren't the only useful structures in the ocean. There are structures called ocean monuments, which are large temples in the water, and in them are 8 gold blocks, which is enough to completely eliminate the need for a bastion, if you're a bit lucky. This all sounds great, but there was a big problem with these monuments. Inside them are Elder Guardians, which, when close,
Bunn's
would give
last
the
night
player
was
mining
crazy,
fatigue,
so hot.
essentially making it impossible to mine the gold blocks
You guys like
inside
the
and
Ari
killing the
cosplay that
run.
much?
But speedrunners found a way around this problem too. Before going to the monument, if you set your render distance to the lowest it can go, you can unload the Elder Guardian and make the monument completely risk-free.
Oh, yes.
So it seemed like oceans were a great place to start a speedrun. But there was still one more issue. There weren't lava pools in the ocean, which meant you couldn't enter the nether. Well, actually there kinda are, because speedrunners figured out that you can make a nether portal using the lava underneath magma ravines. And it turns out, this method can be just as fast, if not faster, than the normal method for making portals above ground. This is when Hypermodern was born. The idea behind this is, since the nether is where most runs die, it's best to get there as fast as possible, with the bare minimum that you need to see if it's a good nether. An iron pickaxe, a bucket, flint and steel, and maybe some food. That was all you really needed. Even with all these strats, there was still a major issue with these runs. There was no way to know where a bastion or a fortress was. You still just had to get lucky. This made the nether very reset heavy, because even if there was a structure nearby, you might just run in the opposite direction and not notice it. But 2 strategies completely changed this part of the run. The first being E-Ray, which is also known as Bastion Binoculars. Bastion Binoculars uses Minecraft's F3 menu, specifically this part here, which tells you how many entities are somewhere in your field of view, even if they're through a wall. One of the entities that can be counted toward this number are piglins, and since bastions have such a large concentration of piglins in them, you can pay attention to this number, look around, and if you see it spike, that means there's a bastion somewhere in front of you. If you turn down your field of view, you can get an even more accurate reading and basically look through walls to know exactly where a bastion is. Now, the only issue in the nether were fortresses, and yet again, speedrunners found out how to solve this issue using a trick called Pyrray. Pyrray also uses the F3 menu, but this time we're looking at the pie chart in the bottom right. After messing with the settings a bit, you can make the pie chart specifically show block entities, such as chests, furnaces, bells, and the one we really care about, mob spawners. What the pie chart is telling us is what kind of block entities are rendered into the game at a certain time. Since mob spawners show up on this chart, and mob spawners can be found in nether fortresses, by lowering and raising the render distance through trial and error, you can find out the exact direction of a fortress. And Pyrray isn't only useful for finding fortresses. Since it can detect bells and furnaces, you can use Pyrray to find villages in the overworld. And even though they aren't necessary for runs anymore, they are still quick ways to get the materials you need. Anyways, runners could find structures with relative ease now. The only issue left in the nether was, once arriving in a fortress, actually finding enough blazes to get the rods from. While in a fortress, the mob spawners spawn blazes at random times between every 10 and 40 seconds. There's no way to affect how quickly they spawn, but you can affect how many spawn at a time. By removing all the blocks surrounding the spawner, it gives more area for blazes to spawn, and allows the game to spawn more of them each time. Normally, you would just mine the blocks around the spawner to get rid of them, but if you want to do it a little quicker, you can use a trick called blaze bedding. Just like in the end, beds explode when you try to sleep in them in the nether. So, if we position correctly, we can use a bed to instantly break all the blocks around the spawner, and make collecting blaze rods much faster. With all these strategies being implemented, Minecraft speedruns became more consistent than ever, making it easier to enter the nether more consistently, and having better strategies for traversing the nether. Only one major problem was left: the stronghold. With the obsidian you get from the bastion, you can build a portal and leave the nether wherever you want. But where exactly is the best place to build your portal? Using some simple math, speedrunners figured out optimal locations to put their portals to give them the best chance at being near a stronghold. But pretty often, the stronghold would still end up over 1,000 blocks away despite their best efforts. That is, until divine travel was discovered. Basically, how divine travel works is by looking at the 0-0 chunk in your world, using either animal spawns for the overworld or in the nether using a fossil, you can get a rough estimate of where the stronghold is in that world. This strategy can't be used in every run, but for the worlds that do have it, rather than just hoping you get lucky, you can almost guarantee that your exit portal will at least be somewhat near the stronghold, potentially saving several minutes of travel time at the end of the run. After all this, the only thing left is to fight the dragon. While in the fight, the dragon will perch at a random time, and that's when you can use your beds to kill it. While there's no way to directly get the dragon to perch, you can increase the chance of it perching by getting as far away as possible from the center of the island. And that's it. Over time, Minecraft speedruns have evolved to an unrecognizable level. It's crazy to think about how we went from wandering around hoping for good luck to being able to see through walls and manipulate RNG factors in the game. The combined work of the community has brought the record all the way down to 9 minutes and 36 seconds. And while the story of Minecraft speedrunning isn't over, it sure has come a long way. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, make sure to subscribe to Lowest Percent. They make videos like this all the time and you should definitely stick around. And if you want to support me, my channel link will be in the description. Anyways, thanks for watching.
I'm tweaking. I sweet.
Don't you think we have seen quite a lot of your tongue lately?
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. I am a completely wholesome streamer that never shows tongue.
Hey guys, welcome
Lies,
back to my
no.
channel. I'm Alexandra and you are watching Studio Fix, the series where I tackle teeny tiny apartments under 500 square feet and show you how to make them beautiful, stylish, and organized.
He's clapping. He's clapping. He's clapping.
Ah!
It's a little crooked.
Whoa! I just think it's so funny that I'm doing this in my skirt.
Graham looked so proud.
Stunning. You got a makeover to do, so...
Good luck.
Wait, what?
I don't recognize it. Oh my god. Let's get started. Before we get into it, I wanted to ask a little favor. If you guys could take a second to hit the subscribe button, it would mean the world, not only to me, but to the entire Team AG. It's our collective goal to hit 1 million subscribers by the end of this year, and I think we can do it. If you're watching on a TV and you're not yet subscribed, click my little photo. It's in the bubble. Was I using the right eye? You'll see a button that says subscribe and just click it. Just hit it with your remote. Today, I am helping Hatley make over her studio apartment. I'm so excited. I need to jump on a call with Hatley to get to know her and her space. Hi, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. I am obsessed with your name.
Thank you. I'm named after a really small town in Quebec.
Okay, cool. Congrats for winning a makeover with us. We're so excited. I would love to know how long you've been in your space for.
I've been here for about a year and a half, and I live here with my 2 cats, so it's very cozy.
I love it. What are your cats' names?
Butterfly and Tulip.
Oh, Butterfly and Tulip, amazing. Your space is so beautiful. I feel like it has such great bones. So I would just love to know what's not working for you. Why do you need a makeover?
I think first and foremost, like I just get really overwhelmed with all the different options and all the different ways I like style the space and make it really my own. So I don't even know where to start. So that's my biggest problem. At nighttime, I don't like to use the big light. So I currently only have 1 lamp and so it can get a bit dark in here. So it'd be great to have some additional lighting. Being able to like optimize the space to make it more cat friendly would be great. Just using the wall space to sort of give them some vertical space.
Like some of those steps or like fridges or ladders, something on the wall for them.
Yeah, they would love that.
Let's talk about your design style. How do you kind of want to feel in your space?
I love the earthy, warm, natural tones. Like a brown couch is so appealing to me. Just something that's just like really cozy, organized, clean space.
I love that. Okay, in terms of the desk, what do you use your desk for?
Every now and then I have to do like my own admin work, like booking shows and stuff. So just sort of having a spot to do all of that is really nice. This is a big desk. I don't think I need one as big.
You have so much storage. I love it for such a small place.
It's pretty crazy.
Okay, great. I think that's it on my end. I'm so excited. I feel like I can already see it come together. Yeah, I'm really excited.
Great. Thank you so much. I'm very excited too.
Okay, bye, Hatley.
Bye.
Bye. Hatley's inspo is quite neutral, but then she's got these pops of things that add tons of character. There's Parisian-inspired apartments with wall molding. There's differing kinds of wood tones, which add lots of texture. There's pops of muted pinks, greens, and browns. I'm loving this brown sofa. It all feels really cozy and warm. So here's what I'm thinking. The first thing I know I'm going to do is fill the walls with molding. Molding is such an easy way to bring character into a neutral feeling space. It also adds textures and layers and just makes a neutral space feel more interesting. I want to bring in this space-saving headboard since there's not going to be room to add side tables. I'm going to add minimal pattern. This rug is neutral, but there's still a pop at the same time. And of course, I'm getting her a brown sofa. Hatley said she doesn't need a lot of desk space, and I feel like her current desk is taking up a lot of valuable floor space. So this is gonna be Graham's DIY. I know he's gonna knock it out of the park and make it super custom. It's day one, it's paint day. Graham and Nolan are at Hatley's and they're getting a head start on painting. They're painting out this built-in and the surrounding trim. This beautiful color they're using is called Studio Hours by Backdrop. They're also painting this cute little niche in the wall. This is gonna be above her sofa. I'm gonna incorporate this in a really fun way. And they're also painting out her closet doors. This little alcove is where her bathroom is. Hi guys, it's prep day. Graham and I are very excited. Are you, sorry, I spoke for you. Are you excited?
I am. It's prep day.
Okay,
It's not
stunning
very
apartment.
exciting.
It's really cute. It's
So
just like a
bright.
cute little apartment. I love it so much. Graham and I are gonna start by putting molding on the wall. We're using peel and stick molding from Luxe Architectural. We've used this molding many times before. Graham and I really love it. It's peel and stick. It's gonna add tons of character, as you know, because we've done this many times.
Yeah.
You ready?
We're gonna take this apartment from Toronto to Perry.
Okay. I'm peeling off the back of this molding, and I know exactly where it's gonna go because I'm using a laser level. Graham and I put the laser level exactly where we made our measurements, so I can just pop this right on the wall. We are repeating this for each panel of molding. I love this molding because it is truly renter friendly. It's peel and stick, you can remove it when you leave. It's also pre-primed, so you can also paint it any color you'd like. Okay. So there's obviously this little niche in the wall. So we're gonna cut the molding so it hugs it. So I'm just gonna mark where we need to cut it.
What's up?
Pardon?
Too many tabs. Down, down, there.
This looks so good. Every time we put it up in a space, it just completely transforms it. And I think if you live in a white box condo, especially like a new build or a studio like this simple change, what a difference. Okay, before we install molding on this wall, Graham is gonna reveal the wall desk that he made. I mentioned in my plan that I wanted to really make use of vertical wall space, give her back floor space.
And I made part of it from scratch and then part of it using IKEA.
Fun. Bring it out. Let's see.
Okay.
This is real. Like, I actually haven't seen this desk.
Yeah, intentionally. I didn't send her any photos. I sent Elena a photo because I had to show someone. And I said...
So Elena knows. Is it good?
She said it was gorgeous.
Gorgeous. Okay, let's bring it out. I can't wait to see it. I don't know why it reminds me of like a talk show, like bring it out, you know, like the desk computer. Wow. Wow.
We have to undress it.
Oh my God. Now I'm gonna feel like I'm undressing this desk. Okay, this wood? What did you make this out of?
Walnut. Yeah. Yeah.
Already luxe.
I feel like I should do this, and then you need to step back, and then, because I don't want you to see any part of it yet, really.
Okay.
Yeah, I can finish. Wait, close your eyes.
Stand in the corner.
Nobody puts baby in a corner.
3, 2, 1.
What? I'm obsessed with it. I can't believe those are IKEA, and I'll tell you why. Because the wood matches absolutely perfectly to those. This is incredible. You're so talented, and
Thank
now
you.
I want one. Like this? Like what?
It's a $5 sliding door lock, and it even has like a little holder.
Oh, it's so cute. Go check out Graham's video, see how he made it. I'm gonna let him install it on the wall. So if you wanna learn also how we're gonna mount it, go watch his video. His links are down below, but we'll be back in a second for you to install the molding. Graham just installed this. This is so beautiful.
Thank you.
And I think you need to make more. Hatley has so much storage up here with these IKEA cabinets, which is so great. Now, Graham did have to mount this off center on this wall because he needed to drill one of the legs into a stud so it's super sturdy. But for the molding, that's gonna be center. And we've cut the molding so it's gonna fit seamlessly around the desk. For this wall, we're just mounting the top pieces of the molding. I'm gonna be adding a large headboard, and so the molding pieces on the bottom are just gonna get in the way. Okay, so we're done molding for today. I might reassess tomorrow and add some onto this wall, maybe a couple other spots, but I wanna reassess once the headboard's in here and stuff. So that's it from us today. I'll see you tomorrow.
Pretty good.
Bye.
It's 11:06 and it's bedtime.
Bedtime. Bedtime. Okay, I was like, wait, what? Yeah, we're back, you guys. It is 11:06 and we are starting with the bed. First, it's 11:07. I did want to show you guys the molding we did yesterday. It looks really good.
I would say this is the best we've done it.
Why do you think that was?
I think before we put up a laser line and it went all the way around the room.
Yeah.
And we put them all up from that line.
Yeah.
But really you have to adjust per wall.
Yeah, I'm gonna add a couple more pieces today, sorry. But before we do that, we're gonna install the headboard and put the bed down, AKA bedtime. Okay, so I want to tell you about this headboard from Article. Because this is a really small space, I thought, let's have a headboard that has built-in storage. This one's really cool because it has a place to feed cords, so everything is just like tucked away. So we can put a bedside light for Hatley, she can charge her phone. Graham grabbed this power bar, we're going to screw it into the side of the headboard. It's tucked away, and then I want to show you where the cord goes. So the cord just goes behind the headboard. And then it's hollow here, so you can have things plugged behind it.
Is it big enough for a suitcase?
Actually, it might be.
Yeah.
Who got that reference?
Okay, they're all saying that luggage isn't gonna fit behind here, but I disagree.
In the comments, let me know if luggage will fit in here.
Okay, let's plug it in. Whoa. Especially in a small space, cords can just get unsightly. So yeah, having this like 2-in-1 piece of furniture is so great. And there she has side tables on both sides of the bed. We are installing the headboard using the zip ties that come with it. I love this install method because she can literally cut the zip ties and remove the headboard when she moves out. This is so solid. Also great if you live in a rental and can't put like a ton of holes in the walls or don't feel comfortable doing that. This has 4 screws holding this bed up. It's awesome. We are bringing in a matching bed frame. This piece is also from Article. Okay, nice. See, I love how we're making space where the radiator is for like the side table, but this is narrow, so it clears that. Great use of space.
I think his current one is still active for a while. But he was going to use mine
Here's what I'm thinking.
as well.
I'd love to put another piece of molding
You could
there.
send it to either,
So
I'm
let's do that
sure.
before I make the bed. I'll grab the pieces. I have to say this molding is looking so good. Yes?
I just want to show you this tape measure.
Graham,
Look. I know, but watch. Oh. No, it's magnetic.
Wow.
So you can like...
Whoa, you got all the cool tools.
Okay, molding. This should be easy.
Cool tools with Handyman Graham.
I like that. Cool tools.
Yeah, this
Cool
one's the
tools.
first one.
No, don't.
Okay, move. Wait, why are you in there?
You can so tell that you didn't grow up with a brother.
No, I didn't.
Nice. Easy. Because I'm just standing here doing nothing.
Now it's time to make the bed. I'm actually gonna enlist Graham to help me because I like to make him suffer once in a while. Bed making is his least favorite chore. Okay. I am doing a cream textured bedding. Again, keeping it neutral to go with Hatley's inspo, but adding that interest with some texture on top. Like absolutely not necessary, you know? Gently.
Okay.
Nice. I'm steaming out the wrinkles on this comforter. It is textured, so it looks lived in, you know? Okay, so I'm going for a Roman shade on this window. It is blackout, so it's gonna give her lots of darkness in here. I love the woven texture on it. It's linen. You guys know it's one of my fave materials. But yeah, simple, but we have that texture to add interest. Let's put it up.
Here, you gotta remove yourself from up there. I forgot these before.
Did anyone hear that? Because they're wing nuts. Wow. Okay, so the reason I keep using 2 pages blinds over and over again is because they make standard sizes, but they also make custom sizes. And you can pick if you want blackout or not. They're just really great quality and like easy to install. Love them. Okay, so next up, we're hanging this sconce. I have this sconce, the gold version and one-armed. They're so cool. They're from Mitzi. I realize this is bold and statement. I think it works in this space. It's very luxe.
Can I tell you why I like this?
Sure.
It comes like,
Yeah.
so you can plug it in.
Yeah.
But then also comes with morettes and a proper like mounting plate so you can hardwire it too.
What'd you do?
God damn it. How are you gonna get that?
Do I have to get it? I knew that was gonna happen. Oh, me.
Ah.
Beep. Have an
wait.
extra one?
No, I have the tape measure with the magnet on the end.
Perfect.
Wow.
Cool tools with Graham, handyman Graham.
Sorry, guys, I knew that was gonna happen. I literally knew. Like, I don't think it hit the floor. Shawty got low. What is it?
Shawty got low, low,
Shawty got low, low. Poor Graham. This is his life because of me.
I see it.
He sees it.
No.
Oh, I've never heard him sing like that before.
Got it.
You are a champ. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
This looks great. So statement, and it's gonna give her so much light because she doesn't have any light in this area. Okay, we are changing gears here. We're gonna talk cat furniture. What?
Meow. Give us a little meow. Yeah.
No,
Yes,
this is
just do it. You're gonna do it anyways.
Beep. Okay, so Hatley had mentioned to me that she wanted more furniture for her cats. Let's take a moment for Butterfly and Tulip. If you have cats and you live in a small space, make use of wall space for storage and just like things that you want to keep off the ground. I also feel like cats love climbing, right? This whole little system is from Tail Up Studio on Etsy. They sent these beautiful pieces. They'll be linked down below, so go peruse if you have cats. Okay, so Butterfly and Tulip can jump up here or climb up this scratching post, then up here, and then at the top, I'm adding a cute little hammock. Okay, the little hammock bedding matches Hatley's bedding, which is so cute. So I think now we're gonna move into the living area next. Okay, so I'm gonna start with a rug. Now Hatley, as you know, has pets, so I wanted to get her something that she could wash. So this rug is from Ruggable. Okay, went for something neutral, but still patterned. And I really like this.
Yeah. What is that? Butterfly.
Oh God, okay. Okay, I am so excited about this sofa. Flip it.
We have to put
Or no,
the legs on.
legs, yeah. Okay, in Hatley's inspo, she had a chocolate brown sofa, and I think it works really well with the kind of minimal, cozy vibe we're going for. And it just so happens that Article has the Sven, our favorite sofa that we use all the time, in a chocolate brown. So excited. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Like, that is so beautiful. Wow.
Yeah, it's nice.
Isn't it?
1, 2, 3.
Okay, I'm gonna pull the rug out a bit, just seeing this here, but this looks so good and it feels really spacious still. It's like this is the living area, she has her desk, her bed's over there. It's so cute, I love it.
It's very comfy.
This
to lay
face?
on. Put my feet up on the one now.
Oh yeah, because Graham has this Sven.
I'm happy with that.
This is a great size. Even though it is technically a love seat, I feel like it's really roomy and very comfortable. Okay, so before we move on to a gallery wall, I wanted to mention that if you have ever dreamed of me making over your space, I actually offer virtual makeover consultations. So what it includes is a 30-minute call with me to go over your space, what's working, what's not working, your inspo, and then I work away on a huge package with my team, and we basically create a guide to creating your dream space. So we give you a floor plan, a 3D render, a shopping list, all tailored to your budget, style, preferences. I love working with virtual makeover clients. It's so fun. And yeah, just a way to help you bring your dream space to life if you are at a loss of how to, make it work. You can purchase at alexandragator.com under virtual makeover consultations. Okay, let's hang the gallery wall. I'm starting off this gallery wall with a stack of books. I'm using Umbra's hidden shelves. I've used them many times, but they're just such a genius product. Now I'm adding in some beautiful Desenio prints, keeping it within the color palette, but having them make a statement at the same time. So you guys, I'm so excited to show you this piece. This is from Home and Fun. It's gonna blow your mind in approximately 3 seconds. So this is an awesome side table for Hatley. She can put it this way, she can put it this way. If you had like a shorter sofa or a shorter armchair, it could like go over and you could use it as a computer desk. You could use it as a computer tray or like a little desk. There's a spot for magazines. Cool piece, right? You're like, whoa, love the amber color. Me too. So because this is a studio, I knew we had to have dual purpose furniture. So not only is this a side table, but when Hatley has friends over, she can turn it into a coffee table. But if she wants the floor space, she can move it back over there. The other cool thing about this table is you could have a book. This is a cute little puzzle. And then when you turn it into a side table, it just stays put. Isn't that cool? I love this. It will be linked down below. Here she goes. Beep. I'm bringing in this article chair. Hatley can use this for her desk. She's not using it a ton. So I wanted to go for something she could also pivot, turn around, and use in her living room when she has guests over. So that way it's a desk chair, but also an armchair. Oh my God, it's the chair I'm sitting in right now. Yeah. Can you see it? So meta. Okay, so we added molding on this wall just to complete the look. It looks really good. And now I'm hanging this shelf and mirror combo. This is from Umbra. Fun fact, Umbra is a great place to find pieces that solve small space dilemmas.
Do you have something in your mouth?
Okay. Beep. Umbra has great pieces that have dual functions like this one. This is so great. Hatley is a bit taller than me, so this height is gonna be great for her. She also has this huge entryway closet. Just so much storage in this place. So I just thought that would be cute for keys. Okay, so this little hallway is more storage and then her cute little bathroom with the cutest pink floor tile ever. So I thought it would be a great place to put a full-length mirror for her. I'm using the same zip tie method as we used for the headboard. This mirror is from Umbra. It's so beautiful, I love it. So when she comes out of the bathroom, she'll be like, wow, I look really cute today. Okay, that's it from me today. Tomorrow, I'll be back with the finishing touches and the reveal. I'm so excited. See you then. Good morning. It's reveal day. I'm so excited. I'm gonna start today by pulling the space together. You guys know finishing touches is where it all comes to life. So let's do it. What was I doing with my hands?
Do you want to address the fact that you're standing beside a giant man? It looks like your co-host.
So this is my co-host for today because Graham's not here. Oh my God, that's so funny.
Yeah, okay.
I am standing beside this beautiful lamp, a HomeSense find, because I'm gonna place this first right beside the sofa. So let's do it. I love the hit of black in this light and this beautiful texture on the shade. I'm placing some gorgeous cushions from Tonic Living on the sofa. I'm styling the coffee table with a book and some coasters. I'm styling Hatley's desk with some coffee table books and a pen holder. Moving on to these shelves. I'm using a bunch of Hatley's trinkets that she had and just styling them in little clusters. I'm adding some more gorgeous Tonic Living pillows. You guys, their inserts are just like the fluffiest, comfiest ever. I'm also putting a quilt on the end of the bed. I'm placing a tray and a candle on top of the headboard, as well as a vase with some branches. I'm placing this bench from V to V at the end of the bed. Again, loving that texture. I'm placing some floor cushions for guests on the rug. I'm styling this niche out with florals and a candle. And finally, I'm placing a faux plant beside the sofa. We're going faux because Hatley has cats. Okay, it's time to bring in Hatley for the reveal. So exciting.
Okay.
You okay?
Yes.
Okay, can you walk me through what your cute little studio apartment looked like before?
It was a lot of like light woods and pastel colors, just very simple and plain. Not a lot on the walls.
Okay, on the count of 3, I want you to open your eyes, okay?
Okay.
I'm getting butterflies. Okay.
I know it's
Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. It's so different. I didn't even look at this. Oh my god. Whoa, this is so much nicer. I love this. This is beautiful. Whoa. This is beautiful. I'm so glad you like it. Yeah, this is stunning. Oh, and you did in there too. Yeah.
Thanks for the hand redeem
That's
chocolate.
so cute. Did you see Butterfly and Tulip's little wall?
Oh my god, no. But they're gonna love this. I actually was like sitting with Butterfly in my lap today and I was like, she really needs a hammock.
Well, there
Yeah.
you go. That's perfect. Okay, I want to show you this desk. Graham made this from scratch.
Oh, wow.
You can turn the chair around for more seating.
Oh, wow.
And create like a little living space.
This is so cozy. I'm actually obsessed. I like used to keep my phone on the ground.
We also put a power bar in the side table, so you have like unlimited plug situation, and like all the plugs are behind. Your modem is tucked down there, like it's all just concealed.
Oh, that's so nice. I actually hated all those cords, so that's great.
I'm so glad. Okay, and then I want to show you this. So if you want a little more space, it's so cool because it literally turns into a side table.
Whoa.
Isn't that cool?
That's so crazy.
So you can have more space, you can move it to the side.
That's amazing.
Yay.
I love it.
So glad you like it.
Yeah, it looks beautiful. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Next up on AGTV, we're heading to Graham's apartment. I'm gonna give you a full tour, and together we are gonna find out, does it look the same? Has he changed anything since we've made it over? Has he added any functional changes, any decorative touches? We will find out together in the next episode. Until then, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye.
Wait, Graham looks like he's telling a ghost story.
Hatley had this, it's a puzzle, so cute. So, sorry. I had a moment where I was like, it's not gonna fit.
I had that moment too, actually.
And then it fit. Okay. And then we're gonna do a little dance.
Whoa! Whoa! What is happening? You guys think it will just flip upside down and not both of us?
Oh my god.
Is there not one for arms, really? What if you just do arm, exclamation point arm?
You got to know, you got to know now. Ooh, taking it too far.
There you go.
Nothing to hold now. I'm falling apart. Out in the cold, out in the cold now. Breathing underwater.
In this episode of Classic Car Rescue, a
opinions differ.
Finish yapping?
No, I haven't finished.
Okay, stop yapping. Just continue on.
Yeah,
I'll
sure.
get the part.
Yes, sir. No, sir. Tempers get tested. Oh, you don't move things where sin was attached. And it all gets too hot to handle. Pull over, pull over. As Bernie and Mario travel back to the future to tackle an early 80s motoring icon, the DeLorean. But will they
I will
manage
get
to
one one day,
overcome all the
chat.
obstacles
I
and
will get
impress a
one one
car
day.
expert whose appraisal will be
Even
the
if I
benchmark for
show my ass
success
on the
or
internet for
failure.
it.
Meet Bernie Feynman, a no-nonsense Cockney mechanic with over 40 years' experience in the trade. Oh, my son! Yes! He's teamed up with Mario Passioni.
I'll give you 500.
You heard me,
a
Shockwave.
Toronto-based car dealer who will buy and sell
You heard
anything
me.
for the right price.
$5 grand tops. You got a deal.
United by their love of classic cars.
Fantastic.
And separated by pretty much everything else.
Relax.
Sounds like a fair
tell me
trade.
to relax.
Relax.
That's what I'm saying.
Relax. Bernie, relax.
They're on a mission to get neglected classics back on the road, but only if they can agree on which road to take. Mario, you can't go on a trip.
It ain't time yet.
Our intrepid duo has crossed the Atlantic to Mario's hometown of Toronto on the hunt for their next rescue. And at least one half of the team is clear
Look how
what
clean.
it should be.
The DeLorean is one of the cars of the 80s. Sure, this car is faster, but the DeLorean's iconic. I absolutely love it. Some of them bring 30, 40, 50 grand in excellent condition. Hey, what's not to like?
I've never been in love with them. I've worked on a few. I don't know. It's like a poor man's Ferrari. That's the way I look at it. But this is Mario's turf. So for once, Bernie's going along with the plan. It might not be a high-end sports car, but the DeLorean is truly one of a kind and still turns heads wherever it goes. The DMC-12 was launched in 1981 by American automotive maverick John DeLorean. Engineered by Lotus and styled by Giorgetto Giugiaro, the DeLorean looked like nothing else on the road. Its distinctive gull-wing doors and gleaming stainless steel bodywork wowed the public, and demand soon outstripped supply. But by the time the factory shut down 2 years later, only about 9,200 cars had been produced. With less than 6,500 still in existence, finding a rescue DeLorean for the right price is going to be no easy task. But Mario's got lucky and had a tip-off about a possible wreck just a few miles away from his workshop. Even better, the seller's asking just $6,000, which sounds almost too good to be true. And sadly, it looks like it might well be.
Wow, this is the car, eh?
This is my source of heartache, yes.
Look at it. A lot more damage than I thought.
Damaged is an understatement. The car is a complete write-off.
Wow. Ken had told me that his car had been in the accident, but this thing was really bad. It was hit hard.
The back end of this car looks like it's gone 10 round with Mike Tyson.
Yeah, I got rear-ended on the highway, pushed from behind to the car in front of me, and it just kind of squished the car. And...
No, frame's completely bent.
Yeah?
Everything is out. It's completely crumpled, right? The chassis legs are gone. This is going to be a hell of a job to do, and quite honestly, I feel like I've wasted my time. I don't really want to get involved with it. It's too far gone, the car.
The only way I could keep Bernie on board is to get it way lower than asking price. And it was already low. About $1,000. We'll give you $1,000 right now. We'll back up our trailer and we'll just load it up.
I think a fair price, if you guys are going to restore this car, would be $5,000 for this thing.
A lot of damage.
Hell of a lot.
Okay, I'll tell you what. I know what you said, but how about $2 grand?
Ken knows his car is in a sorry state, but as a full-blooded DeLorean fanatic and president of the local DeLorean Owners Club, he also knows its value.
I got guys in my club that are already knocking on my door to buy a bunch of the parts off of this thing. I wish I could, guys, but I can't.
Okay. It's the best I can do. Thanks, man.
I appreciate it, Mario.
Nice to meet you. Thanks
Pleasure
for
to
your
meet
time.
you guys. Thank you.
Nice guy. Car's tough.
Too far gone, man. So it's back to the drawing board. But the small number of DeLoreans out there means it's proving to be a tough search.
Yes, I'm calling about the DeLorean you have for sale. Hello? You really don't know how much he's asking for this? It's a little bit dented. Where? On the fenders of the door? Here and there.
The reason so few DeLoreans were ever made was simply down to bad luck and even worse timing. Despite an overflowing order book, less than a year after the car was launched, the US car industry was hit by the biggest slump in 50 years. This, combined with production problems at the DMC factory in Northern Ireland and the high-profile arrest of owner John DeLorean on drug trafficking charges, meant the gull-wing dream was quickly consigned to a brief blip in automotive history.
Yes, I'm calling about the DeLorean you have for sale.
Having searched the internet, countless classified ads, and every contact in his little black book,
And when's a good time to come and see it?
Mario's finally located another potential rescue DeLorean several hours' drive north of Toronto.
This barn is a bit old, John.
The barn's been here longer than I have. It's time to rip it down. That's why I'm getting rid of her. It's the only reason I'm selling it.
Mario's checked it's not another accident-damaged wreck. But there's one crucial question he didn't ask.
Miss Wraith, there's only two reasons why you would paint a stainless steel car. Number one, if you got more money than sense. But some people did. The second reason is if you've really got something to hide.
John, you didn't tell me it was red.
Red, white, it's still a DeLorean.
Yeah, but it's painted. They didn't come out of the factory painted.
Did you have this painted yourself?
No, I bought it painted, Bernie.
I wouldn't have drove this far for a painted car. Makes a difference in the price.
I'm worried what's under here.
Got a cracked windshield.
Headlights both cracked.
Headlights cracked.
Seen the wheels?
No.
Have a look. They're not DeLorean wheels.
No. Let's see if it starts. Hop in, see if we can get this thing started.
Yeah, she won't turn over.
A dead engine isn't improving Bernie's opinion of DeLoreans, but Mario's desperate to nail his dream car. And with so few out there, it's this one or nothing.
Let me go get my ATV, and we'll pull her out.
Okay, we'll wait here for you. Let's go outside, Bernie. I got an idea.
What?
Listen, I think I can grind the price down cheaper because it's painted. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna take it to the garage, we're gonna take the paint off and bring it back to stainless steel.
I'm worried what's underneath that paint. Now, these cars are stainless steel. They're notoriously difficult to work on, right? If it's really badly damaged under there, we're going to start replacing panels. We're going to lose money hand over fist on this.
Okay, Bernie, I can't get out of this stupid thing.
You all right? Come on.
Well,
God, blimey, Hazel.
Hey.
So, how does she look?
I don't know. We got to do a walk around. Check out the engine, Bernie.
So this was started how long ago, John?
Last time I had it on the road was 5 years ago, but I guarantee you this car will run.
It's all here.
Yeah.
It's had some work done to it. John, what are you asking for this car?
I'm asking $14,500.
Look, I give you $7,500, and I'm taking a chance at it anyways.
No, I can't do 75. I got to get at least 10 on this.
Look, John, tell you what I'm going to do. You personally guaranteed on paper that this engine runs. I have your word on it, and I'll give you a cash offer right now that I'll take it. That's my final offer. I'll give you $9,500.
95 cash?
Yeah.
I'll guarantee she runs. 95 cash. It's a deal.
Done.
95.
So that's one red-painted DeLorean that doesn't start, bought for $9,500. And only one half of the partnership is happy about the deal.
Oh, it stinks.
Back at the garage, Mario tries to win over Bernie with some positive spin.
You know what, Bernie? I'm
It does
starting
look
to like
kinda
the color
cool.
of this car.
But why would you paint it? Why not just wrap it?
You know, there's really not too many around that are red.
Come on, Mario. This has got to be stainless steel.
Of course it's going to be stainless steel, but it kind of looks not bad.
Having no luck convincing Bernie,
Just call the guys in.
Hey, guys!
Mario hopes his crack team
They
of
didn't wrap
specialist
cars back in
mechanics
the
will
day.
buy into his DeLorean dream.
Diego, what do you think?
I don't. Take it back.
Love this guy.
The DeLorean, I'd rather drive around in a golf cart. Get there faster and more comfortable.
Dougal, we got to take the paint off this and bring it back to stainless steel. We got to be very, very careful. There's got to be a way to get it off.
Theoretically, yeah, we should be able to do it. It's just time frame wise, I have no idea how long this is going to take. I've never worked on stainless steel before, so if there's any hidden damage below this paint, then we're in for a real nightmare.
And the dodgy paint job is just the beginning of their problems.
Oh, guys,
What's going on with the door here? Did you guys check this thing?
No.
The door's screwed.
I don't understand. How can you go to buy a car and you not check the door?
You were on that side. You were just too bloody lazy to lift up the door.
I didn't want to get my jacket dirty. The driver's side worked. I thought the passenger side worked. Big deal.
Look at the rodent tracks here.
And they love wiring.
That's right. So we gotta check that.
God, I think we better get up in the air.
As the car is raised, team morale plummets.
It looks like a hose has been replaced, but I don't even think that's the right one. It's just rubber.
All the pipes that supply the water from the front
The
of the radiator to
water?
the back of the engine, they're all moving around all over the place.
Give us a shot, Bernie.
Oh, the seas go. They're shot. We've got the brakes, which are seized, the discs are shot, the pads are shot.
The one saving grace of a stainless steel car should be the lack of rust.
Look at that. The unrustable car is rusted.
Look at the state of it!
That's rotted. That's not even rusted. It's more than rust.
Holy. That ain't gonna be easy to repair.
The DeLorean is built on a galvanized steel frame that supports a fiberglass body, which in turn is clad in stainless steel panels, all of which shouldn't rust. But rust has gotten inside the galvanized frame, eating away from the inside out. If left, the rot will spread through the back of the frame, eventually causing the rear of the car to collapse.
Right, yeah.
Fixing the frame is time-consuming and costly.
Hey, nice car, huh?
Mayor, how long do I have on this?
I figure since it's such an easy car to do, 3 weeks is good.
You are joking. Have you seen the list?
No.
You don't need a piece of A4 paper, you need a bloody toilet roll. You're joking.
That's not realistic.
Look, make the list,
You're
give it to me, and we'll get the
joking.
parts, okay? 3 weeks, let's start right now on it.
Nice to see you. Geezer's in La La Land, I tell you that.
I can hear that.
The team has their work cut out. In just 3 weeks, they need to remove rust and weld the frame solid, strip all the paint and make good the stainless steel panels, replace the brakes and wheels, put a new windshield in and replace the broken lights, repair the gull-wing door, and give the engine a complete service. And the budget for this transformation? A less than generous $9,000. Because the DeLorean was in long-time storage and rarely run, the first thing Bernie wants to check is its pipework.
Bernie, do me a favor. Give me the pressure tester, please.
Yeah, no problem, man.
Thank you.
Bernie and Diego use a pressure tester to pump air into the cooling system.
Let's see what surprises we got now.
If it'll even hold pressure.
The added pressure mimics driving conditions. If the pipes are sound, there shouldn't be any leaks.
Further.
You gotta lift it up.
Unfortunately, 5 years in a barn has taken its toll. Now they need to find the source of the leak.
Looks like the bloody rad's blown. Ow. Look at it.
This thing's cracked, Bernie.
And the trouble is, well, it's a plastic radiator.
Yeah.
You can't repair those. Where the hell are we gonna get one of those from?
Good luck.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I get all the bleating good jobs I do.
While Bernie's less than happy at this expensive problem, Moneyman Mario has a plan. But for now, he's keeping it to himself.
Okay. Here.
What are you measuring?
Don't worry about it. Here.
Do you even know what you're measuring?
Yeah. Come on.
This thing's in metric, eh? Not inches.
I know.
Hey, what was that about?
Maybe he wants to see how long it's gonna take.
Mario's calm demeanor is down to one thing. He knows the man who can help.
Frank.
Hey, Mario, how you doing?
Frank's area of expertise is reconditioning radiators, and if anyone can find a way around the DeLorean's blown rad, it's him.
Wow, that's weird. What's it from?
A DeLorean.
Oh, my God. I haven't seen one of them for ages.
It's old, huh?
I'll say it's old.
Even expert Frank seems thrown by the DeLorean rad, but Mario's not giving up that easily.
The rad in a DeLorean is about the same size as a rad in a domestic car. I can slide it in, hook up the bottom hose, the top hose. If it holds the fluid and the rad and the water can circulate, it's perfect. I could save $200, $300, $400. You think you got something you can match it up with?
It's an odd size. I don't know what. Hang on, let me have a look. See.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, this might do. Mario, the only thing that's close to is this rad here.
Let's put it on top.
Now, I don't know what you can do with it. You have to modify the rad around you or whatever.
Yeah, it's a bit longer, eh?
What can I tell you? It's the only thing I got. There's nothing else that'll fit it that I know. It's a Jeep, 91 to 96 Jeep.
How much you want for it, Frank?
$120.
I'll give you $60 cash.
60 bucks, come on. The metal's worth more than that.
Come on, Frank, it's been on your show.
It's like new. Because I know you're a nice guy, I'll give it to you for $80. It's the best I can do.
It's gonna work. Okay,
I think
good.
so. Okay,
Great.
Mario.
Most cars have a radiator mounted directly in front of the motor, but the DeLorean's rear engine design requires a network of pipes to circulate coolant from the engine to the radiator mounted up front. To make the Jeep rad fit, the mechanics will have to make adjustments not only to the connections, but also to the pipework that runs the length of the car. It's a clever solution, but not an easy one. And of course, Mario won't be doing the work.
I got the rad for the DeLorean.
That's not the rad for the DeLorean.
It's a brand new rad from the rad shop.
Brand new?
Well, it's like new. Good price, same length, same thickness.
What is this out of?
It's out of a 90s Jeep.
This is a DeLorean, Mario. So in walks Mario with this rad he found, I don't know, some garage sale, flea market. He says it's out of a Jeep. It's out of a cheap. Look at the filler neck.
Yeah?
But the Jeep you fill from the front.
Yeah.
DeLorean gets filled from the back.
Yeah, okay, so what? We'll put a cap on this, tighten it up, and run the line direct to the front.
What about the pipes?
What about modified them?
I'm a plumber too?
Yeah, sometimes when you do restoration, you gotta do a little plumbing.
Man, this is gonna take us too long, man.
Listen, this will save us $500-600. Modify it, put it on, make it work, and I'm gonna go get coffees, okay?
Mario is confident the boys can fit the new rad. Sat and Diego, however, are less convinced.
Think we can squeeze it? Well, we gotta move these pipes. Maybe. We tease Mario a lot about his knowledge about cars. He knows what he's talking about, but this rad thing, he really it up.
Assuring Bernie that the rad problem has been sorted, Mario hits the phone to look for more parts.
Thanks.
But when a job that should take 1 hour takes 3, Bernie is bound to start asking questions.
Oh, come on, guys. You haven't finished the rad yet?
Bernie, look at the rad. It's not from here.
What the? This is what he gave you to fit in this car?
Yeah.
What the hell's this out of?
It's out of a Jeep.
It was cheap.
Typical bloody Mario. Penny wise, pound foolish. This is ridiculous. This cannot work. What is the matter with him?
Handle it with him, Bernie. We're almost done here.
How the hell is it gonna fit?
Well, we almost got it in, Bernie.
Yeah,
we
we're just
gotta-
figuring out the pipes. We should be okay.
That cheap bastard. Fancy giving the guys the wrong damn radiator if it's cheap to fit. I'm annoyed with him, seriously, but I'm also annoyed with the guys for even fitting it. I would have told them to stuff it where the bloody sun don't shine.
After 3.5 hours of struggling to fit the Jeep rad, it's finally in, and the team can crack on with prepping the car for the crucial next step, stripping the paint. DeLoreans were famous for the special finish on the stainless steel bodywork, so the entire rescue hinges on removing the layer of red paint without damaging the all-important grain pattern underneath.
If you try to take the paint off with sandpaper, you will ruin the grain of the stainless steel.
It'll take an industrial-sized tin of chemical paint stripper and a lot of elbow grease to get the car looking like it did when it left the factory in 1981. If you were to order a DeLorean back then, you'd have been expected to shell out around $25,000, which in today's money works out at over $60,000. And for those who weren't keen on boring old stainless steel and had the money, there were special edition gold-plated versions. It was one of the most talked about cars of its time, and unsurprisingly, it attracted the attention of the rich and famous. But it was its central role as Dr. Emmett Brown's time machine in the Back to the Future movies which made this gull-wing classic one of the most recognizable cars in automotive history. Back in the workshop, Dougal's hard work with the paint stripper is beginning to reap rewards. But it's taken a whole week to get it this far. To meet Mario's ambitious 3-week schedule, work must go smoothly from here on in.
No. Hey, Bernie.
Whoa.
I think you might want to have a look at this.
Go, what now, Dougal?
This thing is completely covered in filler.
Oh, great. Marvellous. Can we fix it?
You see how much is on there?
I can see how much is on. Can you fix it?
No, that's why this whole thing's been painted, is because there's one fender.
Oh. I knew it. I knew there'd be bloody problems when we took this paint off. The paint was a disguise for the stainless steel, right? And the minute it's come
Bondo
off,
special.
it's all damaged underneath. Oh, great. Lovely.
How you doing, guys?
Oh.
Hey, that looks pretty good. I came into the shop. Right away, I see this beautiful stainless steel DeLorean. Just what I envisioned it to be. Great job taking it off.
Nice. Have a look at this.
What's up?
See that filler in that fender?
Yeah, it looks shut. Okay, so you can't repair it at all?
No, that's beyond repair.
Don't waste another minute on this. Go on the other side, to the other side.
Hang on. Before you start giving all the orders there, we want another wing.
Still smarting from the rad fiasco, Bernie's determined to not let Mario off the hook.
Look, we got one screwed up fender. You didn't think this whole car was gonna be perfect. Besides, you got half the car looking like new anyways. I didn't think the car was gonna be perfect. We stole the car from the guy. We got most of it off. Like, what's the big deal? So I gotta find a fender. I'll find a fender.
Look at it.
Did you finish yapping?
No, I haven't finished.
Okay, stop yapping. Just continue on.
Yeah,
I'll
sure.
get the parts.
Yes, sir. No, sir.
What is it with this guy? The glass is always half empty. Wine.
I tell you about as bleating much use as a bloody chocolate teapot.
Be quiet. There had to have been a reason why the guy painted it red. I knew that. I just didn't want to get into it. Just shut up and get the job done.
While Bernie fumes, Mario hits the phones to find a new front fender.
Who do I speak to about parts?
But with so few DeLoreans still around,
Hello?
used parts in good condition are both rare
How much?
and expensive. Then a contact lets him in on a secret. Despite going out of business in 1983, the DeLorean Motor Company was resurrected in 1995 and has every part under the sun. Unfortunately, it's a 4-hour flight away in Houston, Texas.
Hello, I'm looking for Steven.
That's me.
Hi, I'm Mario.
I went there when I was a
Mario,
kid.
how are you? I got a big list, and I thought I'd come to the source, and you seem to be the source.
Yeah, we have it all here.
Liverpool-born mechanic and DeLorean fan Stephen Wynn is the new face of DeLorean, and he's giving the Gullwing Classic a new lease on life.
Come on, I'll show you what we got.
Please do. Maybe we can work out a package deal or something.
These days, Stephen is kept busy servicing, restoring, and even building brand new cars using the vast amount of original parts he acquired along with the iconic name.
I've never, ever, I'm sure you've heard this 1,000 times, ever seen so many DeLoreans in one location.
If Mario wants his DeLorean to compete with the likes of these, he needs to bag a new windshield and front fender.
These are doors, right?
Yes.
Do you know how many doors you got?
About 1,000.
1,000 doors?
Yeah. Insane, isn't it?
And what else? You got enough
Well, if you sort of go through the whole warehouse, I've probably got about enough components here to build another 300 cars or so.
Wow. Basically, you cleaned out the factory.
Yeah, the factory, including the desks.
Stephen's warehouse may be a one-stop shop for all things DeLorean.
You can pick what you like here.
Great. Okay, so I'll take one of these. Oh, these are beautiful. Okay, great. I'll take a set of those.
But it all comes at a price.
How much is this, you know?
About 400 bucks or so.
That much?
Fortunately for the budget, Mario's no longer in the market for a new rad. While he continues on a shopping spree in Texas, back at the workshop in Toronto, the car has finally been returned to its original stainless steel. While apprentice Tammy rids the DeLorean of every last scrap of red paint, Dougal uses a special tool to restore the unique grain pattern on the stainless steel body panels.
Regraining stainless steel is a very, very slow, a very, very delicate, and a very, very specialist process. It's done with a flapper wheel, and quite honestly, unless you know what you're doing, if you don't do it right, you're going to be in severe bloody problems.
Luckily, it turns out that Dougal has a natural flair for regraining. After he's given the bodywork the once-over with the flapper wheel, he rubs the entire car down with a fine abrasive pad, gives it a buff, and the 30-year-old stainless steel is transformed. Meanwhile, Bernie gets to grips with the DeLorean's electrics, mending the wires that were chewed through by mice. With the electrical system sorted, he can fine-tune the computer-controlled fuel injection system. Innovative for its time, the DeLorean used micro-switches to control the flow of air and fuel to the engine. By making delicate adjustments, Bernie ensures that the perfect air-fuel mixture reaches the fuel injectors at just the right time, and soon has the DeLorean's V6 purring like a kitten. With most of the DeLorean now looking like it's just rolled off the production line, it's now up to Mario to deliver on the replacement fender. And it turns out that may be easier said than done.
We got some fenders here. This is a brand new original.
This is a right fender. I need a left fender.
If it's a right fender, I can let you have them for like $1,000, but the left fenders, they're in real short supply. They're more like $3,500.
I'm sorry?
When the factory shut down, for whatever reason, they had more right fenders than left fenders, and the left fenders virtually don't exist anymore.
I can't spend $3,500. I got to get something. I just can't spend $3,500 on a fender. I mean, I got a budget. I've never bought a fender in my life for $3,500.
It's a simple case of supply and demand. But $3,500 on a single fender will completely blow the $9,000 budget. Luckily, Steven doesn't just deal in new parts and may have another option.
This is the fender I was thinking about. It's a nice left fender, got a nick in it here and some at the wheel well.
You can pound this out, metal finish it to original?
Yes.
Take this dent out here?
Yep, no worry.
Oh,
yeah,
perfect.
At a cost of $1,000, the dented fender is less than half the price of a brand new one. But it will still take a big chunk out of the tight $9,000 budget. Plus, the team is now faced with a delay while the replacement panel is refinished. Back in Canada, the rescue is progressing nicely, but there's still one crucial part of the car that has yet to be tackled.
The good news is we've got all the paint off and there's no more dents. The bad news is we've only got a week and a half to go and we haven't even started on that gull wing door. Well, A, I'm hoping it's a strut. B, I don't like the angle the door's going up. Let's just hope it's a damn strut and lubricate the rest of the stuff. I'm hoping.
Let me pop this bad boy off.
Okay.
The gull wing doors are without a doubt the DeLorean's most famous feature. Each door weighs over 60 pounds, but uses a torsion bar to make it seem light as a feather. When the door is closed, the torsion bar is twisted, charging it with mechanical energy that's released as the door is opened. The extra lift provided allows the heavy door to be raised with minimal effort until a gas-filled strut completes the job and holds the door in place.
Sat and I were checking out the door in the DeLorean. First thing we obviously check, logically, is if the strut's okay. Whoa. Okay.
Oh, look at this, Bernie. It's completely dead.
Well, you know, normally you should actually have force where it's going to, literally, you can't push it down. That's what actually holds the strut up. This thing, it's got nothing there. The strut's blown. At least that is easy to replace.
If it's just the strut rather than the more expensive torsion bar, this could be the brake the budget needs.
So now what do we got to do to get this thing checked?
Well, we've got to take all the headlining down and have a look at it properly, because we've got trim tools for that.
Walking away from a propped-up door in a busy workshop is never a good idea.
What the was that? What the you done? The door's come down and it's just smashed the bloody glass to pieces.
Well, who the hell left this connected? I'm
Don't
the
start
bright guy.
blaming anyone.
Don't you start yelling at me. Seriously, who the hell
Let me
leaves
tell
this
you something. When
connected,
you
huh?
move something, you look what you're moving. You don't move things that was attached. Now what the hell are we going to do?
Apparently, get a new window.
Oh, yeah, hang on. I'll just magic one out of the air. I'll tell you, get him out of my sight before I fall him in off and poached him somewhere.
Holy crap.
That is an
Am I annoyed with
expensive
Google?
mistake.
Yes, I am annoyed with him. But really, that's not going to get me anywhere. I'm running out of time. I'm running out of patience. We've still got to fix the DeLorean door. And on top of that, I've still got to find a special piece of glass to be able to fit that door.
Like pretty much everything else on a DeLorean, the side windows are unique. A single piece of glass was too large to fit inside the gull wing door. So a two-piece system was designed with a small cutout window that can be rolled down. Unfortunately for the budget, it was the larger and more expensive fixed piece that broke.
This
The
has to
next
be
day,
manufactured
Bernie's
for
had a
the
chance
video,
to cool
huh?
off and is ready to have another go at fixing the gull wing door.
Let's have a look, see what we got.
If the torsion bar is shot, it'll cost the team time and money they simply can't afford.
It looks okay back here. I mean, there's tension on it.
That's good news. It's like they look pretty good in there. So the next thing we've got to obviously try now is to put the strut in and see if it holds the door up.
With the new strut installed, it's the moment of truth.
All right, here we go. Let's see if our theory works out. Mind your head. 1, 2. Yes! Nice one.
And finally, a bit of good news for the budget.
As they say in my language, thank for that. I was worried sick about that. All we've got to hope now is that the door actually shuts.
Well, thanks for the truth. Let's see.
Yes.
Yeah, buddy.
I'm over the moon. I'm really happy. For a change, no more problems, hopefully. I'll tell you one thing, keep Dougal away from the door.
If they ever get the car finished, the guys can enjoy some of the more social aspects of owning a DeLorean. And nowhere are North American DeLorean lovers more in evidence than at the annual British Car Day near Toronto.
We had people that would come up to us and say, what's a DeLorean doing at British Car Day? Well, they were built with British government public money, they were engineered by Lotus, and they were built in Belfast, Northern Ireland. We think it qualifies as a British car.
Not sure John DeLorean would have agreed, but 30 years on, no one's arguing. No DeLorean enthusiast's boyhood fantasy is complete without a hint of Hollywood glamour.
In North America, you can't deny the impact of Back to the Future. That really put the car up into a 1980s icon status.
I just loved the movie when I saw it from when I was 5. It's a car that's so unique. It doesn't look like any car on the road today, and it's a look I miss.
And if you can't afford the price tag of a real DeLorean, there are other options out there.
Started when I was 10 years old and first saw the movie Back to the Future and fell in love with it. This is about as close as I've come to owning a real DeLorean, so I figured if I can't have one, why not be one?
Back at the garage, and with only 5 days left, the transformation of the team's DeLorean still has a long way to go. To repair the rotten frame, Sat must first remove all of the rust. He then carefully measures and cuts new panels that are welded in place, making the frame solid again. With the frame finally fixed, Bernie and the boys can crack on with the rest of the mechanical repairs.
The track rod end or steering knuckle was really, really worn.
Dude, look at this thing.
If that snaps off, you got no steering.
Exactly.
Oh, that'd be fun.
Tight like Mario's wallet.
We've had the brake calipers overhauled. It's got new brakes on it. We've also done the shock absorbers on the car.
There you go, Bernie.
We've checked it out mechanically. We've done a full service on it. You know, that is going to be a good, safe car.
Incredibly, 3.5 days before their deadline, the rest of the car is in good enough shape to put it to the test.
The other day, I wanted to take Bernie for a test run. He's all happy about it. But I just wanted to see if that rad I bought would hold up. Is it ready for the road? Look, I got to go for a quick spin with Bernie.
Well, I'm not really ready, but...
Brakes good?
Brakes are good.
Steering?
Steering I fixed.
Lights work?
Lights are all done.
Is it safe for the road?
It's safe, but not ready.
We're going down a service road. Don't worry about it. Hang this on. We're going to go for a spin.
Okay.
Good luck.
So with Bernie riding shotgun, Mario takes to the streets in a partially assembled DeLorean.
Look at this, Bernie. Runs beautifully.
Yeah, but hang on. Only thanks to my guys.
Of course, that's your expertise. You know, you got to be able to do something.
And I'll tell you something, it's going well. Sounds really good. Brakes are working, loads of acceleration. I'm really happy at the moment. I like it.
Look at that. I like it. We're going to make some good money on this.
And all of a sudden...
Look, doesn't this thing run beautifully? Holy, Bernie.
Pull over, pull over! All of a sudden, Murray goes, what the hell's that? I look round, there's steam everywhere. Oh, pull over!
And the temperature gauge just went whack. I shut the car off immediately and pulled over to the side of
Do
the
they
road.
actually
You
indigo?
are having a laugh with me. Oh, sake! What now?
In the space of less than half an hour, Mario's Jeep Rad has gone from budget saving
great.
to budget busting.
You sure you hooked up everything right?
Of course I've done everything right. I bet it's all from that bloody rad you got me right to extend all the pipe.
Hey, didn't you check it when you put it on?
We checked it, but the rad is the wrong damn rad for the car.
You know what, I'm gonna call a tow truck.
It looks like we've got a bloody hose floater. That's all I bloody well need now.
Junior, you can't miss us. We're driving a DeLorean. Look for the bald guy in the DeLorean.
With the test drive a failure, the DeLorean limps back to the workshop where the team's fears are confirmed.
This is ridiculous.
See?
Hey, what happened?
Hey, the tube let go. Coolant went all over the muffler. That's where the steam's coming from.
Why?
Why? Because of that ride you got out front.
I paid $80 for it.
I know, and it's cheap. Sat had to reposition all the tubes. The strain on the hoses is just gonna happen again. Do it right, please.
It's not cheap.
If you need a hand opening your wallet, I'll give you the combination.
Just rip everything apart and let's get it done.
This present moment in time, Mario and I, We ain't talking to each other.
Time for Mario to do what he should have done earlier and spend some more money.
You remember that radiator you showed me? How much is this, you know?
About $400 or so.
That much?
Yes, I do.
I need it.
Okay, that's no problem. We have plenty in stock.
Getting in the right radiator has cost another $400 on top of the original $80 Mario spent on the Jeep Rat. That, plus a new windshield and door window that needs specialist fitting, are the final straws for the already battered budget. But at least the team can now finish the car.
Have we gone over budget? Well, it would be fair to say that we're not under budget. Do I still love DeLoreans? Absolutely.
With the refurbished front fender newly arrived from Texas, the team races to get the DeLorean reassembled before the clock runs out.
This has not been an easy car to work on. Everything that can go wrong possibly goes wrong. Are we going to get this car done in time? Honest answer? I don't know.
But in spite of everything, the finish line is in sight just hours before the crucial appraisal.
This DeLorean has not been an easy car to work on. In fact, putting it in my words, it's been a bloody nightmare.
With no time left for double checks, they're hoping nothing
It's
has
all
fallen through the
stainless
cracks.
indigo.
In just
It's
3
stainless
weeks,
steel.
the DeLorean has gone from this to this. But it hasn't been easy. They've stripped the paint and regrained the stainless steel, serviced the engine,
It
welded
might
the
be
frame
totally
solid,
flat.
and
I
carried
honestly
out a
don't
long
know.
list of essential mechanical repairs, including replacing the radiator twice.
Oh, pull over!
But have they done enough to make a profit? Mario and Bernie have brought former racing driver and classic car expert Paul O'Neill to Toronto. He's forgotten more about cars than most of us ever knew. Paul tests and assesses all of Bernie and Mario's cars before passing his report on to a number of independent evaluators to determine whether the guys are looking at a profit or a loss. The final value given to the boys will be an average of those evaluations.
Your dog.
Hi, Paul.
Hey, Paul.
You show pictures.
Oh, gentlemen, I'm hoping it's as good as it looks. Are those wheels brand new or are they just restored?
They're brand new.
This is a 1981 DeLorean, which was painted red.
Uh-huh.
We found out that they damaged the left front fender. I bought a reconditioned fender and a whole bunch of parts.
We had an issue with the passenger door. Done that, that's all okay. New headlights, all up and running, and it's going.
Can I have a look at this gull-wing door? 'Cause
Help
that's
yourself.
A moment of truth. Oh, look at that. It's got some power in it as well.
It goes up and it stays up.
That shuts well too. Can I have a look at the engine?
Of course you can.
A lot of work done on this V6 then?
So what we've done is a full engine service, full engine tune, new belts, new antifreeze, new radiator and new piping as well.
All the cooling system and electronics seem okay.
All done.
Can I have a go?
Yeah, pleasure. Help yourself.
You can put it in media.
Bernie and Mario can certainly talk a
Yeah,
good
you can put it in
car,
media.
But ultimately, it's how it drives that will really influence the decision of this former race car driver.
I really think Paul's gonna enjoy this car. He loves those cars. He didn't tell me, but I knew. As soon as he saw it, his eyes went, like it's his car of his childhood. He's gonna have a good time driving it.
As soon as you get in, it's a very, very European feel to the car. The most striking part of sitting behind the wheel of it is it's so low. That adds character to the car for me. The engine, I'll be honest, it feels pretty strong. It's not gonna set the world alight, but at the same time, it's got good power. On the throttle hard. Nice V6 noise to it. Gears feel pretty magic, actually. The gearbox feels more or less brand new. The car just feels like it's trying to lean over a touch. Just feels like one of the dampers maybe not performing to its maximum. But at the same time, for a car of this age, you can throw it around, you can drive it quick. If there's somebody on the street, I guarantee it will turn their head. And that's what it's all about when you own a classic car, especially something like a DeLorean.
Back at the workshop, Bernie and Mario wait for Paul's final report, knowing that they have far exceeded their original $9,000 budget. Their painted barn find cost $9,500 to buy. They spent $6,100 on parts and another $5,500 on labor, which means they'll have to make $21,100 just to break even. So has Mario's Texan spending spree taken them over the edge?
Hello, gentlemen.
Hello.
What an iconic car this is. A cracker. So, reminds me of the film.
Oh,
People of my
whoa.
age, mid-30s.
You having
This
a
is the
little
car that we
cowboy
just love to see.
hat.
Full stainless steel body.
Oh,
We've taken it away from the red,
whoa.
which is a great thing. Car looks original. Wheels look immaculate
I
and
like
original.
it.
Car
Oh,
on the
it's
whole
a
looks
girl.
great. Couple of
I like her
imperfections in the
little
body.
hat. She's a cowgirl.
Something that you would think of the car of this age. So it's a niche market. There's not very many of them. And if you want something like a DeLorean,
so
only a
pretty.
DeLorean will do.
Oh.
Proof's in the pudding. I'll leave you with that. Thank you.
Is Peachy looking to buy a DeLorean? I've always wanted a DeLorean, Hellbent. A DeLorean is my dream car.
What? I told you we were going to make money on this.
That is fantastic.
An appraisal of $24,700
Still not over
means
it.
the guys made a profit of
Me too? Really, Hellbent?
Oh, I feel good. I'm hungry. We're going to go have lunch, and it's on you. Let's go. Hop in. I knew we were going to make money on this car. I just felt it. It's an instinct.
DeLorean's looking great, running even better. But we would have had this thing done a week ago if Mario would have just closed his mouth and opened his wallet.
Has Mario learned his lesson about buying cheap parts? I hope so. Probably not.
Steer's good, shift's good, brakes are good. It's all good.
Yes, it does run well, because it's got the proper radiator in the bloody car.
Please take her out on a drive. Okay, chat, hold on. So there is a person local where I grew up in Houston that owns a DeLorean, and I've gotten to like see his DeLorean before, and he's an older guy. So I've genuinely thought about like whenever I don't know what his plans are with the DeLorean, right? But since I had a lot of connection to that specific DeLorean when I was younger, I thought it'd be cool that if I ever have like 40, 50 grand tucked away, which is probably what that condition DeLorean is worth, I could go up to him and offer like, hey, I know you're probably not looking to get rid of the car anytime soon, but it's a dream car of mine, and I would love to make an offer on your car whenever you think you're ready to get rid of it. And, you know, give him whatever the fair value is for the car if he's open to it. Obviously, just as much as I would probably buy that car to keep it until I die, he may want to do the same, and I might have to find a different option, and that's okay too. But I want to put out the offer to his because it's in genuine it's in decent condition. Like he daily drives it almost, so it probably has a lot of miles on it. But I mean, they're in Houston, so they're close to the DMC thing in Houston. So I'm sure if anything's ever gone wrong with it, he's gotten it serviced properly, and you know. Foot cam. What? As I said, if you get one, I will be very, very upset if you don't make it look like it did in the films. That's a tough one. That's a tough one. There are a lot of DeLorean owners that, while they appreciate the success and the like popularity that the Back to the Future movies brought the film, since there are so few parts and so few DeLoreans left in the world, every DeLorean that gets converted into a time machine DeLorean is one less DeLorean that is stock on the road. It's the same as buying a DeLorean just to crash it in their eyes, right? Because like that DeLorean can never be brought back to stock condition again once it's converted. I would be open to potentially purchasing a already retrofitted DeLorean. Like the DeLorean I get, I want to keep stock. But maybe if I am ever in the future where I have enough money to buy 2 DeLoreans, where I could like buy someone who has already converted it into a time machine DeLorean, where I could just like buy their DeLorean. But It actually looks better like it does in the film. I mean, it basically, like, it has rockets on it. Yes, but it's not practical, and I think that's subjective. I think the clean nature of the original DeLorean, unmodified to Back to the Future standards, looks amazing. I love how that car looks. And yes, I agree the Back to the Future version looks cool. They both look cool, and they both have their own, um, they both have their own, like, ups and downs, right? I think there's a place for both. I just wouldn't want to ruin a good condition DeLorean by drilling a bunch of holes in it and converting it. But I'd be open to buying one that's been pre-converted because I'm not making another I'm not putting another one out on the road, or I'm not taking another one out of the road. But yeah, mark my words, I will get one day, but I kind of, have to save up enough money to, get into a house, have a place to store it, and reasonably be able to both buy the car in cash because it's an old car, you can't really finance that. I have to have enough money to buy the car in cash, and I have to have enough money to keep up with maintenance on it, which is not cheap. But if I can get a good deal on one and then, have enough money to do maintenance on it and a good place to store it, it's gonna happen. Out there already, exactly. There are enough movie replica cars out there already, and at some point they will die. Not the car, the person owning the car. They have to go to someone else eventually. They can't stay with that one person forever. They eventually have to go to somebody else, and that's where I come in. Is that a threat? No, it's not a threat. It's the fact that I'm in my 20s and most of those people are probably not in their 20s. Most of the people that have converted DeLoreans that are worth like $100,000 are probably old enough to traditionally be able to afford a $100,000 car. So by the time I'm old enough to afford a $100,000 car, I'm sure there will be one that comes up on the market at some point that I'll just be able to buy. Anyway, let's find a new video. If you guys stick around long enough, you may get to see me buy it. Is this an LTT guy? Drink water. I've been drinking my gamer subs. Was there a redeem? Oh, there was a redeem for it. Here, I'll take another swig.
When I bought my 130-year-old house, there was no networking infrastructure to speak of. Zero.
She
I
is
had to
so
go back
cute,
and
Indigo.
retrofit the entire home with 10 gigabit Ethernet. It's been a few years now, and
Are
the
you
performance
studying?
is fantastic. But
Studying to get a
it was a lot
DeLorean
of work, and
one
I'm
day?
someone who's fairly
Maybe.
handy. If I weren't handy, or if I were a renter, well, putting holes in my wall wouldn't be an option. If you rent or you're not handy, don't feel bad. Not all hope is lost. You too can achieve multi-gigabit wired performance in your home, your dorm, or your apartment without having to touch a single wall. At least not put a hole in one. Let's find out how. The most common recommendation you'll find on the web is Powerline. I don't like Powerline. Here's the thing. While the technology behind it is really cool, It's typically recommended because it's universally available to pretty much everyone. And that's because it uses your existing power outlets and the electrical lines.
You might
in the
need
walls, which,
2
if you're watching this
lotteries
video,
for that.
You have. It's simple. You take a transmit node, wire it into your existing network, and then plug it into your wall. After which you take a receiving node and plug it in somewhere else. Get yourself a cheap patch cable, plug it into the device that needs an internet connection, and Bob's your uncle. Each transmit and receive node has its own logic on board that helps interpret the drastically different frequency signals sent over the same copper wires as your electricity. So that all sounds well and good. What's the problem with Powerline? Well, let me demonstrate. Because I just did a speed test with my home network connection using gigabit Ethernet, and, well, sure enough, I have gigabit speeds. If I unplug this Ethernet cable that's going to a switch to my network and plug in this one that's going to my Powerline adapter, once we see the status is connected, which it is, I'll refresh the page, run it again, and, well, we're about to see the problem with Powerline, this. 40 megabits per second? The performance of Powerline is hugely contingent on a number of factors. The age and quality of the copper wiring in your home, the physical distance in length, including all the cables between your 2 nodes, whether or not the nodes are on the same subpanel or even on the same breaker. And then, even if you get that figured out, anytime a compressor or blender motor or microwave kicks on, you're going to have vastly impacted speeds, and in some instances, those devices will kick your connection off the network altogether. Not great. Even when all the stars are aligned, you're in an ideal situation, performance is still not great. I demoed this to you from my gym, which is only 2 years old. We just built it. It has really high quality 12 gauge Romex, copper wiring going to a bunch of different breakers on our garage subpanel. Over here, we have got a switch. This is connected back to our network in our main house, but it's on its own dedicated circuit. It is not electrically connected to this outlet, which has our transmitting node. There is an Ethernet cable in between the 2 of them because it's got to have an internet connection to transmit. But the only other thing connected to this breaker, a 20 amp breaker, is another outlet that is directly wired in series. That one, where our receiving node is. They're only a few feet apart, they're directly connected, and so this is where we should get the best performance. Powerline should peak out here, it should be fantastic. And well, if we hit go on speed test, it's pretty good. It's fine. It's about 300-ish megabits per second, not bad. But again,
auctioned at 82 grand.
If we're at
That's
the same
not bad, but it's
reliability
probably
and
because it
throughput
was at
as
auction.
Ethernet. Additionally, this isn't even hitting what we can get on Wi-Fi 6. So this
If
is a
you
decent
own one
solution
that
in
you're
an
really
area
trying to
where
get
we
rid
don't
of,
have
there are
a
people that
noisy
would pay
electrical
up to
circuit,
100
but
grand
you also
for it.
don't have the ability to do Wi-Fi.
Just because they don't come
We're
on the
not
market
looking to
very
get
often.
almost as good as Wi-Fi. We
When
wanna
there's not
blow it
much
out of the
supply, you can
water.
kind of set it at whatever.
Just
and
like today's
if
sponsor,
someone wants it
Sigma
badly enough,
OS
they'll pay
blows
it.
every other web browser out of the water. See, as native apps die and web apps thrive, the focus on the browser has increased, but the browser hasn't changed. It's just a window with tabs. And if you're really doing work in the browser, it gets so disorganized so quickly. Sigma OS feels like it's made for the modern day. And this begins with what they call workspaces. Workspaces are basically just sections of the browser that are organized by category. So I've got a finance section, I've got a social media section, I've got a networking section, which is what you've been seeing earlier in this video, and I've got a news section. From within workspaces, there are a bunch of pages that I can navigate up and down like regular tabs. They can be pinned, they can be customized, they can be tagged, and more. You can even isolate your workspaces from one another. So if you'd like to run multiple sessions simultaneously, you can. No more logging in and out of Google accounts, which is great. You might have noticed that this browser is beautiful. I mean, look at the UI changing based on the color of the web page that I'm navigating to. It's also lightning fast, and that's because it is based on WebKit rather than Chromium, like every other browser. So it's lightning fast, but you can still install Chrome extensions, which gives you the flexibility of Chrome, but the stability and speed of Safari. And then there's hotkeys. Hotkeys galore. If you can think it, you can probably do it. There's a focus mode, pressing F, that allows you to focus on the content that is in front of you. There is a split screen mode, so I can type in theverge.com, and it pops up here on the side. Goodbye. There is a command line, which I can use to enter, I don't know, new tweet. And check it out, a web page opens ready to perform a new tweet. Q performs a quick search. So I can say, when was Bill Gates born? I can get my answer, and then as soon as I'm done, I push D for done, and I'm back exactly where I was right before. If I press H, I can snooze a web page and have it remind me at a date and time that I decide. P opens up my password manager. And then there are a bunch of other really great features built into the browser from the get-go, like the ability to block ads. That is a default option. No more tracking here. Super great. One of the features that is my favorite is called lazy search. You just push the space bar and
Title
you
of
basically
this
type
video.
anything you want. Anything you've got open.
It is
so
called
even if your tabs are all specially organized, you're like, I know I have Chase open
10
somewhere. You just type Chase
gigabit
and there it goes. It
network
says it's already open in
retrofit
finance. I'm brought to
for
the workspace.
renters.
I'm
No
got page
drilling
open, and it's
required.
fantastic.
Is the
all
title
of this
of the
syncs
video.
from Mac to Mac via the cloud. There are so many features that I have not even scraped the surface on for teams, involving AI, and more. Sigma is free for up to 3 workspaces, which is great. And for just $10 per month, you can get unlimited everything. I really think you should try it with the link below. It takes a little bit of work to learn, but once you do, I think you'll love it. Thanks to Sigma for sponsoring. So then what am I supposed to do? Drink mocha, baby. Mocha stands for Multimedia over Coax and uses, you guessed it, coaxial cable. While not true in every part of the world, if your home is in North America and older than 15 years or so, you've got coax in your walls. This is true of apartment buildings and dorms pretty much everywhere. Coax was utilized by TVs and cable boxes for decades. And so any place that would have had a TV probably has coax. This means bedrooms, common areas, sometimes even the bathroom and kitchen, etc. And Mocha is awesome because it uses all that old coaxial cable in your wall that's probably abandoned and sends Ethernet over the top of it. If you are a boomer and you still use coax to power a cable box, who's still using one of those? The great news is Mocha doesn't get in the way because it operates on a different frequency. Just as we did with Powerline, we plug our transmitting node into our cable router. And any receiving node we plug into the wall with these coaxial patch cables. Now, if you do have any devices like, say, a cable box that do need to stay plugged in, cable splitters are very inexpensive and work super well. You plug your input into the in and your outs to, well, your cable box and Mocha receiving node respectively. And once you do that, Bob's...
Hi, Snowy.
Well, Bob's not your uncle because unlike Powerline, coaxial Mocha does require a little bit of setup. We're going to take an Ethernet cable, plug one end into our laptop, and plug the other end directly into the transmitting node, not into the network. And this is because we need to create a static IP on the subnet of the device so that we can access its local configuration portal. It's really pretty easy. Go into your network settings on your computer. Using DHCP, it will have already found an IP address, but this is bogus. It doesn't work, okay? We need to be on the same subnet as the device that we're intending to get access to. And we can see here in the manual that with this specific one, and it's different with every model, so check your manufacturer's instructions, the subnet is 192.168.254. something. So we're going to give our computer an IP address of 192.168.254, and they recommend 10. Okay, cool. We are now going to navigate to the device's web portal, which is located at 192.168.254.254. And if we do so, we're presented with a login page. So I am going to log in with the username.
What are we 3D printing? It's a cup holder thing for my car. I've been meaning to
here we are at the web portal.
I've been meaning to reprint it because my old one got warped.
Well, it depends on what your intent is. To avoid double NAT problems, which can happen if you have these things set up incorrectly, you should go into device settings and assign this device an IP address that's available on your home network. So you're going to need to find what your local IP address subnet is. Mine is 10.0.0. something. And I'm going to define this to a specific IP address on the range of my network. You can also do this from the router side, but I'm just going to do it here, giving it an IP assignment of 142, okay? I will press save, and then what I can do after that, and this is also something I recommend, is going into your security settings. You can set a password for Mocha, Now, if you're in a regular standalone home, you can probably get away not doing this because ISPs put what they call a point of entry filter, a PoE filter, that prevents outward coaxial access from neighbors or whomever. But if you're in an apartment complex or a dorm, somewhere where coax might be shared intra-network, you definitely want to turn this on so that they can't access devices on your network that is supposed to be yours. So you can enter any alphanumeric password that you would like, and then dependent on the device, but pretty much for all Mocha 2.5 devices, you will enable DEXT security band. Once you do that, you press save, you reboot the device, and then you have to pair the devices by passing login credentials. It's really easy. You just push the button that's on each device. They call it MPS. It's just like WPS on your router. You push both buttons, they will pass the credentials across to one another, and then they are paired, but they are secure from other coaxial devices, other Mocha devices trying to get into your network. You are protected and safe. That's the setup you want to do. Some special notes. Mocha is offered by default on many routers and modems that are provided by your ISP. So look at the back of the box you've already got. There may be a Mocha transmitting node already built in. And if you have one, then sweet, save 60 bucks and just buy the receiving nodes. Secondly, Mocha is not only backwards compatible with previous Mocha standards, but it's intraoperable in between all Mocha node device producers. So you can mix and match brands, which is not the case with Powerline. Really nice. Furthermore, each transmission does go to every node on the network. So throughput is reduced the more nodes you have. Keep this in mind as you're building out your network.
When is the painting auctioning happening?
Ethernet switches,
it's not going to be an auction, Vanna. It's going to be a giveaway.
Last, Mocha can be used
and it's
as
going to
a
be at the new
backhaul for
place.
mesh
Once I'm set up
networking
at the new place,
If
the
you've got an
whole
Eero,
stream will
one of
be
these new
making
fancy pants wireless routing
the
systems that
painting and
everyone's
then
buying
doing a giveaway
that has
for it.
wireless repeaters. These wireless repeaters can always be wired manually via Ethernet back to the main base station. They perform better because they're not retransmitting a wireless signal. They just transmit the wireless signal because they're wired directly into the main router. If you've got Mocha, you can use Mocha as an Ethernet backhaul for these systems, and it works fantastically. Your Wi-Fi will become way, way better. And those are the gotchas, but once it's set up, it's incredible. On the left here, I have got the results of my gigabit Ethernet that's in the walls. It's about gigabit, what I pay for. And right here on the right, I'm going to perform a test with the Go coax. Our coaxial is coming in from the wall, just like the Ethernet. I've got power, and there is an Ethernet cable going to my laptop. That's the whole setup. All we have to do now is push go. Please be better than Powerline. I mean, look at that. That is the same speed, effectively, as I am getting on Ethernet. There is no difference. Now, I'm paying for gigabit Ethernet. What happens if you have an even faster internet connection? Well, Mocha 2.5 supports up to 2.5 gigabits of throughput, which is pretty crazy. Mocha 3, which is right around the corner, the silicon is not yet available, but the spec has been finalized, is capable of 10 gigabit. That should be out later this year, which is pretty bananas. This is a no-compromise solution. Sure, it's a little bit more expensive because you have to buy a node for every single place you want to put an Ethernet drop, but it is possible. Even our ping should be pretty similar. Okay, so we add a couple of milliseconds of latency, but it's much better than what we were getting with Powerline, and the speeds are infinitely better. This is a great solution. It's not just fine, it's not just okay, it's legitimately good. If you don't have coax for Mocha, not all hope is lost. There is still a way to get Ethernet around your home. And that's just by putting Ethernet around your home. Hear me out, okay? You can do exposed runs, and this is not as ridiculous as it sounds. I'm not saying run cables across the middle of your floor. Using the termination guide on my previous video, you can save a bunch of money by just buying a box of like 500 feet of Ethernet and wrap it around the perimeters of your room. It doesn't have to look janky. In rooms with carpet, you're almost always able to tuck it underneath the baseboards, making your cabling all but invisible. I like to use these automotive trim spudgers for the job. They work great and they allow you to maneuver the cable without damaging it. In rooms with tile or hardware flooring, you can use quarter-round cable raceway. This is available cheap from your local hardware store. I would not recommend ordering it on Amazon. And you can use it to create discrete, frankly, even handsome-looking track for Ethernet runs. with outside elbows, inside elbows, cord ports, and more. The last thing anyone will think is that this is some janky fly-by-night Ethernet installation. In fact, most people won't even notice because most homes, like mine, use quarter round on purpose. It's really common to see, and you can make your Ethernet hide in plain sight. These are just a few of the options to get wired networking around your home. If none of them seem feasible, don't give up on Wi-Fi, because when deployed correctly, Wi-Fi can be really great. I've done a video on how to improve your Wi-Fi performance if yours is sucky. Follow this video up here. But other than that, thank you so much for watching, and as always, stay snazzy.
Is 25 too late to learn? It's never too late to learn drawing. Literally, my mom is in her like late 50s now. My mom has started picking up stuff because she's going to be retiring in a bit, and she wants a hobby to do, and she likes drawing and painting, and she's been picking up and learning more. Like it's never too late to learn anything. If it's something you want to do, go for it. You have as much time as you live left on the earth, so why not spend it doing what you want to do? Trying what you want to try.
I've had a lot of fun. I've had a lot of fun building my custom desk, adding the lighting, audio panel, and a touchscreen. I've had a lot of fun building my custom desk, adding the lighting, audio panel, and a touchscreen. But I've purchased the next upgrade to take it to new heights. Today we're adding standing desk legs to my custom desk build. And the crazy thing is, if I added these to a solid wood top like this, it would be $900 cheaper than a similar package online. And they don't just look the same. They're offering the same features and functions of the more expensive options online, including USB charging built in. I've honestly found if I move my laptop over to this workbench at standing height, I can like stretch my legs, keep some wiggle and movement going. It keeps the like momentum. Plus, the older I get, the more it helps my back. So I kind of get the whole standing desk thing. The product listing said I should be able to build this in 10 minutes. Let's see. Oh, all right, this base. Where's the 10 minutes, 20 seconds. Honestly, that wasn't many bolts at all. Now, this little chunk of plastic was missing from the motor when I unboxed it. However, when you put the desktop plate on top, it covers it, so you don't see it. Oh, and it also comes with these little rubber cushions to go between the desktop and the legs. Then the next step would be to attach the frame and control box to the underside of the desktop with some screws, but that's not going to work with my custom desk. But I actually planned this upgrade since the very beginning. See, on the side here, there's a beam that runs right through the desk, and this is offset from these Alex drawers from IKEA. Yeah, I planned this. I did the 3D models to allow these standing desk legs to attach and have clearance for the drawers and for my legs. Oh, it's all coming together. And so if you remember from the first part of the desk build, when I built the frame, I used V-slot aluminum extrusion. And this allows me to slide T-nuts anywhere along the length of the metal and then screw into it with bolts. And so we'll have to pull the desk apart a bit to get these in, but it will allow me to bolt the legs directly into the desktop. What's cool about these legs is that they're dual motor, so it can lift heavy weights like 120 kilograms, which is ridiculous, but it also means that there's no drivetrain running through the center like a single motor would have, so you can make the width way wider. Oh, okay, there is a limit. How much metal's in that? It can go 175 centimeters wide, smallest 101.5 centimeters. So not only is a dual motor the extra strength, and then hopefully therefore quieter, because each motor is working a little bit less, you can get that extra width. 60 mil from the back here. drill through the core flute. Now I'm going to temporarily mount this to the front like you would on a typical standing desk so I can start using it today. But I do plan in the future to pull it apart and house new buttons and switches to be able to control it here through the desk panel. Sharing each stage of this process with you has been such a joy, so thank you for watching. And it's also thanks to sponsors that I can pay my bills whilst embarking on custom projects like this. So if you need something 3D printed, CNC'd, or a custom PCB, then head to PCBWay.com. We can simply upload a file, select the material,
I wanted to make a
color,
desk
and
like this, but I
quality, and get an
can't.
instant
Not
quote
anything
for it to be
permanent in my
manufactured
apartment.
and shipped to you. Big thank you to PCBWay for sponsoring today's
Well,
video.
this isn't mounted to the wall or anything. It's just on it's just on a desk on the floor.
I don't have any bolts that are
Is
longer
it-
than
wait,
that. That's pretty freaking long.
right?
Oh, I just realized I've got these twist in place ones, right? Drop-ins. Their thread drops down like 1/2 mil. Yes! Come on, let's go. Now this is interesting. Do not operate the desk frame unless the handset/control box have been fixed horizontally under the desktop. And so I'm going to guess that either that or this has a gyroscope inside, so when the desk goes up and down, if either motor goes faster than the other, it's able to keep itself level. I don't know where I'm going to fit this. This would be so easy if you just had like a wooden desk to screw this in anywhere. So there's a plug for each motor as well as the controls, and I'm just going to put this box on the front of the desk so I can start positioning the legs. Google, turn on studio. All right, so power to the desk. Oh, it's blinking. Yeah, it's moving. We're in business. Because I can't flip my desk over, I've got to jack it up. It's like a car hoist, but I'm drilling the car into the hoist. How can I lose my... Oh, my phone was on my alley key. I don't get it. How can that one be a U? I guess not. How did this fall off? I literally spent over an hour trying to adjust the legs to align with the holes that I drilled through the white core flute and to drop in T-nuts that I'd pre-positioned. Eventually, I cut rectangles in the core flute so I could pre-mount the drop-in T-nuts to then raise the bolts into alignment. I don't think anything's going to hit. What's that sound? Oh, it's hitting the plant. Oh my days! Dude, this is so high.
Oh my days.
Man, zip ties are so good. I'm just doing basic cable management whilst I'm still adding stuff to the desk. And so now we'll address some issues with the standing desk legs. All right, now one of the problems that can actually be solved by its features is that if it's going down, it's going to hit the drawers and then detect there was a collision, beep, and go back up. So the instructions say I can set an upper and lower limit. So if I bring it down, I can then press up and down at the same time for 5 seconds. If I go down and try and ram it into the drawers, it just soft hovers and leaves that gap. And the same can be done with an upper limit, so you can go like really high, way too high, right? Let's say at that height, I would damage cables if I went any higher. I can once again hold the buttons, and that's now a new maximum height. Won't go any higher. Excellent. Holding the M button goes into various parameter settings, so you can change the sensitivity of the collision detection or change the units to metric. We should slow down and stop at the lowest. So I can just go mode 1 seated. That kind of feels correct, I guess. So mode 2. So press number 1, it's going to auto drop down to the first setting. Surprisingly, not all sit-stand desks have memory. You have to like manually hold up and down arrows every time. Now I have noticed I can wobble the desk at full height more than I expected, especially for a 3-stage leg system. The cheaper options only have 2 stages, presumably causing more movement. But then I realized it was actually the carpet being squished has quite a thick pile as well as the underlay. I've extended the adjustable foot pads to hopefully compact a section of carpet with time. You can also completely unscrew them and buy aftermarket wheels. It says that it should have a standing reminder. They may have sent me the wrong model. The listing definitely said, remind to stand up according to set time. My controller looks identical to that one. Honestly, it doesn't really matter because my smartwatch does it for me because it's actually tracking my movement. But it's a feature that it says it has. No one in the reviews are complaining about it, probably because no one really uses it. There's a review here that said they had a crack on the plastic housing of the motor, they got a replacement. Remember how mine had that like little piece cracked off? So it's a powder coated steel frame and it's got a 2-year warranty on the motor, which is nice. Look at this, anti-collision system as the gyro sensor and electric current. So if it hits something, it's going to stop and retract. Someone did the Bunnings benchtop build. If you don't know the Bunnings benchtop hack, go to your local hardware store, buy a solid wood kitchen benchtop. They can cut it to size, and then you add it to legs like this for almost $900 cheaper than a pre-packaged, slightly deeper desktop combo. So I actually bought this on like a Boxing Day sale for 320 Australian dollars, now 370. I definitely recommend using the 3 camels. You can paste your Amazon link. Oh, you can actually see that when I bought it, it's the lowest price it's ever been. I reckon this has just come out fantastic. I'll shoot them an email about the standing reminder and I'll let you know in the comments what happens. Otherwise, if you like this video, thumbs it. If you loved it, sub it. And I'll see you in the next video, which is another thing for the desk. That's right, we're doing back to back, baby. Catch up. That's not normally there.
Hey, let's get connected. 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 Let me be the calm when it get hectic. Let me be the one knowing you left it. Connected. Connected. Let's just hit the plug and get connected. Feel it through your body, don't want my lecture.
Good night, Solo.
If you feel
Welcome to another Out of Spec Renew episode. Today we are back in Denver meeting with Kevin and his fantastic new project. So Kevin, you're going to take us around the whole project, all the specs you're going to tell us about, but more importantly, tell us why you choose a very low mileage DMC-12 to start this new project.
Yeah, welcome to, I'm calling this project Gigawatt, and this is a 1982 DeLorean. This is a customer build. This is a very special car. This customer has had this car for a very long time. He loves this car. It only has 611 original miles. So it seems like, why would you take apart a brand new car? Because it is. It even has the original tires with full tread on them. But this customer had trouble, like a lot of DMC owners, with the original drivetrain. So every time he wanted to drive it, it was just unreliable. So what we're going to do now is take it into the future, which might be the perfect car for that, by making it electric, reliable, powerful, everything that we like to have in a car these days.
All right, so let's start with the basic. What type of setup are you going to go for?
So I love Tesla parts, Tesla motors, so this is getting a Tesla drivetrain. This particular car was perfectly suited for the Model 3 Performance rear drive unit. So it's a 980 serial number drive unit. What's great about that drive unit is it makes this a mid-engine car, or mid-motor car, because the motor is in front of the differential and the half shafts, whereas a small drive unit from a Model S or a large drive unit from a Model S, it's actually the opposite. The motor is behind the differential, making it a rear motor. But there's a great location, and we'll get the car up and I'll show you how this fit in there, where the transaxle used to set. The motor fits perfectly, leaving all of this room where the original engine used to be for all of the batteries, or at least 3/4 of the batteries.
So which batteries are you going to use?
So since it's a Model 3 Performance motor, that's a 400 volt max system, I wanted big batteries, so a big battery pack, so we're going with the Model S 100 kilowatt hour pack. So that's 16 of the modules. You could use Model 3 modules, they make 400 volts, but they're very awkward in their size. It would take a lot of cutting. The Model S battery modules are perfect for reconfiguring to fit into this type of car. So it'll have a big battery though, 100 kilowatt hours.
And it will bring you to 400 volts.
Yes, 400 volts, and probably on a car that's going to be less than 3,500 pounds, it might even get about 400 miles of range.
We're still with 300 or even more than 300 horsepower.
More than 300 horsepower, that's right.
Fantastic. So crazy specs already. Do you have a rough idea of the weight?
I'm thinking the weight is going to come in about 3,500 pounds, maybe a little bit under, and I'll get it scaled once we get it completed. Okay. But it's still going to have the DeLorean maybe problem or feature, which is mostly aft weight. Okay. This was I think it only had about 35% front weight. It's going to be very similar because most of the batteries are back here where that engine used to be. The car, however, is suited for that because they designed it with a heavier suspension in the rear to help handle all that weight.
Okay. So they solved the issue with the suspension.
Exactly.
Okay. But you have the luxury, if you wanted to have slightly more modules in the front, if you wanted to.
Sure, yeah, I can shift. That's the beauty of the electric cars. You can make the weight and balance however you see fit. For my purposes, this is not so much of a race car. I'm all about power, of course, so we're getting the performance motor and the big battery, but this has to be a usable car. So I wanted some front space. This is one of the original front cars, so we're gonna still have plenty of storage there. If you do wanna go on a road trip with the fast charging and your storage, this car will do it.
Okay. Before we go a bit deeper in the system you'll be installing, could you tell us the rough timeline when you start a project like this one?
Yeah, so this project, so EV muscle cars is kind of my side gig. So, and I'm working here in my garage, as you can see. This is I have 3 kids and all of our family's things that we have in a normal house. So being a side project, it takes me about a year. Okay. I'm on my final stretch here. A lot of the kit is fabrication. So I do all my fabricating right here, CNC cutting and welding. It's all done in here. It's all done by me, so it takes a little bit of time, but all the fabrication is done. Now I'm in the assembly phase, so I'm in the final month here. We'll get it going.
And probably we should mention your business name.
Yeah, so EV Muscle Cars. I started out as a muscle car enthusiast. You may know Project Electrolyte, which is my daily driver now, and that was a Mopar, a big Mopar that's Model S powered. And I just keep it going. Muscle cars is where I like to be. This is a little bit of a stray from a muscle car for me, but it's going to have the power that it should. So
you're making it a muscle car.
Making it a muscle car, that's right.
All right, let's carry on with the engine bay.
Yeah.
And so you're reconfiguring the engine bay.
That's right, yeah. So when I got this car, it was a project that had already been started, so the drivetrain had been removed. So there's a big space here. And when you're assembling all these components, there's a lot of planning into where everything's going to fit. To me, it has to fit, it has to look good, it has to perform good, but it also has to be repairable in the future. So everything is accessible from either the top side or the bottom side. When this is complete and assembled, this will be all batteries back here. You'll still see a little bit of the radiator, you'll have access to the coolant fill, but this will just be batteries under glass with LEDs. Trying to make it, you know, if you have a car like this, you're taking it to car shows and cruises and SEMA and all the different things. So it's going to have that show aspect as well.
Speaking of cooling, could you take us through the new system you've completely designed?
Yeah, so what I've learned from the Electrolyte, and I should mention, so we're in Colorado, we have extremes in temperatures. We have cold to warm sometimes in the same day. So some of the things you have to keep in mind are the battery health. And the biggest thing to keep your battery healthy is a stable temperature. So we're going to have a battery heater, an electric heater. You would normally use that if you're going to, before charging, you want to watch those battery temps. Or before driving, you get more capacity if you can keep it in kind of that 25 degrees Celsius range. So the battery heat, but the battery heat uses power. So what I learned on a road trip in the Electrolyte, which was in the winter, 30-degree Fahrenheit temperatures, the batteries will cool down because you're not flowing enough current to keep them warm, so that battery heater continually kicks on. So I'll be using waste motor heat to keep the batteries at their happy temperature while driving.
So you have recreated Tesla Model 3/Model Y Octovalve.
It's similar to the Octovalve, yeah. It's nowhere near as complex, but I am using Tesla parts. So what we have here is we've got a 4-way valve as well as a 3-way valve. The combination of those valves allows me to have multiple circuit flows. So the motor, if you're just max performance, let's say you took this to autocross and you need max motor cooling, it's a closed loop through its radiators. This has pusher fans below it, behind it, and it also has ram air intake from these factory intake locations. So you'll have a ram air while driving and then fans to assist. These both operate in parallel. So I've got 4 fans. We've got almost 2,000 CFM that'll pull across these radiators.
All right.
More than adequate for this motor, which is an oil to coolant cooled motor. It's different than the Model S motor. This has kind of a flooded oil cooling system. And so max performance, we've got it for the motor. Now max charging, If we're going to DC fast charge, we're not running the motor, so it'll reconfigure, and now these same radiators with those fans will be battery cooling when you're pushing all that current into the batteries. In addition to that, it has a AC flat plate chiller, so the AC can kick on. The reason the radiators are in the back is because the condenser is in the front. So when you're doing max effort cooling, if you're going to run the AC and the radiators, normally they're sandwiched between each other in the front of a car. So if you're pulling heat off with the condenser and put it in the radiator, you're just spinning your wheels. But this way, I can not only pull heat off with the condenser, I can also pull it off with the radiator. So it'll just be max effort cooling because this will have DC fast charging.
With all the effort and engineering this took, is it something you may potentially offer as a kit, as a system?
I will at least have plans available. What I've learned with EV conversions is it's very hard to have a kit that suits everyone. So you can have a process and maybe you can have parts to kind of assemble your own kit, but it's really hard to have a package
And
that
a
you
hot
just hand
dog.
over and it works. But all of this is documented, and I actually share a lot on the internet because I was just a builder trying to learn, and I just want to support this craft, so it'll be out there.
Fantastic. Is there anything else we need to cover in the engine bay?
So on the top side, this is about it. I'll have some finished panels back here to kind of complete the look back here with this brushed aluminum, which kind of plays off the brushed stainless. And then the batteries, of course, will be under glass. This panel will also be under glass. This was a vented engine cover, and this engine cover obviously needed to vent the hot engine bay, but it's got a nice window look to it. So if I cover these in glass and seal it all off to keep the batteries dry, you'll be able to look through and see the batteries just with the louvered cover up. So it'll make a nice finish.
Kevin, did you have to do a lot of modification to the chassis or mounting points?
There's a couple modifications. There was a kind of a strut tower brace back here, but that was going to interfere with how I could package these batteries. So this tray is actually designed as the strut tower brace, as the mounting for the pumps, for the valves, as well as the battery box. Okay. So using factory locations, I'm still getting the purpose out of it, but it's now multi-purpose.
Okay.
So these battery boxes, these are all, I CNC cut these here, and it took me a while to find a battery box that fits the Model S modules to make them kind of universally fit. And the way this box is designed, it's symmetric parts. So once I cut these out, they can be left to right, they can be top to bottom, but we just stack up all of the modules and they're very secure and very modular. So this is one of 3 back here. Mm-hmm. There'll be 2 more that'll start from the bottom and come all the way up with bodywork that'll flush it out with kind of a diffuser in the back.
Any particular setup with the cooling system between the 3 packs?
So all of the battery modules, which I've got one out here, you can take a look. These are the Model S modules. If you look close, they have a lot of density of the cells. So this is from the 100 kilowatt hour packs. And they've got dual cooling loops on these. So every loop needs to flow in parallel.
Okay.
So every box will have a cooling manifold. I've got those over here. So I prefabricate these manifolds, and they're kind of designed to kind of offset.
All right.
Now these will be in every box, and as the coolant comes into these manifold, it equally distributes through every module. So not only is every module in parallel flow, then every box becomes in parallel flow.
Yeah. Is it a setup you've already used in other builds?
Yep, yeah. So the electrolyte has all this proven. This is kind of the next generation where it's a little easier to assemble because I think the hardest part of these conversions is fitting the batteries, plumbing and wiring the batteries. There's just a lot of complexity to get it to fit into the car. So I'm really trying to make that the easiest part, but it's taken some time.
All right. All right, let's investigate the front. So the front, we should say, and the 4th battery pack.
That's right, yeah. So this is, again, an identical battery box to those other 3, kind of that modular system. They work together in packages of 3, but I can extend it to 6 or 8 or down to 2, so the same box works with all the configurations. My decision point on the full battery pack, I kind of had to decide here, do I want to keep the frunk completely intact and only have 2 more modules up here? But that would cut down the voltage, cuts down the range. I just thought we have the room for it. It sticks up a little bit, but remains almost a complete frunk. So we went with the full 4
and you
modules.
actually gain a little bit of room because you're getting rid of the spare wheel.
That's right, yeah. Either way, the spare wasn't going to fit the same way. Most cars nowadays don't carry a spare. You've got a can of, you know, fix-a-flat or the plugs or whatever you want to carry. But this is going to be perfect location for a charge cord. It's still going to have a nice finished surrounding here with the, again, LED batteries under glass kind of look for show.
Do we have any spare room behind this panel?
Yeah, so under this panel, which is loose right now, I'm going to have my charger, the contactor box, the AC compressor, all of that is going to be underneath, and we'll get the car up and I'll show you all that space. That was the original gas tank.
Whoever coined the term frunk and kicked them repeatedly in their shins. What? What's wrong with frunk? It's the front trunk.
What's a little bit strange about that is it's under the hood. Yeah. And so the early model actually had a gas flap here in the hood. This is a non-gas flap hood, which means you had to lift the hood every time you wanted to, or the bonnet, every time you wanted to fill the gas. So you might think, just like a lot of conversions, well, that would be a great place for a charger. But what I don't like about that is, again, you have to have the bonnet up the entire time. So I'll show you the location we have for that. What this is going to be, however, is the main service switch, the main cutoff. So if you're going to work on the car, this will be mounted down flush. If you're going to work on the car, if you're going to store the car, you can cut the 400 volts just that easy. So
I can.
It's a good location for that.
Going back to the
I cannot
charger,
say what I was going to say. That's what I can do.
CCS.
So yes, CCS1, it's going to have the CCS port. But once that's installed, then you can use an adapter to NACS once that's available for everyone. Or you can go to use a Magic Dock, however you want to do that. But then most people just charge with the J1772 at home, so it's got that as well.
Yeah, but at least you can go on the road trip. And
yeah. So this is going to have 200 amps of charging, so 75 kilowatts. And we'll talk about more why we're limiting it to that. It's plenty for a car like this. I did my road trip on 50 kilowatt CHAdeMO and had no problem. So CCS at 75 kilowatts is fantastic for this type of car.
And to be fair, while this charge at the charger, you're going to talk to people all for 45 minutes. You're going to talk to people asking questions about EVs, about the DeLorean, so in particular about this. So
that's exactly right.
You're going to spend quite some time at the supercharger.
Yeah, you start getting charged idle fees just because you're sitting there chatting with somebody.
To people, it's funny because it feels like John DeLorean built this car thinking it could be electrified one way or another, because you make it sound like it's easy to convert.
You know, the more I spend time with this car, the more everything just seems to fit. This is one of the best cars to convert. I mean, to fit over 300 horsepower and 100 kilowatt hours with fast charging and a PDU, all the wiring will be, you know, modern. It's just, it makes this car even more timeless. Yeah. It's great.
And you would think, it's funny because you would think the X chassis would be actually more tricky to convert it to electric, but it actually makes it easier.
Yeah, in fact, I'll show you right here under this box. I didn't do any frame modifications. I cut the frunk, but you can see that X-frame, like you were talking about, is just a perfect flat platform, which is a really secure mounting location for this front box. And this car also has, DMC had, I think it was an aftermarket option, but electric power steering. So it's got the electric power steering already installed, which is kind of a challenge if you had a hydraulic steering car. That's already complete. That motor is in the steering column. And then it also has power brakes. I'm keeping the factory power brakes. I'm just going to run a vacuum pump. And the main reason for that is because the HVAC is all vacuum operated anyway.
So it just makes sense to optimize it.
It makes sense to have it all. Yeah,
perfect.
Exactly. So if we go around to the front here, we can take a look at where that CCS charging port's going to be located. So like I said, the gas filler is usually the normal spot for a charge port, but this car is a little bit different. Looking around the car, you kind of start to get a feel for where things will fit. And I wanted it in the front here. When you pull into a charge station, the easiest way is to just pull in, grab the cable, and plug it in. And so we've got this grill, which actually has kind of the kit car strobing LED, kind of like Ready Player One. In talking to Felton, you know, the CCS kit works perfect with the BMS I'm working with. I'm using the Orion BMS, so I'm going to go with the Felton kit, and this is just going to be a great location for that.
Perfect.
So right here in the middle, this will be a finished panel. This will be motorized. So you just pull in, hit the button, it motorizes down. This took some time to kind of figure out how do you get something to move out of the way, because you got to have a straight in for the plug. So this is the latest in recliner technology. I studied a lot of recliners to get this mechanism to work, but it's going to be kind of a nice
So you are really taking this car into the future on many aspects, yeah.
That's right.
All right, Kevin, what is this street glow option? Something you installed?
Yeah, no. So we sometimes, you know, a car's been around a while. You do some modifications, and it's been into various shops. Some of it's beautiful work. There's pinstripe LED lighting, all customized interior. Some of the stuff, you know, I'm going to be remounting this. The horn tones, that's actually a sound generator.
What were you going to say?
Or,
I'll just read your mind.
You know, maybe you want Back to the Future sounds, however you want to do that. So we'll keep that installed just in a better
should not
location.
answer this.
And then all my wiring is going behind the seats.
That's
and
what
so
I think.
Part of the build is
That's what
you
I
have
think
to
went out.
determine what you are working with, so that you can now
Blurp.
adapt it to the new system, the EV system, and the new PDU wiring harness. So that took me a full week of just tracing down old wiring. We don't need things like idle air, you know, motors and tack inputs and all the things that went back to the motor. So I've eliminated probably 30 pounds of wiring that were unneeded, and everything I need now is labeled to adapt it. So you get in, you're going to drive this car like any car. You get in, you turn the ignition on,
safer.
hit start, it'll pre-charge, it's ready to go.
So before we jump in, how much work did you do before you even took a bolt out of the car?
There's it's a combination of studying the wire harness. So I spent a lot of time just studying out of the garage. You know,
I'm
what
a
am I
little
getting
bored
into?
of this video.
Choosing the components I wanted to use for this car. So a lot of it is just mental studying work. And then the fabricating, I do a lot of 3D printing. So I've designed some relay and fuse modules that make.
A year ago, I showed off Sherry's new Tokyo apartment she just moved into. A very normal
Driving
apartment
to say goodnight,
right in the middle of Tokyo
Grand
with
Paladin.
amazing rent. She's been here
I hope you have
for
a good
year
sleep.
now, so I'm gonna ask her what's changed.
Almost nothing. Come on in.
I already did.
You did.
And really, nothing has changed.
Maybe it has.
You know what? Let's get Sherry to show us how she's been living here for the last year. Let's start here.
Alright, kitchen is pretty much the same. More stuff. Laundry. Messy.
There's less ramen.
Ramen. I got miso and shoyu.
I do love though how you not only have fruit gushers but also a box of nerds now. This is you're living peak life here, Sherry.
Yes, I'm saving it for later. Especially coming from the countryside, the kitchen is actually very, very tiny. However, I don't cook much. I usually just get some like frozen food and then heat it up in a microwave and eat and done.
Okay, it's alright.
I still
That
have.
was done with extreme caution. It's actually not bad. That's
Right?
more stuff than I thought you owned. Good closet.
Remember when you moved this magnet? The whole internet went crazy.
Yeah, everyone was like, "Oh, stop breaking her house." Okay, I will put it back perfectly for you this time.
Thank you.
Is that good?
I don't-
Is that No, I got it. There we go. Now it's perfect.
No.
Actually, I'm a little OCD, so I want it level. Okay.
Toilet is the same, and the bathroom hasn't changed much either.
And no more incidents with magical black mold raining down from your ceiling?
No, it's perfect now. But when I'm home, I spend most of the time in this room watching a lot of movies with the projector you gave me.
Oh my god, you still use it?
Yeah, every time, every day, every time. Every day.
Yes, 'cause you still don't have a TV or anything in
No.
here, do you?
I don't need a TV. I got a giant screen right there.
That works.
Yeah, perfectly. Still no galvanized steel, but 365 days of construction because I am located in central Tokyo.
Yeah, I don't know how much of that construction noise you can hear. We can't really open the windows
Right.
to show it because it would literally give away Sherry's location. This place is so central, but I want to see how you live here.
Can we do like a day in the lifestyle?
Oh, we gotta do day in the lifestyle. All right, let's day in the life.
What is this?
Don't break character. You don't brush your teeth. Do you really brush your teeth here?
No, I don't. I usually brush my teeth in the kitchen, but if I do that, then people go crazy in the comments.
Yeah, comments are fun.
Other than that, I put on makeup and leave the house for work.
I also noticed that your chair's missing, so there
Yeah.
has been some change. What do? Just sit on the little white table when you need to work?
No, I just use this little stool.
Okay.
And I usually hang my next day's outfit so that I can wake up and just grab it.
That's actually a really good idea.
Your idea.
No, just the rack, the outfit thing, that's all you.
But when I'm home, I use this space more than a desk. Also, these are all Norm's. Norm's fan, Norm's air purifier, and Norm's power bank.
It's like a year ago, Sherry was like, hey, can I borrow a few things? And like, Flanders lending to Homer, I don't ever expect to get them back, but you really don't have that much more stuff.
No, not really. Even the closet.
Oh,
This is everything I own.
that's not a lot, but you had underbed storage, right?
I have 4 containers under my bed, but 2 of them are still completely empty. Because I don't spend much time in my house and I don't need a lot of stuff.
This is a very standard or normal Tokyo apartment, but when we did our last video, so many people were like, that's actually a tiny apartment. Do you feel like this place is tiny?
No, not at all. I spend most of the time at my office. I'll show you. But when I'm here, I wake up here and I do makeup over here. I have all the stuff right here and I can grab my shirt for the day. I do little kitchen stuff, grab coffee. But other than that, like my work and eating and a little bit of movie would happen all in this room, and this is more than enough space.
That's good. I sometimes forget that Sherry's not a native speaker, but it's a good amount of space, especially considering what you own or don't own. And Sherry has agreed to give us a peek at her brand new office. That announcement was really long. Do you have long announcements like that every day?
Every day, 3 times a day?
That was like a 3.5 minute announcement. Also, if you are a regular viewer, you already know this, but if you just stumbled on this, Sherry is a fully born and raised Japanese business owner from the countryside who moved to Tokyo a year ago. Is that a fair?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Fun fact, Sherry actually started YouTube before I did, but just does it as a hobby. Shall we head to your office?
Yes.
Sherry worked hard to get this place.
We didn't talk about this in the last video, but it was really hard to get this place.
Yeah.
I actually had to move in sight unseen.
Getting apartments in Tokyo, especially central Tokyo at a good price, is incredibly competitive and challenging, so Sherry had to move in without doing what's called Naiken, which is basically just when you come and take a check and peek at the apartment. But that was after how many months of searching?
6.
6 months, and all she had was a floor plan and a few photos and a feeling of hope.
Yeah.
Hi,
Studio
me.
time?
How are you?
Okay.
Sorry, I'm a little
transition.
distracted.
And this is my office. Heads up, it's also tiny.
Yeah, and Sherry did make me wait in the hallway so she could do her little elevator transition. Was it fun?
Yeah, it was.
There was also a train in the middle of all of that.
See? Train. So this is Japanese style juku, kind of like a after-school tutoring place.
And you ran one of these in the countryside as well, right?
Yeah, in Ehime.
And how long have you had this place?
7 months.
What's your favorite spot?
Bathroom.
Are you just saying that because it's right there, or is it actually your favorite spot? Actually, you know what? I know you, and I know you put a lot of work into the toilet.
I did.
Okay, show me. Wow, okay, yeah.
So I actually really hated this bathroom because it's a Japanese style unit bath, which is like a capsule. And I don't like the fact that like we have a tub and a toilet in the same space, and then this is an office building. Why do we need a shower?
It looks better, and I knew Sherry would do it because she did the same thing to her last place.
So this place looks like an apartment because half the building is apartment and the other half is offices. There are 2 chairs for the parents to observe the class, and this is the printer.
Printers are good.
And this is the seating area for the students. We currently have 6 desks and chairs. And the company teaches Aiken tests, that's our main focus. And this is the English proficiency test.
Also, Sherry, these windows just do not feel. Why does that open so much? Oh, that is way below my center of gravity, and that is nowhere near safe. And you teach kids here.
Yeah, but they're not allowed to go near the windows.
Oh boy. Also, this is also very central in Tokyo, so quiet it is not. I also solved the mystery of Sherry's missing chair. This is the one that was in her apartment. I just can't get over the image of Sherry sitting on the subway with this chair, or just like rolling it through the streets of Tokyo. So really, don't judge me, I'm having fun. But it did take Sherry a while to get the desk set up, and then I helped out with the TV, but that took all of about 30 seconds. And there's a kitchen. There's a whole... Sherry's laughing. Sherry's like, what
kitchen?
Are you laughing about the kitchen?
Kitchen is not really a kitchen.
So what is if the kitchen is not a kitchen, then what is the kitchen?
It's a storage room. Just keep random stuff.
Fair enough.
But we have
How are you today,
the sink and what is it called?
You have work?
It's actually not too dissimilar from my studio.
Ah, true.
Also, Sherry, I've never really thought to ask this, but looking at everything, are you a minimalist? Like, would you call yourself a minimalist? Because
I don't, but looks like I am. A little bit, at least.
yeah, because there's nothing in your house. Your office is bare bones. In our last tour of Sherry's apartment, I showed a little bit of my studio in there, and that is the absolute opposite of minimalist in every single way. Sherry, just for reference, can I get you to sit at one of the desks?
Yeah.
They look comfortable enough, like you can seat an adult there.
This is like adult size.
Actually, it is. That works really well. How does it feel to be a student at your own?
Well, it's a different angle. But the TV's big.
Yeah. I also don't know if you're gonna be able to see it on video, but Sherry, there are a lot of fingerprints on that.
Yeah,
TV.
it's my finger. Yeah, that's me.
Is it a touch screen?
No, it's not. It's really not. I shouldn't touch it.
Don't feel bad. With any consolation at all, both this camera lens and my laptop are constantly covered in fingerprints.
Painting? Yes, I'm painting.
I don't remember touching it. Is this bigger or smaller than your apartment, though?
I think this is bigger.
Which do you think would be easier to live in?
Live in probably my apartment.
Yeah, definitely. Also, just the location of it. This is just a little bit further from the station. And when I say a little bit, I mean a lot. Also, in the previous video, we did cover things like the rent for Sherry's apartment, which is absolutely amazing. But we won't be covering the rent for this place because this is a building. That word should have been business. And we won't be disclosing Sherry's business financials publicly. I'm sure anybody with common sense can fully understand that. But which space did you like better? And the big question of the day is, do you think Sherry's a minimalist? I think we can all agree that Norm is not a minimalist by any means, but Sherry's slowly starting to remind me of Shiba. You remember that minimalist who lived in the empty white apartment? Okay, maybe it's not that far, but I would absolutely love to hear what you thought down below. Which space did you like the most? Of course, I will link Sherry's channel at the end.
It's
Thank
like a
you
painting.
so much for
Yes,
joining.
it is a painting.
Let us know what you thought, and we'll see you again
real soon.
And yes, I am dated out Shimiyama-san's shop. I gotta refill that this week. Ow. Oh, I think I'm stuck.
Tell me when we're standing face to face. Was it real or was it all in vain? It's hard to read it wrong. I've known it all along. Only love me when I'm gone. Only love me when I'm gone.
Everything you needed, I had, but it wasn't enough for you. It was never enough. Everything you needed, I had. So why don't you just tell me the truth? Oh, everything you needed, I had, but it wasn't enough for you. It was never enough. Everything you needed, I had. So why don't you just tell me the truth? Oh, everything you needed, 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 you needed, 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 everything you needed, 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 you needed, 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 everything you needed, 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 needing you.
Love is not balanced. Love is when I trip and fall and you pick me up and take me home. And you look at me and I can tell. You know I will lose my step again. I apologize, ashamed, afraid of your judgment. Scared that one day I will fall and you'll no longer be there to catch me. But I will always remember how you caught me that day and took me home.
Vibe, Pink. Time to vibe. This is Payme. You can vibe with me.
Critics watching what I say, they wanna know how I got this life all on my own, cause what I wrote down. Fuck. Chief Commander, top defender, more up than ever. I'll be with Cyber, that's Lieutenant, we two glued together. They try to play us like we wasn't special. After this year, we'll need some fucking medals. I'm talking first place, not second, not third. I'll never get the hate, it's so absurd. I'm only coming for what I deserve. Cause I told my people I would make this work. So I put that work in. Man, fuck that 9 to 5, I put more time and hurt in. You say you're uncertain. You never know if it's worth it until you do it. So many things went wrong, I'm pushing through it. Fuck all that sad shit. I'm tryna fuck this summer up, make niggas mad shit. I'm tryna build something real and make it last shit. Might be upset, but I'm still doing better than last year. Holy shit. Fuck, cause I'm tryna make you proud. Just tryna show them something they never heard about. I miss my brothers, always asking about their whereabouts. We stick together, that's the only way to make it out. It got rough with no signs, I prayed to the sky. Door shut, my heart stuck, thank fuck I'm alive. Told my mama it's all good, she knew I was lying. She knew I would rather die before I fall off the wire.
Just because you are undermanned, you got some injuries as opposed to previous years?
Nah, I feel confident because I'm the best player in the world. Simple.
I'm way too old, baby, what you want to know? I made up my mind, there ain't no time to waste. This city needs some fire, baby, let's give them a taste. Just hear me when I say we've been here crying, our heads have gotten us. They do not have our trust. I see a bubble bound to burst. They play us for the worst, and I know all about it, honey. I could tell you first, oh baby, I'm way too open, baby, what you want to know? You're so ambitious, but you don't know where to go. You're sick of doing everything that you've been told, and I could break that mold for you. Go hard, lady, I could be a fireplace, I could be your guy.
Back to vibing. Good boy. Good boy, me. Consumption, much I love it. Know how to do one, baby. I am so sadistic. Hear that, chat? I'm a good boy. Yes, you are. Sometimes I'm in denial. Keep going.
Say you're oh so
says, I'll leave that. Let's go like a whole ride on. Ride home.
You left the lights on in your room, I'll turn them
All
off
for you.
I don't have much, but there's not much that
I would offer you.
Put me together, break my parts, I'll be a doll for you.
I'll be a doll for you.
Oh, won't you take me how you want me?
Save the rest for later. Favorite flavor, more. I want it for.
The stitching at my core, I'll be a doll forever yours. Forever yours. And the preacher won't forgive me, but the church is all I have. I'm at a loss, fight so hard, 'cause you need everything I lack. But I could be your toy if you would finally look my way. I know that you won't stay. Take me how you want me, you can save the rest for later. I heard you like them sweet, I'm trying to be your favorite flavor. More, you're all I'll do it for. The stitching at my core, I'll be a doll forever yours. Forever yours. Put a hole in the earth, just to feel like I'm alive. Throw a party for no one, just to see if you'd arrive. Trading stories in your driveway, feels like 25 to life. You could shut me up if you want, I talk too much sometimes. I wonder, is this all I'll ever be? Writing stories about people that don't want to hear from me. Sometimes I wonder, do you see the worst in me? Am I just like all those people that left us so suddenly?